Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents... Night Beat.
And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a search for the clear light of truth and ended with a vision in the darkness. There's one thing that never stops amazing me. It's the fact that of all the thousands of millions of people in the world, you never come across two who are exactly alike. I'm not talking of physical looks. That's not important. I'm talking about the nature of people. Sure, some are honest, some dishonest, some brave, some cowardly, some good, some bad, and so on, but they're only the basic things. Human nature is always different. And I guess the nearest you ever get to sameness is with that select group who toss away all pride, all personal ambition, all bigotry, and conscientiously look for the absolute truth in all things. Sonia Harden was one of these people, although I didn't realize it that first day she called on me at the office.
So if you're too busy or something, you just say so, Mr. Stone.
Well, newspaper men are always busy, but there's always time to talk.
Thanks. I'm Sonia Harden, Paul Harden's daughter.
Paul Harden, eh? Your father's a big man in this city.
He has a lot of money and a lot of influence.
That's what I meant. But just what can I do for you, Miss Harden?
Just tell me the truth, that's all.
You figure that newspaper men can tell the truth?
I think you can.
Well, that's high praise indeed.
It's the reason I've come to see you, Mr. Stone. You see, I've often read your column about all the people you meet. The way you write, you seem, well, unbiased. Like you see other people's points of view as well as your own.
It's not always possible to do that, you know, but I do try.
But how are you to know the difference? I mean, one person tells you one thing, someone else tries to tell you just the opposite. How do you know which is right?
Well, there are a couple of yardsticks to go by. Depends on what sort of person you are, which one you use. If you're being loyal to a person or a cause, you take their part through thick and thin. If you're an individualist, it's not so easy.
Maybe I'm an individualist, then. You see, I can't usually see that any side is all right and the other all wrong.
Is it some guy that's worrying you?
In a way. But not the way you're thinking, I guess. The guy is my father.
Paul Harden, eh? You figure the old man's been stringing a yarn or two that could be fairy tales.
Yes. Yes, that's about the strength of it. It's something I came across by accident. A business secret, I guess you'd call it.
You worrying about one of Paul Harden's business secrets? It seemed crazy that a girl like Sonia Harden should be getting all intense about business. She was 17, pretty as a picture, sincere, intelligent, the whole works. In any case, I figured that her old man was well capable of looking after his own interests. Yet here she was in my office asking questions about truth and lies, good and bad. I knew that I had to answer straight, real straight, because you don't beat around the bush with people like that.
You know about my father. He's one of the richest men in the state. That's beside the point. This thing I came across, I wasn't snooping, Mr. Stone. I just found it by accident. Well, I thought about it for a while. Then I asked him.
Yes, and then what?
The answer didn't come just straight, like it should have done. You see, I always trusted him before.
Well, business is business, you know, Sonia. Sometimes the big deals aren't so, well, clean as you'd like them to be.
And there's two sides to every question?
Yeah, that's just about it.
But which side is right? How do you know that?
Well, that brings us back to those yardsticks we were talking about. Remember?
Yes. The first one was if you owe loyalty to someone or something, you back them all the way.
That's right. Do you figure that you owe loyalty to your father in this case?
No. No, I just can't see it that way.
That's what I thought. Okay, this is the hard one. How do you know which side's right? There's only one way to really know. And that's to stand right in the middle between both sides. Then you look long and hard each way. It's got to be an issue that doesn't mean a thing to you personally. You've got to think just as much or just as little of the people on both sides. And you've got to be made so that you don't care whether people like you and praise you or hate you and curse you. If a man got to be like that all the way through, he'd make the best president in the history of the United States.
In the history of the world, maybe.
Yes, Sonia? In the history of the world. She walked out of there a puzzled, confused kid, leaving me no less puzzled and confused. I forgot the whole thing until a few days later when a guy just walked into my office like he owned the place. He sat down in the chair over on the other side of my desk and stared at me solidly for maybe half a minute. There was no giveaway expression on his face at all, not a flicker. So I just sat there and waited.
You Randy Stone?
That's the name on the door.
I'm Paul Harden.
What can I do for you?
You know my daughter.
Oh, I met her 2, maybe 3 days ago. Why?
What did she say to you?
Nothing that I'm in any mood to repeat.
She talk about me?
Maybe.
Oh, she talked about you when she got home.
That's very flattering. As it happens, Mr. Harden, I was able to give your daughter a piece of advice, something maybe her own father should have told her long ago.
Something about being 2 sides to every question, huh?
If you know all the answers, why ask all the questions?
What did she say about me, Stone?
Look, Mr. Harden, if you've got any guilty secrets, you don't want to start worrying yet.
It's not a matter of guilty secrets, Mr. Stone. But you must realize I have business rivals. People who'd give a lot to know some of the things I know.
And some of the things your daughter knows, eh?
Oh, maybe.
Then maybe I could give some advice to the rest of the family. You should try getting Sonia's confidence. Try getting her on your side.
That's just what you told her not to do. You figured she should stand in the middle and look both ways.
Oh, let's just put it this way. Your daughter didn't tell any secrets in this office. She just came in and asked me what I thought of right and wrong and truth and lies on a matter of principles. I gave her my views, and that's all there is to it.
That's not all there is to it. Last night, Sonia disappeared. There's not a trace nor a word of her.
Paul Harden's manner had suddenly changed. From the tough, uncompromising businessman, he suddenly became the worried father. I felt sorry for him, but mostly I was wondering what had happened to that 17-year-old girl who'd sat and talked with me a few days before. I asked the questions, the usual ones. If there was some boyfriend, if there was some place she might have wanted to go without telling her folks.
So far as we know, there was no reason for her just to go, Mr. Stone. She's never done anything like that before.
Then there's something else you must face, Mr. Harden. You're a wealthy man. Sonia could have been kidnapped.
It's something I've faced.
You've reported to the police, of course.
No, and I'm not going to.
But that's crazy. If Sonia has been kidnapped...
If she has been kidnapped, it's not for money.
I don't get it.
I don't seem to have any alternative but to trust you, Stone. Can I do that?
You wouldn't be asking a newspaper man to suppress a story.
Yes, I would.
Then why tell me? If you don't want to go to the cops, hire yourself a private detective.
Oh, no. I think maybe you are the only one who can help.
But I still don't get it, but... All right, I'll promise not to print the story if you can give me a sound reason why I shouldn't.
A reason like America's defense program?
Well, fair enough for me, but...
Look at it this way, Stone. The reason why I grilled you before I told you Sonia was missing was to find out if she'd been talking secrets to you.
Defense secrets?
Yes. Apparently she didn't say anything along that line. So, that looks as if there's been no leakage through you.
I don't deal in those kind of things. What's more, I don't figure Sonia would either.
She wouldn't deal in them. The point is, she might accidentally let the cat out of the bag. You see, she might have seen something in my papers. Well, you know what kids are like.
As I remember, she had seen something in your papers, but so far as I could gather, it wasn't about any defense program. She seemed to think it was some kind of, well, some deal that wasn't quite square.
And that's all she said?
That's all. She didn't give any details. I didn't ask her for any. Except that she said she had talked to you about it.
Oh, that was something different again. I explained it to her.
You mean you explained your side of the story?
That is beside the point. The thing is, if she's found out one thing, she could have found out something else. And if it's the thing I have in mind, She's in unlawful possession of official secrets, and that's a security offense.
So?
So we have to find her.
We being you and me?
Being you, Stone. I can't do much, but you've got the contacts. Find Sonia, and it's worth $1,000 to you.
It was a story that didn't add up. Okay, take it at face value. Hardin's daughter goes missing, and he figures that she might know about some defense secret. And if he gets the FBI to look for her, there'd be some awkward questions to answer. Against that, Sonia might have been kidnapped. She might be in real danger. And the secret Hardin was worrying about might become known in some quarter where it could do a lot of damage. It was almost as if Hardin didn't even count the kidnapping theory, and yet he was offering me $1,000 to find the girl. I made routine checks at the hospitals and the morgue and drew blanks both places. Then I dropped into one of my favorite little dives to take in coffee and think about it all.
Hi, Mr. Stone.
What? Sonia.
This is one of the places you often mention in your column. I thought you'd come here sooner or later.
I've been searching everywhere for you. You okay, kid?
I'm okay. So far.
Your old man came and told me you'd gone missing.
That was quite smart. He knew I'd get in touch with you.
Knew you'd get in touch with me?
That's right. That means you've probably been followed.
Just what is all this?
We have to get away from here quickly, before his people find us.
Look, Sonia, this is crazy. A few hours ago, your old man offered me $1,000 to find you.
1,000? Well, that's much too cheap, Mr. Stone. To get me back home again's going to cost my father something over $1 million.
A pretty 17-year-old girl tells me we've got to move out fast, that I've probably been followed. The best place I know for getting lost is the heart of the city, so we pile into my car and drive uptown.
Oh, thank heavens we got away from there. I was expecting them to come any minute.
Look, what did you mean back there? You said it was going to cost your father something over $1 million to get you back home.
That's right. Those are the terms. Mr. Stone, you think I could be worth $1 million?
Listen, kid. An honest man or woman's worth more dough than there is in all the world. Are you being honest?
I'm being more honest than I thought anybody could be.
And the $1 million?
That's about what my father will lose if he accepts my terms. It's not cash to me, you do understand that.
I'm following you. Go on.
It's something he's going to do. But it's wrong. He mustn't do it. Mr. Stone, I did what you said. I stood midway and looked at both sides, and I'm quite sure it's wrong. You've got to believe me.
I do believe you. But what do we do about it?
We wait for my father's decision. He knows the terms.
Suppose you tell me.
A while ago, they called for tenders for a big defense contract, some chemical thing. I don't have the details. One of the chemists at my father's plant found out the new process. It cut the price around 50%.
That's legitimate business.
Sure, I know. My father got the contract, changed over the plant for the new process, and now they're ready to go. Ready to make just over $1 million for my father.
Still okay. That's business. That's the way it goes.
But it's not okay. This new process is dangerous. And the people who are going to work it don't know.
Well, your father knows. Isn't he taking any safety precautions?
So far, there aren't any that can be taken. I saw the chemist's report.
Then it's up to your father to stop this process until safety measures can be found.
That's what I said. Only there's a delivery date for the contract. Unless they get working on it right away, they'll lose the contract.
What about the chemist himself? What does he think about it?
The chemist's got a big bonus. He won't talk.
What does the stuff do?
It's the fluid they use. It gives off fumes, and they reckon that some of the people working with it will lose their sight.
Blindness. But isn't there any sort of a mask, or respirator, or goggles, or something?
Not so far. My father said when the contract's finished, he'll publish the chemist's report and withdraw the process.
But that could be too late for some of the people working in the plant.
By then, some of them might be blind.
Sonia, this is very serious. You're absolutely sure about all this?
Absolutely sure.
Okay, then. Well, you don't have to worry about it anymore, though. I can write this story without any names in a way that'll force an inquiry. They won't let him use the process until it's been examined by experts.
It's not as easy as that, Mr. Stone. You're forgetting your own tip. You're forgetting to look at both sides. You're all on my side, on the side of the people who are working in the plant. You're forgetting two things. $1 million my father stands to lose.
But $1 million, any number of dollars, is no sort of bargain against people's eyesight.
There's the other argument, too. My father made a lot of it when I was talking to him about it. This is a defense contract. You know, vital materials or strategic equipment or something, it all adds weight.
Not nearly enough weight.
That all depends on which side you're on. No, Mr. Stone. The decision is my father's. He has to make it.
This is getting crazier all the time. I can't see it as your father's decision.
You will see it that way, I promise you. And you'll see it that way before it's too late. Now, look, I've got a telephone call to make. Can we stop by the next drugstore, please?
Sure.
What time is it?
Time? midnight. There's a drugstore now. I'll pull over. I sat in the car outside that drugstore about 10 minutes before it finally penetrated my thick head that Sonia had given me the slip. I hurried inside, but the 2 telephone booths were empty. The soda jerk said a girl answering the description had walked in the front door and out the side without stopping. I wasted another 15 minutes working out the next move, until I figured I should get down to the Hardin chemical plant, but fast.
All right. Who's there?
It's Randy Stone. Open up.
Randy Stone, huh? You the guy that writes in the paper?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, sorry, Mr. Stone, can't let you in. Orders, you see, no one allowed in the plant after dark.
No one at all. Did you get any visitors tonight?
No, not what you'd call visitors.
Where'd she go? Inside?
Who? I don't know what you're talking
Miss
about.
Hardin, Miss Sonia Hardin. Is she in there?
Look, sir, you ain't got no right to
Is she in there or isn't she?
She's the boss's daughter. It's different for her.
Get out of my way.
I'm sorry, mister. I just can't.
Well, I'm
get out.
sorry
You
about
are.
this, pal, but...
Ah!
The watchman went down with a single smack I landed to his jaw. It was too bad, but I didn't have any time for talking nice and social. I went into the plant. A big, tall, ghostly-looking place, like some great vaulted barn. There were benches and vats, all sorts of equipment that was new to me. The whole thing dimly lit by an occasional small electric lamp way up in the roof. Sonia! Sonia, this is Randy Stone. Sonia, I know you're in here. If you're thinking of destroying the place, it won't work. He'd only build it up again. Answer me, Sonia. I know you're here. I'm coming over there. If you're setting some sort of fuse, I'll still be here.
There's no fuse. It's safe. I'm going out this way.
Sonia!
I'm locking this door. You'll have to go the other way.
Sonia! Wait for me! Sonia had gone, so I went back to my office and just sat there at my desk, going through and through the details in my mind, trying to work out one useful thing I could do. It got to 2 a.m., 2:30. Then the telephone rang. Randy Stone.
This is Sonia, Mr. Stone.
Sonia, where are you? Are you all right?
I'm okay. Did you hear from my father?
No, I've been trying to contact him.
Are you sure my father didn't telephone or leave any message?
Sure, I'm sure, but don't worry about that.
It's terribly important, Mr. Stone. But don't you worry. Everything will be okay now. See you soon, Mr. Stone.
Sonia, listen to me. Sonia. Sonia. I tried to get the call traced, but it was too late. And so again I had to sit down and wait. It wasn't easy. I had the feeling that precious moments were ticking away, that terrible feeling of uselessness. And then, with the clock at 3:05, Paul Hardin came into my office.
All right, Stone. Where is my daughter?
I don't know where your daughter is, Hardin, and I don't think I'd tell you if I did.
I see. I've brought you a present, Stone. Your story for the morning edition.
I have a story, Hardin. A story about...
Hand it. In that envelope is a big story, $1 million story.
I see.
It's the story of Paul Hardin canceling a big defense contract for the benefit of mankind.
Aye, how times change. Except you're still figuring it's the Paul Hardin story.
And so it is. In that envelope is a chemist's report on a new process we figured on using. But it's dangerous stuff. I've decided to withdraw it.
Mighty generous.
$1 million generous.
You must feel quite a hero.
I do. That's the way I figure you should handle the story.
I always handle a story the way it seems to me.
Okay, but the facts speak for themselves. You'd better tell Sonia she can come home now.
I got rid of Hardin as fast as I could. His manner, his arrogance, his conceit made me sick. And as soon as he'd gone, I went around to the night editor. I figured Hardin was as slippery as a snake and didn't want to be caught on any tricks. So I left the envelope unopened with the nightman and asked him to go through it with a couple of witnesses standing by. Then I went back to my own office, and Sonia was there, standing over by the window, with the first light of the false dawn creeping up over the Manhattan skyline. Sonia!
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Well, come and sit down. I've got news for you.
You sit down. I like it here for a while. Sit down and I'll give you the story.
Well, that's the second offer I've had tonight. Your father was in here not more than a quarter hour ago.
In here?
Yeah, he brought me a packet. I'm just having it checked in now. Well, I figure it's the job.
The chemist's report?
Yeah. He said he was abandoning the project.
How very like my father. He always spoils everything. 2:00 was the deadline. You know that. That was the bargain I made with him.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's 3:30, but we can still make the morning edition.
But 2:00 was the time. He knew he had to find me and force me to go back home or turn in the report to your office by 2. He didn't do it. It wasn't here by 2. I rang you myself at 2:30. It wasn't here.
Well, take it easy, kid. You don't have to worry anymore.
Don't have to worry. Randy Stone, I'm turning around. Look at me.
Sonia. Sonia turned round from the window, and where her eyes had been, there was now something shapeless, colorless, sightless.
Those were my terms with my father, Mr. Stone. He should turn in that report and cancel the defense contract, or I would pour the raw fluid into my own eyes.
People. The people you meet. Who are they? What are they? They're people like a certain chemist who'll take a bribe to keep quiet about a report, although he knows a lot of others are going to suffer. There are people like Paul Hardin. Big, strong, tough, unscrupulous. The kind of guy who has more of everything than he'll ever use, and still he wants more. He'll lie, cheat, and swindle. When he's beaten, he turns the victory of his opponent to bitterness and loss. And there are people like Sonia. Not very many of them. But they keep their bargains, whatever it costs. They know instinctively the difference between right and wrong. And they never once waver from the path they've chosen. Maybe Hardin didn't really believe Sonia would keep her threat. I don't know. It's not for me to judge. But he did leave it an hour too late to have this $1 million story told his way. So I'm not writing a story about a big man in big business making big gestures. That sort of thing falls kind of flat beside this story of Sonia. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents Night Beat.
And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Wrong number. What do you want?
Oh, this is Bill, City Desk. Is that you, Randy?
It's me, Randy.
Oh, lucky I found you home.
Yeah, sure.
Say, special delivery letter just came for you.
So, who's it from?
It doesn't say on the envelope.
Well, open it as if you haven't already.
Well, it's signed Dolly Graham.
I'm booked solid for the next 2 weeks.
It's that Dolly Graham, Randy. I'll read it to you.
Oh, look,
Dear
Bill.
Mr. Stone, you're always looking for a story. I've got one for you. I can prove that I was not responsible for Mrs. Thompson's death, that I have been framed...
What Thompson death?
Well, there's more. They wouldn't let me answer these questions in court. What did Mr. Thompson say to his daughter right after the accident? And what happened to the boy who was in my car with me when the accident took place? Please come and see me today. Signed, Dolly Graham.
Oh, great. Great. Now maybe you'll tell me who Dolly Graham is.
Hey, try reading the Daily once in a while, Randy. Dolly Graham is the girl whose car crashed into Paul Thompson's and killed his wife. She was convicted last week on a manslaughter charge.
Hey, which Thompson? The guy running for the state senate?
Yeah, that's him. That's why I called you, Randy. There might be a story in this.
Where is she?
Woman's detention, California Avenue. Hey, it might be a good idea if you came down here first and read up a little on the trial.
Did I say I was going?
You're fighting it, Randy, but you're losing.
Okay, I'll be right down. But I'll hate myself for it. I adjusted my perspective to daytime living, and a couple of hours later I was down at the paper's library reading up on the trial of the people versus Dolly Graham. The Graham girl hadn't had a chance. According to witnesses, she'd driven a car out of her own driveway at a high rate of speed and had run straight into Thompson's car. To cinch the case against her, the DA pointed out that the girl had 2 previous reckless driving citations, and that at the time of the accident, her driver's permit had been suspended. Public sympathy had been all with the Thompson family. From the facts, any guy in his right senses would have forgotten the whole thing. But then nobody's ever been able to prove that I am. So I went over to woman's detention for a visit with Dolly Graham. The matron, I discovered, was an old friend of mine.
Randy Stone. Glad to see you. Draw up a chair.
I've got a pass to see Dolly Graham, Nellie.
Graham. All right. Come on. These wild, irresponsible kids. Put them behind the wheel of a car and it's murder. Plain murder.
That's just what the DA said. You know, that trial read like a bad play, written for the star performer only. In this case, Mr. Paul Thompson.
You're crazy, Randy, but I love you anyways. Maybe if you shaved regularly. You got a visitor, dearie. Who is it? 19 years old. She might as well be 90. 10 minutes, Randy.
Yeah.
If you need help, Dolly, just holler. I wouldn't be too surprised. Well?
I'm Randy Stone.
What does that call for? 3 cheers?
I'm the Randy Stone at the Daily. The one you sent for.
I sent for you? You must be nuts. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Keep 'em.
What are you staring at?
You're just a kid. Just a frightened kid trying to hide it behind a cloud of cigarette smoke.
All right, so I'm scared. What do you want?
I got this letter from you this morning, special delivery. This was your idea, so
I didn't write any letter. Here, let's see it.
Here.
Oh, it's my name, but I didn't write this letter.
Any idea who might have sent it?
No.
Read it.
I am.
Make any sense to you?
Oh, just this about George Saunders. He was in the car with me when it happened.
Not according to the testimony.
Oh, he beat it before the police got there. I told him about it at the trial, but they didn't believe me.
Why'd he run out on you?
Oh, he'd broken parole, I think. In Kansas or Wyoming, someplace like that. The police are looking for him. They tried to make a deal with me.
Who did?
They told me if I pleaded guilty, I'd be treated just like any other traffic accident, but I told them no, it wasn't my fault. So they made it manslaughter.
A politician's wife was killed. Your record made it a cinch to convict you.
Thompson's car crashed into mine, I tell you.
The car has always been a sort of mechanical toy to you, hasn't it?
Oh, not another lecture coming up.
Sorry, Dolly. That's the good citizen in me. Keeps coming out every once in a while. Go on.
My lawyer told me not to try and buck Paul Thompson. He said Thompson couldn't afford any unfavorable publicity on account of his running for the Senate. So here I am.
I'd like to know who sent me this letter.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Stone.
Keep talking. Tell me anything you can remember.
Well, I was waiting for this car to pass. My car was standing still in the driveway. I swear that. Then his car started weaving, like he was drunk or something. Next thing I know is the crash.
The Thompson car rolled over on its side. Remember that?
The first thing I saw was her, his wife, lying on the street, dead. I heard someone trying to get out of the other car, so I ran over to see if I could help.
And by this time, your boyfriend had disappeared, I take it?
Mr. Thompson was helping his daughter out. He said something to her, and she started running down the street.
What did he say to her?
Well, I heard it, but I don't remember exactly.
He testified in court that he told her to go and bring a doctor. Is that what he said?
No. Well, there's nothing about a doctor. He told her...
What?
I'm trying to think. Something about a home.
Now, the words. Try and think of the exact words.
Go on home, I think he said. Go on home, Anne. I'll look after things myself. That's all he said to her.
This friend of yours, George Saunders...
Then Mr. Thompson kind of staggered over to where his wife was, and he fainted. Then the people started coming around. They started shouting at me and blaming me, and Mr. Bell told everybody he'd seen me do it.
That's the next-door neighbor.
He lied. He told me it was my fault. I don't know why, but he lied.
You haven't told me about Saunders. Where can I find him?
He played a clarinet at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. Know where it is?
Yeah.
They wanted me to plead guilty. I guess I should have. Well, there's something screwy about Thompson helping the girl out of the car, but I can't think what it is.
Time's up, Randy.
Okay.
Mr. Stone, do you believe me?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. But what does that mean? Nothing. I'm a notorious screwball about such things. I believed her. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was just the frightened, pleading look in the girl's eyes. I went back to the office and read the trial records again. If ever a conviction had been prefabricated, Dolly Graham had gotten it. The evidence had been flimsy, the witnesses unreliable, and several times the jury had been reminded of Mr. Thompson's fine record as a citizen in the community. Me, I've got a lot of theories that never work out. I worked on one of them that night. That Saunders, the musician, was still in town. By 2 a.m., I was convinced that he wasn't. So I went back to the office and wrote a nice vitriolic column about trials and courtroom procedures. Nothing specific, you understand. Just a poisonous bit about how many people are railroaded into jail sentences because of a willingness to find a person guilty before the trial. Then I went home. I set the alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon and went to bed. The mechanical monster did its work, and by 2 o'clock I was climbing the few steps to Mr. Bell's porch, Dolly's neighbor, the one who swore he'd seen the accident take place. Ah, Mr. Bell, my name is Stone. I'm with the Daily.
Read it all the time.
We're thinking of doing a feature story, pictures of you and your wife, the works.
As soon as she moved into the rooming house next door, I knew what kind she was.
You saw the actual crash take place, Mr. Bell?
Sitting right here. She came shooting out of a driveway doing 40, I'll bet. Reckless. Murderous reckless.
Your chair was right there where it is now?
Same spot. I told the missus the day that girl ran over my dog. She'll kill a person someday, and she did. She killed that poor Mrs. Thompson.
Maybe you just heard the crash, Mr. Bell. Could that be?
Seen it, I said. She ran over and killed my dog. Did it deliberate. Think she was sorry? Not her.
Do you mind letting me sit in that chair for a minute?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
What do you want to do that for?
I'm just trying to figure out how you could have seen the driveway from here. All I can see is a brick wall and 2 big trees.
Well, now. You wouldn't make me out to be a liar, would you? I seen it all.
You must have yourself a trick set of eyes, then.
I told them in court I seen it, and they believed me.
Maybe you saw it because you wanted to see it. You weren't exactly fond of the girl, were you?
Nothing to do with it. If I hadn't have seen it, I'd have said so.
You'd have to have been hanging a foot over the railing before you could have seen the accident.
Well, maybe that's what I was doing then. You can't make no liar out of me. You go talk to Mrs. Marks. She lives in the same house as that Graham girl. She's seen it, too.
I'm going to. All right if I send somebody around here later to take some pictures?
Sure thing. And say, if you're writing something in the paper, don't forget to say that the missus is a fine dressmaker, one of the best in this section.
We'll headline that fact. This thing was beginning to scare me. Mr. Bell couldn't possibly have seen that accident, yet the Supreme Court couldn't have shaken his testimony. The girl had killed his dog, and since that day he'd carried around enough malice in his heart to be able to send her to prison on a phony charge. My blood started to pound, and I had a bad taste in my mouth. I was horrified to think that this man, Bell, was my fellow countryman. Mrs. Marks, another one of the witnesses against the Graham girl, lived in one of the upstairs rooms.
Yes?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'd like an interview with you.
Come on in. I'll turn the radio off. You sit down there. You care for some sherry?
No, thanks.
Makes you feel better if you're ill. Helps the time go quicker. You were talking to Mr. Bell next door about Dolly Graham. I heard you through the window. Did you know Dolly? She had more boyfriends.
No.
Oh, I'm tired of talking about that accident.
You heard her leaving the room?
Laughing. He was kidding her.
In court, you said she came out alone.
I said I wasn't sure she was with somebody else.
But you heard a man's voice?
Maybe.
You were looking out of the window when it happened?
Yeah.
There was nobody in Dolly's car with her?
No. She said he run out on her. I didn't see him. That's a laugh, isn't it?
Hilarious.
I'm not much good to you, am I, mister?
Thanks, anyway. I checked into the office about 3 o'clock. Bill Marsden, the city editor, collared me.
Randy, this morning's column of yours is directed against Paul Thompson, isn't it?
Generally speaking, yes. Specifically, no.
You know the Daily's supporting him in his bid for the Senate?
Yeah. If I insinuated that the trial left a pretty foul odor behind, it's because I think so.
A judge tries her, a jury convicts her, but Stone, the Avenger, thinks she's been railroaded.
Like a rocket-powered express.
Thompson's attorney phoned. They want no more of it.
I see.
As a matter of fact, Thompson wants to talk to you.
And since when is the Daily influenced by politicians?
Proof's one thing, Randy. Conjecture's another. Give me proof and I'll print it even if it means my job.
I'm working on 2 more angles. First, to find out who wrote this letter. Then to find Dolly's boyfriend, the missing musician.
You believe there was a guy with her?
Yeah.
Let me take a look at that letter.
A friend of mine, Alf Harriman, is on the board of the local musicians' union. He's trying to trace this Saunders for me, and if he phones while I'm out, take a message.
Well, this is a girl's handwriting, Randy.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Was mailed late last night from about 30 miles away. High-class residential section.
I live here, remember?
I told Mr. Thompson you'd call him as soon as I heard from you.
Oh, it's late, Bill.
He said no matter what time it was, he wants to see you. He lives in the Nelson Apartments on Lakewood Terrace.
I'll call you as soon as he's had me bounced out on the street. A half an hour later, a nurse ushered me into Thompson's study. She had warned me that Mr. Thompson was a pretty sick man, and that I shouldn't say anything to excite or disturb him. She closed the door behind me. He looked old and tired. He waved me to a chair near him.
I'm sorry I can't rise to receive you. I haven't been well.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm told you were disturbed about my column in this morning's Daily.
Both its tone and contents were clearly directed against my family.
I was attacking a series of principles, not any individuals.
Running as I am for the Senate next month, your insinuations must have an adverse effect on my campaign. I've learned that you are conducting a private investigation into the tragic death of my wife.
To deny it would be stupid.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence as was presented in the court, do you mean to say that further inquiries can serve any useful purpose?
That remains to be seen. Let me talk to your daughter. Is she home?
Well, she's in no condition to see anyone. The poor child is on the point of a nervous breakdown. She has never recovered from that horrible night.
Just a few words with her, that's all I want.
Impossible. She's not in the city, at any rate.
Where is she?
Mr. Stone, I've wanted nothing so much in my life as I want that seat in the Senate. I've thought of a solution which might be compatible to both of us.
Nothing would suit me better.
I've long been searching for a young, aggressive man to run my campaign for me.
I'm afraid I'm losing you.
You are that man, Mr. Stone. Whatever your present salary is, I will double it. There must be no unfavorable publicity on...
What's the matter? Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, what is it?
Diabetic. Insulin on the table. Do you know how to administer it?
No. What do I do?
The nurse. Call her. Quick.
Nurse, in here, quick. The nurse gave him the insulin, and I watched life come back to him. He tried to talk to me, but the nurse insisted that I go, an order I lost no time in carrying out. I got to a phone as fast as I could and called Bill at the paper.
Hello?
Bill, I want you to do something for me in a hurry.
Wait a minute. Your friend from the Musicians Union phoned.
Well?
He's located Saunders at the Exeter Hotel downtown, room 312.
Good. Now, if I can get to him tonight.
He's in his room. I checked with the clerk. And I sent one of the boys down to follow him in case he leaves.
Thanks. Nice to have you on the team.
I saw the pictures from Bell's porch. You know, he couldn't possibly have seen that accident.
I'll go and talk to the musician right away, but here's what I want you to do for me.
Huh?
Go down to the Motor Vehicles License Bureau and get me all the information you can on the Thompsons' driver's licenses, both the old man's and the girls.
Uh-huh. And when will I see you?
As soon as I can bring Saunders back to give us tomorrow's front-page story. Tommy Sullivan, one of my colleagues on the Daily, was waiting for me in the lobby of the hotel. The musician was still in his room, he told me. He said he was going across the street for a quick cup of coffee. Then I climbed 2 flights of stairs of the dingy fire trap.
Come on in. I don't think I know you. What was it you wanted?
It's about Dolly Graham.
You a policeman?
No.
What was it you wanted?
I talked to her yesterday. She said you were in the car with her when it happened.
It's what the jury believes is important now.
You were with her in the car. Give me a yes or no.
Yeah, I guess I was.
And you wouldn't step in and help the girl out.
I thought for sure she'd beat that case. We were just sitting there. I said to her, the guy who's driving, he's drunk.
The guy who's driving?
Sure, it was a man. I saw him.
The girl said she was driving the car.
She wasn't.
Come on, we're going places.
Nah, you don't understand. I just can't do it.
Well, I'll help you. Now get moving.
Yeah, they'll get me on that Kansas thing. Hey, the stairs are kind of narrow. You better walk ahead of me.
So it was a man who was driving that car. I don't know what he hit me with. If it was a fist, it had been forged by the American Steel Company. I went down and he got away from me. A couple of aspirins and a cab ride later, I was back at the office.
Hey, what happened to you?
Yeah, the musician hit and ran. He got away. What did you find out about the licenses?
Thompson's daughter, Ann. She had a license issued to her, all right, a day after the accident.
After the accident? It's beginning to gel.
Now, that isn't all. Thompson's own license has been revoked a year ago for reasons of health. That's all they'd tell me. Well, how's it look to you, Randy?
Thompson was driving. That's why he helped the girl out of the car. He got out first. He knew there'd be no doubt of his criminal responsibility, so he got the girl to
Prove. You've got to prove it.
I'm pretty sure I know how to get it. I think I know who sent me this letter.
Yeah?
She just couldn't go along with it all the way. The old man knew it, too. That's why he kept her out of town.
Well, the letter was postmarked locally.
Shouldn't be too hard to find her.
You gonna see her tonight?
Let's get busy on it. It wasn't too hard to find the girl. The postmark on the letter directed us to Lancetown, a high-class residential area 30 miles out of the city. The telephone operator there knew just who I meant. The Thompson girl visiting an aunt on Elm Street. I drove out there. The girl must have been waiting for me. I'd hardly started to press the bell on the door when it opened.
Yes?
I got your letter this morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Stone.
Thanks.
I was hoping you'd come. I couldn't go on hiding a thing like that the rest of my life, could I?
No. No, you couldn't.
Dad didn't know Mother was dead. He thought it was just a traffic accident.
So he told you to say you'd been driving.
He shouldn't have been driving. The doctor warned him. Do you want me to go back to the city with you?
I think you'd better.
I couldn't do it. I felt so bad when I had to tell those lies in court.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That poor girl standing there, staring at me. I felt like crying. I feel like crying now.
Come on, honey. It's a long drive back to town. So what does it prove? Maybe nothing. But then look at it this way. Dolly Graham almost served a prison term because of a chain of what amounted to perjured testimony. Now, nothing intentional, mind you. Mr. Bell was far too righteous a man to deliberately swear falsely. He just called his shots the way he thought they should be. The same with the lonely Miss Marks, who substituted bitterness and a small drop of sherry for the truth and nothing but the truth. And Mr. Thompson, who couldn't possibly lose the Senate race. Somehow the facts became a little confused in their minds because, first, they were a little confused in their hearts. And for Dolly Graham, a little confusion became a dangerous thing.
Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a call from homicide and ended with a call from home. Covering the night beat. Nice work, you say, and nice work it is, except that work is work, and a man gets tired ferreting out the secret side of his fellow human beings. So, as the man said, some seek out greatness and others have it thrust upon them. Tonight I preferred the latter method. That's why I was riding around with Jack Manson, a prowl car copper. If there's a story in the city of New York, a great story, a story which will give me fame and make me immortal for a few days at least, if there's a story like that floating around New York, I was a little too tired to go look for it. Let greatness be thrust upon me. A prowl car is a good place to wait. The only drawback was Sergeant Manson, the man at the wheel. Next to driving that prowl car, he loved talking.
It's what I've been telling you, Randy. Believe me.
And what he talked about most were his, quote, experiences, unquote.
Believe me, Randy, you can't get the gist of it just riding around once in a while, kind of. You know what I mean?
Sorry, but 2 night jobs would give me a split personality, and I just barely have enough for one person as it is.
Smart gab. I'm making a big deal, and you talk like something out of... Well, you know. What I mean is, I've had the experience, and you know how to write.
Sure thing. A team. We collaborate. 50-50 split everything we make.
Ah, boy, you newspaper guys know all the answers.
We know all the questions. It's the next best thing to knowing all the
Car
answers.
203, car 203, go to 800 Lakeland Drive. Repeat, 800 Lakeland Drive, a homicide.
Just like that. That flat, used to it sort of tone I can never be comfortable with. A man is dead. A woman is dead. A mother. A wife, a husband, or a lover, or a babe in arms. A homicide. At least one a day belongs in any good newspaper. One a day. Along with an editorial on taxes and the football scores. I hope I never get used to it. Lakeland Drive was in one of those swanky office districts. Low-lying, one-story modern buildings that looked like they were meant to be lived in instead of worked in. Class, as they used to say, class all the way through. An expensive joint. But Allied Investment Limited could afford it. Open season on bookies, Lieutenant?
I don't know what you're talking about, Stone.
Rumor says that Allied Investment makes more money investing in racehorses than it does in bonds.
Do you believe everything you hear?
No.
Sign on the building reads Allied Investment.
And I don't believe everything I see, either.
Well, if it is true, it's out of my line. I only get to them when they can't tell me anything about the work they do.
Hey, it looks pretty crowded in there.
Well, most of them were here when it happened. But most of them have a story, too.
I suppose all the lights went out?
No. Getting a drink of water or looking for a pencil, things like that.
Dead man must have been the loneliest fellow in town.
Eddie McNeil? Lonely? Well, he was too big a guy to get lonesome.
You mind if I go in and do a little interviewing?
Who with?
The victim, of course. Who knows more about his murder than the victim? It was the reception room of a very respectable business organization. But when I passed through the heavy panel door, I saw the battery of telephones. 3 to a desk. The whole thing was soundproofed. A respectable building with a respectable room and a respectable corpse lying in the middle of it being photographed. But that wasn't the only thing that seemed incongruous. There was a face. A good, healthy, honest face among all those granite blocks. And the voice that came out of it seemed awfully tired.
Yes, that's how it happened, and then I received the phone call.
From who?
I told you, I don't know. If I know, you can be sure I'd tell you.
Did he ask you then?
Well, in a way, yes. Yes, he did. He asked me if I was that Professor Kiefer from the university and know all about communication systems and things like that. I'm quoting him.
And then you came right down here.
They offered to pay me, the Allied Investment Company. They offered to pay for whatever services I could render them.
Didn't it seem funny that an electrical expert...
Electronics.
Okay, electronics. Didn't it seem funny?
I needed the money. I've been called for private work before. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you.
That's why his face didn't fit. Professor Kiefer. A young man, maybe around my own age. Only I had a double reason for noticing him. I did an article on him, on his work, about 3 years ago. There was something fantastic about his project. He'd been working on things called high-speed calculators, mechanical brains, the think machines that could do higher mathematical problems while we're adding up 9 and 4 or estimating nothing flat exactly where a bomb should drop. I guess the cops figured he didn't figure either. That he hadn't seen the killer. They let Kiefer go, but I followed him outside. Professor Kiefer.
Oh, yes?
Remember me? Randy Stone.
Randy Stone? Oh, you're that newspaper reporter.
You say newspaper reporter as if it was a social disease instead of an occupation.
I'm very sorry. I've been under a strain.
I know.
You were in there just now?
It's a ritual. Every time somebody gets killed, a newspaper reporter has to be there. It's like those ancient tribes who painted themselves blue and danced around in circles.
Seems quite applicable.
Of course, you know I'm going to ask you questions.
Well, yes, certainly. Please do.
How did you get mixed up in this?
I'm not mixed up. Please don't put it that way. I most definitely am not mixed up in anything here. When they called me, I came. It seemed perfectly all right. It seemed perfectly legitimate.
The last time we talked, you didn't have much time for anything besides your research work.
That was a very flattering article. And I've had a chance to thank you.
Oh, it was a feather in my cap. Professor, let me put it another way. Why did you come down here?
That research you admired?
And still do.
It isn't exactly the road to untold wealth, you know.
You never impressed me as the kind of a man who was looking for the road.
Are you going to write me up again?
This is a mighty big murder, Professor Kiefer. The man who was killed in there tonight was one of the most influential men in the East.
My family, my wife. It just wouldn't be right to print my name with this thing. And I'm not part of anything in there. You must understand, Mr. Stone. When I came down here and saw what was here...
What did you see?
Well, they were a strange group. The way they talked, I knew something was wrong.
Like what?
Well, when I saw what it was, I refused. I told them I couldn't do anything for them. No, not couldn't. That's wrong. I wouldn't. I told them I wouldn't do what they asked.
For instance?
I turned them down. Isn't that enough? They wanted a communication system put in, and I said no.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you going to write this up?
Are you going to teach electronics?
I guess you have to. I suppose it's expected of you.
I wish there was something nice about you, Professor. I liked what I wrote the last time because I liked the way you thought. I liked telling people about it. Of course you know that Allied Investment is headquarters for one of the biggest bookie syndicates in the country.
No. No, I didn't.
Well, good night.
Mr. Stone.
Yeah?
Do you have a car?
Not here.
Would you like a lift home?
Thanks. There was a kind of desperation in his voice. He couldn't let me go without getting his name out of the story. And he talked. He kept repeating the story of how it happened, more as if he was convincing himself than me. He was really involved. He was a little too intense, trying a little too hard.
Mr. Stone, if you put my name into the story of the murder, I'll probably lose my job at the university.
I wasn't the only reporter there.
You were the only one who recognized me. You were the only reporter who knows my name.
The police know
When
you.
they let me go, I told them. I explained my position. They said they'd keep my name out of it. Maybe they'd call me again, but that they wouldn't release my name.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Kiefer, but... Well, if any other paper comes out with a story and your name is used,
You have to omit my name. Oh, now, look, Mr. Stone, why don't we talk some more? I'm sure... Well, I mean, it's just possible that I've forgotten something in the excitement. Forgotten, and I'll remember something more.
How about my office?
No. Perhaps you'd come to my home. I can think better there.
Sure, Professor, sure. I always give a man a chance to think and remember. I was still hunting for the reason. Nothing could have shaken this man 3 years ago. He believed in something then, something good, and still did. Only, maybe that was it. Maybe he didn't believe in himself anymore. His wife opened the door as we approached it. She was a pretty woman, bright and attractive looking. Only there was a third look. Fear.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're home.
Honey, I only went out for a few hours. Only a few hours, dear.
Yes, I know.
Oh, Betty, this is Randy Stone.
Stone?
Good evening, Mrs. Kiefer.
The reporter, Randy Stone?
Everybody seems to say it that way tonight.
Oh, come in, Mr. Stone, come in.
You did that article on my husband.
I'm the fella.
It was a very good article. It was a true picture of his work.
Betty, would you please put on some coffee?
Yes.
I said, would you put... Oh. Why that frown, honey?
A phone call.
The university?
No name. Mr. Stone, would you excuse us a moment?
I slumped into a chair and picked up a magazine, but I didn't look at it. I was watching the Kiefers whispering to each other in a corner of the dining room. The look on their faces spelled growing terror in banner headlines, and it wasn't hard to figure out that the long arm of the syndicate, which is sometimes longer than the arm of the law, reached right into this house and slapped a clammy hand over the professor's mouth. The professor had seen too much. When an associate professor of electronic engineering helps build a mechanical brain, you kind of expect it of him. But if he's in the office of an SP bookmaking syndicate when one of its head men gets knocked off, that isn't expected. To get your story, never follow what fits. An old city editor once rasped at me. Only follow what doesn't go together. Follow the contradictions. And that's what I followed. Professor Kiefer, a real contradiction. I followed him right into his living room where his wife had taken him aside to say the syndicate was worried about what the professor saw this evening. Kiefer walked back into the living room with her.
I've been trying to explain to Betty, Mr. Stone. I've been trying to convince her that I'm not involved. Now, would you tell her?
Well, I got there after it was all over.
But you saw the police release me. Would they have released me if I'd have been important?
They would have kept him much longer.
But you are involved. You went there. You were there when it happened. Somehow you're involved.
Darling, I told you I turned down their offer. I refused it. I told you that.
Then why the phone call?
That was a mistake. I'm sure when they realize the police are convinced I had nothing to tell them, when they see the police are convinced I had nothing to say.
Who are they? The board of directors of Allied Investment Limited?
It's only natural they take extra precaution. You see, Mr. Stone, to men like that, the world is populated with enemies, real and imagined. But all the world is an enemy.
A threat?
I do the same thing. An empty gesture, a warning, but meaningless.
Okay, Professor.
Well, maybe you'd like something stronger than coffee. Perhaps a drink?
I'll get...
No, dear, don't worry. I'll get them.
I don't understand. Oh, it's grotesque, Mr. Stone. It's like a thing one reads about, but it never happens to you.
I don't think there's much cause to worry unless your husband's called as a witness.
How could he be? He didn't see anything.
And there's nothing to be afraid of.
No. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Are you going to write up his work again, Mr. Stone?
Only if there's been some change made in the machine.
Or any change in the scientist? Is he as important as the machine?
Mrs. Kiefer, he's given up his research, hasn't he?
I don't know. He doesn't talk about it to me. He used to, but not anymore.
Your husband has pulled something important out of his life. That leaves a vacuum. And if I remember a very rusty high school course, something has to rush in to fill a vacuum.
I have no right to turn against him.
You're asking for help, Mrs. Kiefer. You're not turning against him.
I can't hold up much more.
But you're not turning against him.
Oh, to criticize him like this.
To ask for help.
Oh, yes. Yes, I probably am. I am asking for help. He did fill the vacuum.
A man who works nights must have that success drive.
You're a very perceptive man, Mr. Stone. And a kind one.
Not really. It's just that I have a twisted mind. I respond favorably to complete honesty.
Please don't be flippant.
It's the only way I can say that I want to help you and your husband.
Oh, here we are. I'm sorry the drinks took so long and the ice was stuck in the fridge. Here you are, Mr. Stone.
The drink was a formality. He wanted me to go so they could talk. I wanted to leave so I could take advantage of the time that was left. The syndicate doesn't make threats just to keep their muscle men out of mischief. They knew the professor saw something, but how could I convince him that his silence now would only get him a permanent silence? That maybe the storm would blow over, but it would take his head with it. I needed an expert, one who knew both science and scientists. The man was Dean Boswell, head of the Electronic Engineering School at the university.
Strange hour to come interviewing, Mr. Stone. Well, what is it you wanted to know?
A professor on your staff, a William Kiefer.
Oh, Professor Kiefer. Yeah? What about him?
You tell me.
A sensitive man, a good person.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough? What more does a man have to be in this world to be something important and valuable?
As a scientist?
Brilliant.
Well, have you noticed any change in his attitude toward his work? I mean in the last few years.
Mr. Stone, Good night, sir. I have no intention of discussing my teaching staff with you.
I'm only suggesting it to prove that
I said good night, Mr. Stone.
Just listen to me for half a minute.
Half a minute? Then good night.
I had to bust in this way, but I can't tell you why, not now. But will you take my word for one thing? He's in as much trouble tonight as he'll ever be in his life.
What's at stake, Mr. Stone?
His life.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like your expert advice.
On what?
Some telephones at Allied Investments Limited. On the way, Dr. Boswell and I exchanged points of information about Professor Kiefer. I was right in my judgment of him 3 years ago, and that his life was well worth trying to save. At Allied Investments, it took a little fast talking with the lieutenant who didn't like my bringing guests.
Why don't you sell tickets, Stone?
If you'll give me a little advance notice on these things, I'll try.
Oh, sure. We'll send out announcements.
And it's okay to go in?
Well...
Okay, thanks.
He didn't say yes.
Cops never say yes. They just don't kind of say no. Over here, Dr. Boswell.
Which one do you want me to start on?
I don't even know what you'll be looking for. Without another word, Dr. Boswell went to work. He moved around with as much animation as a man waiting for a bus, but he didn't miss anything. He followed the circuit wires and switches, controls, and feedbacks. The lieutenant didn't miss much either. He stood just watching and puffing slowly on a cigar. Boswell came back to me and dropped his bombshell.
I found it.
He found what?
It's a gobbler.
Try it again?
The device installed. It's a gobbler. It jumbles up the voice on this end and transmits it to the receiver on the other end, which returns the voice to its natural tone.
Pretty good for sending racing information across the state line, huh?
Perfect.
Phone company put it in?
Never. This was a private installation.
A radio repairman could have done it?
This isn't the most complicated of electronic devices, but it takes an expert, Mr. Stone. An expert.
One last question. Where's the control box?
That room, to your right and through the door.
The one where they found McNeil's body. Well, I guess that cuts it, Dr. Boswell.
I'd rather not hear your conclusions. There isn't anything more I can do.
You're right. It's mine. All mine. I dropped Dr. Boswell off at the university. There wasn't much to say to each other, but on the way back to the keepers, I had a lot to talk about. And all to myself. How would I open? How could I let him know I knew without scaring him more or making him defiant? Because he had to be convinced. He had to talk. He had to give witness against the killers. My problem was solved between the time I parked at the curb and rang the doorbell. A car pulled up across the street. Two very tough-looking gentlemen got out. But when they saw me going to Keefer's door, they sat back in their car and waited.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
I thought after our last talk you'd be glad to see me. Aren't you going to ask me in?
No.
I think I'd better come in anyway, Mrs. Kiefer.
What is it, honey?
They're parked across the street, Kiefer. They came just after I pulled up.
Well...
Now, don't worry, darling. It's all right.
It's all wrong, Professor. There isn't much time. Call the police. Now, get the phone and call them. Tell them...
I have no reason to believe that I'm in danger.
Look, you're too bright. I found out about the garbler, I know, and so does Boswell.
Boswell?
I took him with me. Now call the police.
Oh, please go away, Mr. Stone, please.
I didn't get you and your husband in trouble, Mrs. Kiefer. I only found out about it.
I've done nothing wrong, nothing. I've harmed no one.
Except yourself and your wife.
Moralizing doesn't fit you very well, Stone.
Granted, only I'm not moralizing. When I walk out that door, they walk in, and you won't walk again. How did a guy with your brain get into this? How? Why?
Because I have this brain, isn't that obvious?
Well, what you were doing was so great.
Really?
So...
And what do you know about it? An interview with me, an article? What did you find out? That the mechanical brain can compute and evaluate, but it pulls mathematical answers out of the air? But did I tell that 100 of these machines could throw millions of people out of work?
They'll find something else.
There isn't anything else for the semi-skilled. Only the people with training can survive. Mr. Stone, did I tell you about things we dream of the mechanical brain doing? Like running a steel mill, for example. Only the skilled can survive. And they're not being trained.
Then they'll be trained yet. That's progress. You're beating yourself over the head for doing something fine.
Drop a rock in a glass of water. What happens? The water spills over the sides. It's a theory called displacement.
Those men outside...
The devil with the men. You wanted to know why? Okay, then listen to why. You ask a question, listen to the answer. The water spills over the sides, but drop a machine, a think machine, a fantastic machine, into a large group of people, and it displaces some of them. Okay, now what happens when they spill over the sides? Water just runs out, but human beings break.
And what should we do? Smash everything?
I don't know. I don't care anymore. Can't you understand that? No one else thinks ahead. No one else thinks beyond today. Why should I? Get mine while I can. That's why I work for Allied.
Boswell isn't giving up.
Boswell is a visionary.
He's staying there. He's fighting for what you believe in.
Boswell is lost. It's a lost cause.
At least he's still trying to find the answer. No matter how misused his inventions are, but at least he's trying to find the answer.
Boswell can't see what he's doing. The killing.
Boswell doesn't condone murder. Not the murder of millions or the murder of one. Even the murder of a man like McNeil. But you do. Because you know who murdered McNeil.
Bill.
You can't turn back the clock, and you can't stop it from going ahead. But you can be decent and fight for what's decent. Only decency begins at home. You have to start with yourself. All right.
Police Department. This is Professor William Kiefer of the Allied.
I'm scared. Science hands us a batch of miracles, but what do we do with them? We're like kids playing with a box of matches. Sure. Matches will help build a fire to warm you, to cook food, to make steel. They can also burn down a house and everybody in it. Only when you were a kid, there was a mother or a father standing right there to say, no, you'll get burned. But we're supposed to be grown up now. There's nobody around to say we'll get burned, and science has just handed us a box of matches. I hope we grow up before we burn ourselves to death. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Hop McGuire as Randy Stone.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Funny things, stories. My kind of story shouldn't be scarce. There's drama, comedy, and tragedy in every life if you can only find it. Sometimes a guy can look too hard and too far, and all the time there's a live human story parked on his doorstep. That's what happened to me. I stopped to have a word with Stella, our junior receptionist. Nice kid, Stella. She hadn't been with the paper long, not long enough to lose that starry-eyed look. That kind of look that restores your faith in human nature. A fair-headed, sweet-looking kid with a wonderful, trusting smile. I don't think I was carrying a torch for her. I wasn't. I knew all about Ken Lockhart, that nice young guy who used to call for her. They made an ideal couple. On this afternoon, when I got back to my office, I found Stella Carruthers waiting for me.
You don't mind my waiting here, Mr. Stone?
Oh, that's okay, Stella. What's on your mind?
It's about Ken and me. Dad says we can't see each other anymore.
Maybe he has his reasons.
He won't give any reasons. And usually he's so sweet.
Does he know you've been going around with Ken?
Oh, yes, Mr. Stone. We've been friends and neighbors for years. Ken only lives 3 doors away with his uncle and aunt. Then last night, he came to see Dad to tell him we were going to be married.
To tell him or to ask him?
Well, it's the same thing.
There are 2 schools of thought on that. Go on.
Dad was furious. He said he had no idea that we were serious about each other. He behaved like one of those old-fashioned fathers in the movies. He absolutely forbade the marriage.
What about your mother?
Well, that's the funny part. She got quite agitated, and she agreed with Dad.
Didn't they give any explanation?
Ken asked for one, but they refused. Said it'd be better if we didn't know. Then Dad lost his temper and said we were not to see each other again.
I suppose that means you'll defy him.
I don't want to, but I must. I love Ken. They can't have anything against him. Oh, please help us, Mr. Stone.
Well, I'd like to, but... Well, honestly, I don't see what I can do.
Ken said he'd call for me just the same this afternoon, and at breakfast this morning, Dad said he'd call, so they'll probably meet here.
Yes, that would make it awkward.
If you just have a word with Dad. Please, Mr. Stone.
Me?
He might tell you what he's got against Ken.
Yes, he might at that, but it's none of my business.
You do help people. Everyone knows that. Won't you help us?
Well, I suppose I could try, but your father would be quite justified in giving me a poke in the nose.
No, Dad's not like that. I've never really seen him lose his temper until last night. Until then. And I was so happy. We had wonderful plans. And now...
Okay, Stella, I'll do what I can. But I don't hold out any hope.
As soon as Dad comes, I'll bring him into your office.
Suppose he and Ken arrive at the same time.
Dad will be here earlier, I know that. You will talk to him, won't you, Mr. Stone?
Sure. But I hope he's no heavyweight. Things just happened to me. There was I, with no story and an editor fit to be tied, offering my services to pacify an irate father. I was thinking over various methods of approach when Stella came in with a cheerful, tubby little guy with a very red face and twinkling blue eyes. Certainly not cast for the role of a heavy father. Still, you never can tell.
Mr. Stone? This is Mr. Carruthers, my father.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Stone. I always read your column.
Thanks. And I'm glad to know you, Mr. Carruthers. Take a seat.
I'll leave you two to have a talk.
Hold on, Stella. Where are you going?
I still have some work to do, Daddy.
You'll come back here. Don't you leave here without me.
I'll be back, Daddy.
Mr. Stone, I'd better go. I don't want Stella to...
Now, you take it easy, Mr. Carruthers. I know all about Stella and Ken Lockhart.
You know?
I know they're nice kids. They're in love. And you don't want them to marry.
Who told you?
Stella, of course.
Oh, Stella's all right. She's our only girl. I know it seems hard, but, well, we can't let her marry Ken Lockhart.
Why not?
Well, do I have to give a reason?
Not to me, but at least I think you owe them an explanation.
Yeah, maybe I do, but, Holly, it's not my place to say anything.
Mr. Carruthers, if you don't mind my saying so, you can't just forbid young people to see each other and leave it at that. That sort of paternal control went out with silent movies.
Well, I don't know what this has to do with you.
I don't either. But I like Stella and Ken. You say you love your daughter. Well, why turn her against you? She's hurt. She's bewildered. She's ready to defy you.
Oh, it's not easy, Mr. Stone.
I know young Lockhart's calling for her tonight. He's probably here now.
What?
Now, take it easy. I suggest that I get them both in here and you can iron out your troubles. Tell them your objections. If you don't, well, they'll probably run away together.
Yeah. Well, I guess you've got something there, Mr. Stone.
I know I have. Shall I send them in to you?
Bring them in. I'd like you to listen to it. I guess you think I'm pretty hard, but when you hear my reasons...
You don't have to give me your reasons, Mr. Carruthers. They don't concern me.
Well, if it comes to that, the whole thing doesn't concern you. But now that you've butted into it, you may as well see it out. I'll only talk to them if you stay here.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. I'll get them now. I seemed to have bought in as a witness to domestic strife, and there was no way out of it. I found Stella and Ken waiting in the vestibule. They looked young, pathetic, frightened, and in love. Suddenly I was scared, too. Scared to think that a stubborn man had the power to destroy their happiness. I took them into the office. They took refuge behind my desk and waited for events to take shape.
Oh, Dad, Mr. Stone said you wanted to talk to us.
That's so, but first I want to say that I've got nothing against Ken personally, and I'm sorry I lost my temper last night.
Then we can get married.
No, you can't. It's impossible.
But that's what you said last night. Why is it impossible?
Oh, you've no right to ask me. Ask your Uncle Phil.
My Uncle Phil? What's he got to do with it?
Did you tell him what happened at my house last night?
No, I don't get on too well with him. You know that.
You can't marry Stella, and that's flat.
You won't be able to stop us, Daddy. I don't know what's the matter with you. Don't you want us to be happy?
Oh, sure I do, Stella. You know that, honey, but, well, it won't work out this way.
Look, I'm tired of all this mystery. What's on your mind, Mr. Carruthers?
Well, Holly, it's not my place to tell you.
It is, Dad. I've got to know, too.
You said you'd tell them, Mr. Carruthers.
Okay, Mr. Stone. I'm a man of my word.
Let's hear it.
I'm sorry for you, Ken. Truly sorry. But you must understand...
Look, I'm not asking for sympathy. Please get on with it.
Okay. I don't want to tell you this, but you asked for it. Your father was a murderer.
What?
Dad. No.
He was a strangler. He choked a man to death. He was executed at Sing Sing.
It's not true. It can't be. They told me I was an orphan. Uncle Phil and Aunt Maud adopted me.
After your father had been executed and your mother died, they said it was a broken heart.
I don't believe it. And I don't care. How can you blame Ken?
Well, would any parents want their daughter to marry the son of a man who was executed for a brutal murder?
Are you sure this is true, Mr. Carruthers?
I worked in the law office that handled the case. It all took place in Cleveland, Ohio. A moneylender was strangled. Oh, it was 20 years ago. The murderer's name was Lockhart, Walter Lockhart. Most folk have forgotten about it by now. And no one knew that the little boy that the Grays adopted was the son of Walter Lockhart.
And Uncle Phil isn't...
He's your uncle, all right, by marriage. His wife, your Aunt Maud, was your mother's sister. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken, but that's how it is.
Ken, it doesn't make any difference to us.
Doesn't it?
Honey, it must make a difference. A strangler, son. It might be in the blood. A strangler?
Mr. Carruthers, I feel you're rather stretching the law of heredity. They can't live in the shadow of the past.
Well, what does Ken feel about it?
Ken, don't look like that. We can forget it all. The past can't harm us.
Why can't it? You heard what your father said. It might be in the blood. Look, Stella. These could be a strangler's fingers.
Ken, don't.
Like father, like son. That's what they say. It's a fact, isn't it, Mr. Stone?
Ken, this has been a great shock to you, but there's no reason why it should destroy your life.
A few words have done that already. Do you think I could dare to marry any woman, to carry on a string of murderers?
Now, hold it, Ken. Let me
I don't hear any more. Thanks for telling me, Mr. Carruthers. I'm grateful to you.
Grateful? Oh, no. Now, listen, son, I'm a father. I had to protect my daughter.
I tell you, it doesn't make any difference to me.
Stella, you must see it makes all the difference in the world.
Does that mean you don't love me?
Oh, I can't stop loving you, but I haven't the right to love anyone.
That's nonsense, Ken. Your father was condemned, not you.
I'm condemned too, Mr. Stone. If I were in Mr. Carruthers' place, I'd feel the same way.
Ken, let's talk about it together.
There's nothing to talk about, Stella. I'm sorry, but I'm going away.
Going away? Where?
Oh, does that matter? Try to forget we ever met. I'll try. Goodbye, Stella.
Ken, wait.
It's no use, Stella. Goodbye.
Ken, come back. Oh, let me go, Daddy. Let me go.
No, easy, honey. Easy. It's better this way.
I sat there helpless while Carruthers prevented Stella from going after Ken. What else could I do? After a while, Stella spoke. Her voice was dull, lifeless. That vivid, gay kid seemed to have aged. She spoke like a weary, disillusioned woman.
I want to go home now.
Sure. We'll go now, Stella.
I only want to go there so that I can get some of my things.
Some of your things?
I'm leaving home. I couldn't stay there anymore.
But, Stella...
I hate you.
Honey, is that fair?
Was it fair of you to tell Ken about his father? Is it fair for him to suffer because of what someone else did years ago?
Well, what can I say to her, Stone? I wanted to keep this from her. You made me tell.
Go home with your father. Don't blame him too much, Stella.
What does it matter?
Please, Stella. After all, I did try to help you, and I want to try again.
I don't care. I really don't care.
Will you give me a chance?
Yes, Mr. Stone.
Thanks. Better take her along now, Mr. Carruthers. I'll contact you soon. Brave words. Give me a chance. I'll contact you. I knew I had to do something, but what? I tried that night. I went to see Dr. Harris, a famous psychiatrist. He was an old friend of mine, and I thought he might be able to help. Now, Doctor, suppose a guy commits a brutal murder. Suppose he's a merciless killer. Could those traits be hereditary?
It could depend on a number of factors. Environment, for instance. If a child grows up in an environment of cruelty and ruthlessness, it's Quite likely that he'll follow in his father's footsteps.
Well, suppose the kid grew up in a totally different environment. Didn't even know his father was a killer.
Well, then it should have no effect on him at all.
That's what I thought. But suppose this kid grew up a fine, decent citizen, then suddenly found out that his father was executed for murder.
That's different.
You mean he might develop vicious traits?
That all depends. It'll probably prey on his mind. What are you getting at, Randy?
I know a kid. He was going to be married. He was happy, carefree. Then suddenly he found out about his father. It smashed his life, also the life of his girl. She's willing to carry on, but he won't.
I can understand that, Randy. The shadow of his father's crime would always cloud his marriage.
I guess you're right, Doc, but... Say, could a white lie save him?
A white lie?
Now, suppose someone found out that this killer wasn't his father, only his stepfather.
That'd help a lot. But it's not a responsibility I'd like to take.
Why not?
Suppose he found out the truth after his marriage. It could lead to tragedy.
Yes, it could at that. You got any suggestions?
If you could find some evidence in the father's favor, that he'd been provoked, that he killed in self-defense, that might help.
People don't usually strangle in self-defense.
I'm afraid they don't.
Well, thanks, Doc. I won't ask the fee because you haven't given me the cure. But I'll keep trying. I must. I kept trying to think of some way out, when suddenly I remembered that Ken Lockhart only lived 3 doors away from Stella's. I drove up to the house, got out, rang the bell, but it wasn't Ken who opened the door.
Yeah?
Oh, good morning. Is Ken Lockhart in?
No, doesn't live here anymore.
You know where he does live?
No, he left last night, said he wasn't coming back.
Did he say why he was leaving?
Didn't say anything. Who are you, mister?
My name is Stone, Randy Stone from the Daily.
A newspaper man?
That's right.
What do you want with Ken?
I want to talk to him about a murder.
A murder?
One that took place 20 years ago in Cleveland.
You mean his father? Did Ken find out?
Yes. That's why he left home.
Who told him?
He wanted to marry Stella Carruthers, and her father was...
So that's it. Old man Carruthers knew all about it.
Tell me what you know about the murder.
Why don't you look up the old newspaper files?
I have. You were Walter Lockhart's partner. He owed a lot of money to a financier called Gregory. He was being pressed for payment. He went to Gregory to plead with him. The next morning, Gregory was found strangled. A lot of his money was missing, and some of it was found in Walter Lockhart's room.
You got the whole thing dead right.
Lockhart never admitted his guilt. He protested his innocence right to the end.
You can't blame him for that.
You gave evidence against him, Mr. Gray.
I did my duty. I warned Walter about getting into that. He wouldn't listen to me, and that night he said he was going to settle with Gregory once and for all.
I read the evidence.
What else do you want to know?
Suppose you help me with Ken Lockhart. Tell him you believed in his father's innocence. Try to convince him that he was wrongly executed.
Are you crazy?
Don't you think it would be worthwhile doing that?
I know Walter did it. I am not going to tell lies for you or anyone else.
But for Ken's sake.
He's old enough to look after himself. He's had all he's gonna get from me. Good day to you.
So that was that. No help from Phil Gray. I walked thoughtfully back to the car. I was just going to get in when I saw a little gray-haired, careworn woman waiting by the car.
Hey, mister.
Yes?
I'm Maud Gray, Ken's aunt.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Gray.
I heard you talking to Phil. I was listening. And I can tell you Walter Lockhart didn't kill Gregory.
He didn't? But how do you know?
Never you mind. But I'm telling the truth. One man died for a murder he didn't commit. But I can see his son suffer.
But do you have any evidence? Or do you just think?
I tell you I know. If you want any information, go to see old Steve Dawson in Cleveland. He was Gregory's partner. He's still got the business on Lake Street.
Maud, where are you?
Oh, dear, I'll have to go. If you want the truth, mister, you'll find it in Cleveland.
Maud!
The old woman scuttled away, and I got into the car. I bypassed Stella Carruthers' home and drove to the office. After a brief, pointed conversation with the editor, I found myself on a plane bound for Cleveland. I didn't know what I was chasing. It could have been a wild goose.
I had no trouble locating Steve Dawson when I got to Cleveland. He received me straight away. He was a little dried-up guy with sharp, restless eyes. A cagey customer.
Well, Mr. Stone, what can I do for you?
You can supply me with some information.
To do with finance?
No. To do with crime.
Crime? You're a newspaper man, aren't you?
Yes.
I know nothing about crime. My business has always been open and above board. If you're looking for a crime story...
I want to know something about a man who once was your partner. A man called Gregory.
Why?
Who murdered him?
Walter Lockhart was accused of the murder.
He was found guilty.
So what? They executed him? That was the finish of the case.
Not quite, Mr. Dawson. Walter Lockhart left a son.
A son? Yes. Yes, that's right, sir, he did.
I'm trying to help that boy. I want to prove his father wasn't a murderer.
The law decided he was.
The law could be wrong.
Why drag everything into the open again? It's all over and done with.
It can never be over and done with while Ken Lockhart lives under the shadow of his father's crime. If you can help that boy, you should.
That's no business of mine. Who told you to ask me?
Mrs. Gray.
Maud?
Yes.
That's strange.
Why?
She was in love with Gregory. She used to meet him privately. I know Phil Gray found out.
You mean you think Gray killed Gregory and put the blame on his partner?
Because I think it. It doesn't mean it's right.
But surely Mrs. Gray...
A wife can't testify against her husband. Besides, she had plenty to hide. I think they took Lockhart's kid as a sort of compensation. But it's all so long ago, you can't dig out the evidence now. Of course, if Maud decides to talk...
I wonder why she sent me to see you.
I couldn't say. But Maud never did anything straightforward. She always went the roundabout way. Excuse me. Hello? Who? Oh, I see. Okay, tell him to wait. I'll buzz when I want him. You sure started something, Mr. Stone.
What do you mean?
There's a Mr. Ken Lockhart asking to see me.
Ken? Here? Must have come by train.
Shall I get him in?
Please.
Strange how you can push a thing out of your mind, and then suddenly, years later, it can bounce up and hit you. I never gave a thought to Lockhart's kid. Come in.
Mr. Dawson?
That's my name. You know Mr. Stone?
Mr. Stone?
I'm down here on business, Ken.
Aunt Maud told me to come here. She wouldn't say anything else.
She told me the same thing.
Well, what does it mean?
If my guess is right, it means your father was not a murderer.
Mr. Stone, you're serious?
Perhaps Mr. Dawson will be good enough to tell you what he's just told me. We got the story from old Dawson. There wasn't much of it, but enough to give us a lot of hope. I got a seat in the plane for Ken, and he flew back to New York with me. We went to my apartment to plan out our campaign. Well, it's up to you, Ken. Do you want to make it a police matter?
No, I don't, Mr. Stone. Aunt Maud's been pretty good to me, but Uncle Phil...
Uncle Phil let your father go to the electric chair.
We can make them both talk. Look, all I want's a confession for my own peace of mind and for Stella.
Let's go and find out about it. We got into the car and started our long, silent drive to Gray's home. When we got there...
Mr. Stone, what's happened? The crowd, the police.
Something screwy here. Here, stick by me, Ken.
I don't get it.
You soon will. Oh, I know that, Cap. Hey, what gives, Casey?
Oh, hey, Randy. Nothing here for you, just an accident.
What happened?
Oh, just an old couple dozed off in front of a gas fire. Fire must have gone out or they left the gas on. All the windows closed. And that's all there is to it. No mystery, no foul play. Seemed a harmless old couple. Name of Gray.
Both dead?
Very.
Thanks, Casey. There's nothing here for me.
Okay, Randy. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Sure. Come on, Ken. We went back to the car. There didn't seem to be anything to say. I got in heavily, and Ken got in beside me.
No, we'll never know, Mr. Stone.
That was an accident, Ken. She did it. That was her way of making atonement.
We'll never know that for sure.
We've got to take it for granted, Ken. That's why she sent us to Cleveland.
Maybe. Hey, look, there's Stella coming out of the gate. I'd better drive away, Mr. Stone.
Nuts.
Ken, darling, it's all right. Dad got a letter, special delivery, from Mrs. Gray.
A letter?
She told us everything. Your father didn't commit that murder. That's why...
The gas?
Yes, we got the letter afterwards. Oh, Ken, Dad wants to see you. It's going to be all right.
You can't kiss a girl through a car window. Get out and do it properly, man. I was best man at the wedding, too. Well, Ken got a cute wife, and the Daily lost a good junior receptionist. Me? I'm thinking of telling the editor where he gets off one of these days. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents Night Beat.
And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways.
Statistically speaking, someone once said a story is born every 15 seconds. Could be, but you've got to go out in the night and dig for it. Dig behind love and hate and fear. Probe for that story that fills up tomorrow's paper. Only sometimes it just doesn't seem important. Nothing seems important except maybe to change the ribbon in your typewriter, empty the ashtray, clean out the bottom drawer of the desk. I had a couple of tired items I'd been keeping for just such an occasion. I wrote them, rewrote them, and threw them in the wastebasket. Because a night beat is a matter of legwork. Only one way to do it. Mohammed has to go out to the mountain. So I put on my coat, got my hat, and started out. I was just walking out of the city room. I'd opened the door to the hall, and I looked right into a pair of inquiring blue eyes.
Pardon me.
Oh, sure.
I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for a newspaper man.
Well, if you're not too particular, I'm a reporter. My name is Randy Stone.
Oh. Would you be interested in a story, Mr. Stone?
So the mountain does come to Mohammed.
What? I don't understand.
It's just a figure of speech. Come on in. We can sit down.
Oh, no. I'd rather stay out here in the hall.
Okay. Well, let's hear it.
Oh, wait. Is it true that newspapers will pay money to get a big story? A really big story?
Oh, they've been known to, if it's important enough. And it's an exclusive.
How much would they pay?
Well, look, I can't set a price. That's up to the publisher. Besides, it depends. What do you have to sell?
Well, I'm married to a communist spy.
Why tell me? Why don't you go to the FBI?
But they won't pay anything. I've got to have money. And you've got to promise me you won't tell them until after you've paid us.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Hold it. If you've got a story, my boss will be happy to buy an exclusive, but not behind the government's back.
Oh, you can tell the FBI. I didn't mean you couldn't give them the facts, but we've got to be safe first. Don't you see? We've got to be safe.
Now, wait. Before everybody gets in an uproar, let's find out if you have got a story. Where is your husband?
I'll take you to him.
In my trade, you can't ever afford to overlook a lead because the most implausible things turn out to be true, and the most plausible, phony. I went down the elevator with a girl. And how long have you known about your husband?
Mr. Stone, there's somebody following us.
Huh? No, there's nobody following.
Yes, there is. Back there. He just stepped into the shadows of that doorway.
Yeah, there is someone. Wait for me at the cab stand. She went on ahead. I stopped, went through my pockets like I'd forgotten something. Something I can do for you, bud.
Hello, Stone.
Louis Martel. Aren't you in the wrong neighborhood?
I want to talk to you.
I'm busy. See me tomorrow.
You'll see me now. Am I pointed enough?
Louis, when are you going to quit sticking a gun in people's ribs? Don't you know the smart thugs don't do it anymore?
Maybe I'm not smart, but I'm effective. You know what I mean? And I got my eye on you, Stone, so play ball.
What's that supposed to mean?
That column you wrote yesterday. The boys didn't like it. They told me to tell you they didn't like it.
Well, that's the highest praise I've ever had. Now, if you don't mind, I'm in a hurry.
Well, I'm ready. You said on the paper we was in for a surprise. You said somebody was going to push us out of business. Where'd you get that idea?
Professional secrets. I never divulge the source of my information.
What kind of double talk is that?
I'm like a doctor, a lawyer. How would you like it if I knew something about you and I spill? Wouldn't be very nice of me, would it?
No. Wouldn't be healthy either.
Now get out of my way, Louis, and go play hood someplace else.
Okay. But keep something in mind, Stone. Don't hold out on us. You know, even cops get hurt sometimes.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I walked away from the gunso. By the time I got around the corner, the adrenaline in my body had subsided to something like normal. Because I'm no different than anybody else. You stick a gun in my ribs, I turn cold inside. By the time I got to the cab stand, I was annoyed in more ways than one than Louis had stopped me. Because Mrs. Grix wasn't there. But I wasn't especially surprised. If she had been telling the truth, she'd run out of fear. And if she hadn't, well, you run into it all the time. I walked about 2 blocks, and I was crossing the street when a cab pulled up.
Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Grix.
Get in.
I thought you'd taken a powder on me.
Who's that man who was following us?
No, he wasn't following you. He was following me.
Why? Why should he follow you?
No, it was nothing. Forget it. Just a cheap thug who's sore over some publicity I gave him.
Well, I think you've shaken him off. I don't see him anywhere.
You know, I'm beginning to believe you're serious about this cloak and dagger stuff.
Yes, Mr. Stone. Dead serious.
And you'd sell your husband down the river for a few pieces of gold? This must be a great love.
You don't understand. Rudy wants to quit. He wants the American people to know... He must make them realize the danger before it's too late. He wants to help them.
He does?
Oh, he realizes he's done a lot of harm to America, but he couldn't help himself.
They twisted his arm.
They sent him here from Czechoslovakia. They told him all kinds of lies.
And now he's seen the light.
I'm afraid you don't believe me.
If what you say is true, and he's so anxious to square books, why didn't he come himself?
He's afraid. He's in constant fear.
Of what?
The secret police.
In New York?
Oh, I know what you're thinking. When I lived in Kansas, I wouldn't have believed it either. But Rudy's country, well, things are different. You can't know what it's like, Mr. Stone, to know you're being spied on, to wonder who's going to kill you and when.
It seems to me what you need is protection, not money.
If you're not interested, Mr. Stone, maybe I ought to go to another paper.
I didn't say I wasn't interested, but one thing I don't quite get makes me skeptical. When we splash this story on the front page, what good is money going to do you?
With money, we can lose ourselves. I know where we can get a little farm, way off the beaten track.
In Kansas?
Please don't ask me. I can't tell you.
Incidentally, where's this cloak and dagger operation going on?
At the circus.
The circus?
Yes. Rudy's a clown. The high wire clown.
She didn't talk the rest of the way to the circus lot. She just sat and stared moodily out of the window. The circus was in progress when we got there. It had about half an hour to go before it broke. Mrs. Grix took me through the back way, zigzagging between performers' trailers to a dressing room tent, the well-known Clown Alley. She pulled me back into the shadows as 4 or 5 clowns passed on their way to the big top.
Now, Rudy will be alone. We can go in.
We walked into the tent, past the long row of dressing tables and mirrors to the end, where a man wearing the most incredibly melancholy clown makeup sat staring into the mirror.
Rudy, I've brought someone to talk to you.
Oh? To talk to me? What about?
You know, Rudy. You know what about.
My name is Stone, Mr. Griggs. Randy Stone. I'm with the Daily, and your wife has told me...
Rudy, I was right. They pay for stories.
What an incredible country this is. Imagine paying money for news.
And, of course, we'll have to have proof.
Rudy, my friend, is it not time for... Oh, I did not know you have company.
It is all right, Kavax.
You are on in a few minutes, Rudy.
Yes, I know. Every day I am on at the same time. I am not likely to forget.
That is good. I only come to remind you of your duty. Excuse me.
Who is that man, Rudy?
But that is Kovacs. You know Kovacs.
Rudy, I've never seen him before in my life.
Jane, why don't you go to your tent and rest? Relax like the doctor told you.
Doctor? What are you trying to do to me?
About the story, we'll have to have documentation of every fact you give us.
What is this, documentation that I give you? I don't understand.
Well, we can't just print that you're a spy. We have to substantiate it.
Spy? Jane, is that... Did you tell this man that I was a spy?
Rudy, please, he can help us.
Jane, go to your quarters.
But Rudy...
Jane, do as I tell you.
Rudy!
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Stone. She will be all right. She has not been well. She fell from a trapeze, you know. Very serious fall, damage to the brain.
Oh.
Poor Jane has it in her mind that I need money to disappear because I'm afraid of the communist secret police. I suppose she told you this, huh?
Yes.
Did she tell you I was chosen as a master spy because of the freedom with which I travel with the circus? That I'm used as a clearinghouse of all espionage in your country? That I'm in contact with the head of the underground in every major city? That I am indeed the most important spy in America?
Well, no, she wasn't quite that explicit.
According to Jane, my life is not worth what you Americans call the plug nickel.
That must have been some fall she took.
It was unfortunate, yes. Any minute she expects none other than Mavlik to appear and eliminate me.
Mavlik? The big Iron Curtain hatchet man?
Fantastic, no? Poor Jane. She worries more about foreign intrigue than the State Department. No, Mr. Stone, I'm afraid I'm just a clown. Just a simple clown who knows how to stay on a high wire without falling off and breaking his neck. I'm sorry you have been caused so much trouble. I have to go now. I'm on in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Why do you look at me like that, so searching?
I was just wondering what you looked like under the makeup.
Oh, I'm just an ordinary guy like anybody. No, there's no story in me, Mr. Stone.
He walked out of Clown Alley, and I stood there a while feeling like a batsman that had been taken out of the play. Big international story, and it ends up to be a mental mirage. I heard a big laugh go up. Somebody was having fun. And since I'd gone to all the trouble to come to the circus, the least I could do was to catch Rudy's act. I slipped into the big top, feeling like a kid who sneaked in for free. And from the performer's entrance, I watched Rudy Greeks, the clown with a sad face, high on the top of the tent, killing the crowd with his crazy antics on the high wire. He'd take a couple of clumsy, uncertain steps, start to fall with no net beneath him. The crowd shrieked. He grabbed the wire, regained his footing, scratched his ribs with one hand, his head with the other, and they roared with laughter. Then they shrieked again. But this time they didn't laugh, because there wasn't anything to laugh about. Because Rudy wasn't on the high wire anymore. Rudy had plummeted to the ground. And I was in the inner circle of circus people who stood looking down at Rudy with the awesome realization that it might have happened to any one of them. He wasn't dead, but his back was broken. They carried him on a stretcher to the medical tent. I waited outside. A worried-looking, red-faced man came out. How is he?
Bad. Doc says it's just a matter of minutes. Say, I don't know you, do I?
I'm Randy Stone, newspaperman.
Jumping your beauty. I need you like a hole in the head. Look, soft pedal this, Mac, will you? Go easy. It puts a jinx on a show when there's been an accident.
Who are you?
Me? I'm Cassidy. I own this outfit. And with the season we've had and a thing like this happening... Say, what did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Then you must be the guy he's asking for.
Who?
Rudy. You'd better get in there.
Wait, Cassidy, where's his wife? She ought to be here.
Wife? He hasn't got a wife.
Are you sure?
Look, I know who's with this show and who isn't.
But he told me...
Look, if you want to talk to him, you'd better get in there.
Stone. Stone, Mr. Stone.
I'm here. I'm right here.
Oh. Are you alone?
Yes.
I haven't much time. Now, listen carefully.
Yes?
Don't let anything happen to Jane. They mustn't do anything to Jane.
Who, Rudy? Who would hurt Jane?
Kovacs, Mavlik. It was all true what I said Janie mentioned. All true. She thought we could get a farm that would have been nice, a farm. Lose ourselves. But you don't. You can't. There's no hiding.
Easy. Take it easy.
You'll get her, Mr. Stone. You must protect her.
I'll do what I can.
Oh. I kept it secret on my age to protect her. But I was wrong. Wrong to dream. There are no secrets from public.
Rudy, what happened up there on the high wire? How did you fall?
My shoe. My shoe.
Rudy. Rudy, this was no accident. This was murder. A clown falls off a high wire and dies. This is a story. But it's not the story that pulled me to the circus. Of the two people that were involved, one was dead. And where was the other? What had happened to her, the wife of Rudy Griggs? The girl had been so mortally afraid for him. Why hadn't she been there when he died? These were some of the things that were on my mind when Cassidy grabbed me.
So he had his shoe repaired. Well, that doesn't prove anything. He was a tightwad. He'd never spent money on anything.
I have a feeling even a tightwad would spend money on his shoes if his life depended on them.
What are you reaching for, Stone? You think somebody in my show killed him?
That's for the cops to figure out. What did you know about Rudy Griggs?
Oh, not much. He was a good performer.
His wife claims he was a communist spy.
Oh, that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. He didn't have a wife.
He said different. How about a tall blonde girl named Jane, used to be an aerialist?
Jane? She's not married. Oh, Rudy was nice to her, but then we all were. She took a bad fall last year, hit her head. Hasn't ever been the same since. We keep her around because we're sorry for her.
Where is she now? Where can I find her?
Well, you might try the wardrobe tent. That's where she works.
But she wasn't at the wardrobe tent. I checked all over the lot. I couldn't find her anywhere. The story kept slipping in and out of my fingers. What was truth? What was fiction? Anyway, one thing was clear. I would have to give what little I knew to the police. There was no telephone on the circus lot, so I started away to make a call outside. I walked out, down the empty midway, past the freak exhibits, the lemonade stands now closed for the night, the fortune-telling tent. No one was around. Everything was closed, battened down, except for the shooting gallery. As I passed by it, one man was putting out the lights, racking up the guns. The man who had reminded Rudy of his entrance cue, Kovacs.
Do not move. Stand where you are.
I could barely see him in that dim light, but what I saw made me do exactly as he ordered. He had a rifle trained on me.
Come over here. Closer. No, don't put your hands in your pockets. Put them on the counter. That is fine.
What do you want?
I understand you are looking for Mrs. Griggs.
Yes.
I can take you to her.
Never mind that. Just tell me where she is.
You seem to misunderstand, Mr. Stone. I said I will take you to her.
He backed away from me, racked the rifle, but as quickly as he put it away, another gun appeared in his hand. A Luger.
If you make any attempt to run, to get away, to scream, I will kill you. Now walk straight ahead of me, down the midway, to that car parked on the corner.
It was the second time in one night that I had a gun stuck into my ribs, and I found myself wishing it was still only Louis Martel's automatic. A hometown hood in my own neighborhood. This I could understand. This I could cope with. But Kovacs, he was something else again. We got into the car. A sedan.
You drive.
Why don't you drive? Or don't you know how to handle an American car?
There is no need to be insolent. Drive. I will tell you where to go.
I thought I knew New York, but so did my friend with the Luger. He gave the directions. I followed them. We didn't cover much territory, actually. We kept circling around the same area. Why the Cook's tour?
Precautionary measure.
You know the town pretty well.
I have been here many times. Drive, don't talk.
It was like everything had been tonight, around and around in circles. Pretty soon he tired of it, or else he felt safe. We drove back the way we had come, past the park, the museum, and there at the far end of the circus encampment, out of hearing of any other trailers, we stopped at a luxury house trailer parked on the riverfront. He got out of the car and held the door open for me. We walked to the trailer steps.
Go on. Open the door. Step inside.
Mr. Stone!
It was Mrs. Jane Griggs. I recognized her from the clothes she wore. It would have been hard to recognize her from her face. It had been beaten almost beyond recognition. She was huddled in the corner, sobbing. And seated comfortably on the couch, smoking a cigarette, was an overly handsome, blond young man.
Come in, come in. Close the door, Kovacs. Well, Mr. Stone, it was nice of you to come with Kovacs. But then Kovacs has always been inordinately persuasive.
From the looks of Mrs. Griggs' face, I'd say you were pretty persuasive yourself.
I have that reputation.
You wouldn't be Mavlik, would you?
You have heard of me? This I do not like.
Mavlik, he knows about the shoe.
Your situation becomes more and more unfortunate, Mr. Stone. But you are just in time for what you Americans call the second show. Mrs. Griggs, where is the information that your husband has collected for us?
I don't know. I told you I don't know.
You're lying, Mrs. Griggs.
But I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
You do know.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Then let me refresh your memory. Rudy Griggs was sent here for a very definite purpose. To correlate information from our scattered agents all over the country. And to pass the information on to us. And he did his job well. Until he married you. That was his mistake.
No, you made the mistake. It wasn't me. I didn't change his mind. It was being able to go from state to state without showing papers, to do what he wanted without asking permission. For the first time in his life, to think for himself.
All right. If you won't cooperate, we go back to the first way.
Leave her alone.
Correct. Hold him.
Well, you stupid, let go of me.
Don't be so impatient, Mr. Stone. Your turn is next.
Oh!
Scream all you want to. No one will hear you.
Please, please. I'll tell you anything if you promise to leave Rudy alone.
Of course we will. Where is the information?
Don't sell out, Mrs. Griggs. It's too late. Rudy's dead.
Yeah.
Shut up!
You shouldn't have killed him. Now you'll never find out because I don't know. No one knew but Rudy. Rudy.
He was with Rudy when he died. Maybe he told him.
Excellent, Kovacs. Well, Mr. Stone, aren't you frightened?
Of what? Thugs like you? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm no hero, but I cut my teeth on your caliber. New York is a rough city.
Yes, I've seen your gangster movies. Effective but blunt. Very blunt indeed. You will see we are going to give you a night you won't forget.
I'm sure I can depend on it.
Oh, yes, you can depend on it. Like you can depend on our one day liberating your people, too, from your antiquated ideas.
If it weren't so ironic, it'd be funny.
It amuses you?
Not that. I was just thinking of a guy I know named of Louis Martel, whose biggest worry in life is that some other gang might take over one little neighborhood in New York.
When we take it over, it will be definite, conclusive. It will be everything.
This you'll have to prove.
Don't worry, Stone. They'll never meet you.
The Marines had landed. It was the right entrance, but the wrong character. Louis Martel standing in the doorway with an automatic in his hand. Why?
So, you're the guy that's gonna take over, huh?
Come back!
No, you don't, sweetheart. Yeah. That's what happens to guys that try to muscle in. Now, you, Stone, you're quite a cute character. Thought you could shake me, huh? Trying to lose me at the circus while you made contact with these out-of-town punks.
You got it all wrong, Louis.
Yeah, sure. Now, the point is, what am I gonna do about you and the dame?
Louis, behind you, look out. Kovac's gonna shoot.
Ha! Won't work, Stone. That gag's as old as the hills. Wait a dirty rat. In the back.
Yes, Kovac, though mortally wounded, had enough strength to shoot. A great international story. I believed it. I bought it. But I couldn't print it because I couldn't prove it. The cops, they pegged it for a gang killing, and you couldn't blame them. That's how it looked, 3 dead hoodlums. I told my story to the FBI. I told them the blonde man was Mavlik. They thought it was very plausible, even interesting. But his identification read Herman Kennedy, Pittsburgh. They almost believed me when Mrs. Greeks backed me up. That is, until they checked and found out she'd had a bad fall and hadn't been the same since. Oh, they were nice about it. Told me to come back if I ever got any proof. That chance. But there is one interesting slant to the whole case. Louis Martel. Gangster, killer, hero. Yeah, that's right. He didn't know it, but in a crazy sort of a way, that's what he was. A hero.
Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in the city's morgue. The poor devil lying on a hard slab. Murdered through the courtesy of Randy Stone. Corpse in a dark alley was the business at hand. In a big city, a dead man is a pretty impersonal thing. But I had a special interest in this one because they wanted me to identify him. So here I was in the early morning, standing beside a sheet-covered slab. Then the policeman nodded, and the attendant pulled back the sheet.
Well?
Yes, that's him. That's Ted Carter.
Right, that does it. We had to get positive identification, Randy, and you were the only one we could reach. Sorry I had to get you out of bed.
That's all right.
Well, I suppose that winds it up. Be seeing you, and thanks for the trouble.
I walked away from that policeman as if he had the smallpox and I'd never been vaccinated. When I hit the street, it was raining. The sky was gray. There was a cold chill in the air. I waited for a cab, thinking for the first time how I hated this city, hated it. Because somewhere in that rain was Ted's killer. What was he doing now? Sleeping? Having his morning coffee? Waiting for the first editions to come out to see how well he'd done? You'd have to look hard to find anything about Ted. Page 6. Ex-hoodlum found shot. Period. When you're an ex-anything, that's a nice way of saying you're dead, brother. Lie down. Then a cab showed up. I went over to see Ted's girl, Joan. As soon as she opened the door, I knew she'd found out. Her face looked pinched and pale. Her eyes were red, just as if she'd squeezed out the last tear.
Oh, Randy, why did it have to happen like that?
I'm sorry, Joan. You didn't go down to see?
No, I couldn't.
Sure, I understand. Who do you think did it?
I don't know. He told me he was finished with the rackets.
What was he doing, Joan? Who had he been mixed up with?
He didn't tell me anything. I didn't ask him. I believed him when he told me he was going straight.
I'm going to find out who killed him, Joan.
You and Ted lived in different worlds.
Who was the last chap he worked for, Joan? Who got sore when Ted decided to go straight?
I don't know. I don't know.
Joan didn't know. I went around to the old haunts, his former friends. They didn't know. The cops didn't know. Ted had kicked around in this city among all these people for 28 years. And now, suddenly, it was as if he'd never lived at all. Then I remembered his ex-wife.
A little item with baby blue eyes and red hair. Laverne Claire. Even after he met Joan, he'd kept sneaking back to Laverne, like a drunk trying to decide whether to spend his last pennies phoning Alcoholics Anonymous or buying a glass of Plonk. I went looking for Laverne. She had the number 4 spot in one of those 5 times a day shows on the untidy side of town. When I got there, I had to wait till the fleshy part of the entertainment was over. Then I went to her dressing room. Ted spent a lot of time telling me how crazy he was about you, Laverne.
Yeah. He was a good scout.
He liked to tell me about the way you looked when you danced.
Did he? Where's my drink?
Here. Who do you think killed him, Laverne?
Look, Mr. Stone, you're a nice bloke. You don't want to get mixed up with Bailey. I want a drink.
Bailey?
I didn't say Bailey.
So it's Bailey, huh? Bailey? He's had his claws around this town's throat for quite a while. So Ted knew something and he had...
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Get out of here right away, you understand?
Yeah. I'm beginning to understand. So I had a lead. Only what a lead. Bailey, a new type gangster. Suite of offices in the Loop. A home in the country. Patron of the arts. After I told Joan of my lead, I went to see my policeman pal.
Bailey? Randy, you surprised me. You don't really expect me to arrest Bailey.
Want to bet?
What have I got to go on?
Arrest him on suspicion. Sweat it out of him.
Sure. Just like that.
So you won't touch Bailey?
Give me something to go on and I'll get him. But it's got to be good, Randy. It's got to be good.
All right. I'll be back. I couldn't stop. I was like a snowball. Somebody started rolling down a hill. Ted was dead because he believed in me. I couldn't forget that any more than I could forget my name. Then I remembered my job. The paper? Sure, why not? What? Big shot racketeer sends for his aspirin every time someone mentions the back alley murder of Ted Carter. When is the law going to wake up and change the address of Mr. B from a luxurious penthouse to a cold, condemned cell?
Listen to this, Mr. Bailey. Stone's latest little offering. When are the police going to bring in the Carter killer?
Let me see it, Jerry. And if they don't know who it is, I'll give them a hint. Think of Daly and reach for the letter B.
How long's he going to get away with that?
Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
I want Randy Stone.
You got him.
I'll say it only once, Mr. Stone.
Huh?
I don't like this kind of publicity.
Oh, you must be Bailey.
I'm asking you to stop.
Real polite-like, huh?
That's right. Polite. So what's the good word, Mr. Stone?
The good word? I got a whole sack full. If you get a copy of the Daily first thing tomorrow, you'll see him right under my byline.
Now listen, Stone.
Something like this. When are the local gendarmes going to knock on Mr. Bailey's door with a warrant for his... Okay. So he doesn't want a preview. They'll let him pay fourpence. Well, that was more like it. I started feeling like one of those uranium prospectors when the Geiger counter starts to click. So Bailey was beginning to squirm, huh? Well. On him it looked just fine. I worked late on my copy that night, giving Bailey enough needles to sew a circus tent. I was feeling pretty good when I headed for home. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. I didn't have to shut the door. It was shut for me.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Stone. My name's Jerry.
Well, Jerry, as long as you're here, make yourself at home.
You're a humorist, aren't you? Like your friend, Ted Carter.
What do you know about Ted Carter?
He was a regular card.
Okay, what do you want?
Mr. Bailey sent me over to take a look at you.
Your boss?
Mr. Bailey.
And you, your little boy Blue, huh?
Yeah, a wisecracker, all right.
Tell that boss of yours I'll be dropping around to see him for an interview.
He doesn't want it that way. He sent me to see you instead.
Yeah?
Mr. Bailey wants me to teach you a lesson with this blackjack. Here. Mr. Bailey hasn't got a sense of humor. Wisecracker.
I woke up with a nice view of my ceiling. A sign outside the window flashed on and off. And every time it flashed on, it was like that pal of Bailey's with his blackjack testing his strength on my skull and doing fine. After a while, I crawled into the bathroom and held my head under a cold tap until my eyes came back into focus. And I cleaned up, changed clothes, and found a cab. It was 11:15 when I reached Joan's apartment. I had to knock a long time before she came to the door. She was rubbing the sleep out of her eyes.
Randy, come in.
Thanks, honey.
What happened to you?
Surprise party. By the same people who surprised Ted.
Wait, I'll get some bandages.
That's not why I came.
No?
When Ted quit the rackets, what did he do with his gun?
He left it with me to show he was on the level. Why?
I want Ted's gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Never mind, just get me the gun.
No, Randy. No, you'll only...
The gun!
Where are you going?
Wentworth Towers. Bailey has an office there.
You're walking right into a trap. They'll kill you like they killed Ted.
If I don't go, Jerry will be coming around again. You see, either way, it's no good. At least this way, I say when. When I got to Wentworth Towers, it was almost midnight. The streets were deserted. The only sounds were distant traffic. The front door was locked. The only light in the lobby came from the night lift. An old man sat inside the lift, dozing.
Hey there! Nobody in the building now. All the offices are closed.
Not all of them, Pop. I have an appointment with Mr. Bailey.
You have? Okay, I'll take you up. 11th floor. Come on.
The lift came to a stop on the 11th floor. The doors opened, and Jerry stepped out of the darkness. Only his gun was in his fist.
Take us downstairs, Pup.
Sure thing, Jerry.
I want to see Bailey.
We know. But Bailey doesn't want to see you. Say, keep your hands out of your pockets. Let me see where you got there, Stone. A gun. Pretty nice, thanks.
Don't mention it. I'm always handing out souvenirs.
You go out first, Pup, and open the street door.
All right, Jerry. I'll get it open for you.
Everything all right, Pup? Is it all clear?
Why don't you get out there and see?
Here, I'll help you. Hey, what the...
I shoved Jerry out and started the lift going up. I could see little lights blink on the instrument panel as I passed each floor. Bailey was on the 11th floor, and I was getting closer. 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 It stopped. I kept punching the button again and again. The lift wouldn't budge. I tried to open the door, but it was sealed tight. The signals on the panel said I was stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors. The little boy Blue and the old man had gone to the basement and switched off the power of my lift. I was trapped. But as long as I was between floors, they couldn't get to me either. Little Boy Blue reasoned it out this way, too.
How are we going to get this lift down here so we can get at him?
You wait here. I'll go down to the basement and get him down to the third with the emergency crank.
All right, but hurry.
It was turning into a big evening. In a couple of minutes, I could feel my lift inching down toward the third floor. I looked around for some kind of a way out. Then I saw the little emergency door on the roof of the lift. I climbed up on the old man's stool and pushed the door upward. And then I started pulling myself out of the cage. Now I was standing on top of the lift, hanging onto the greasy cable that ran down from the roof. I heard a shattering of glass, which meant that Jerry was using his gun butt to break through the little glass window in my lift door so he could reach in and spring it open. Nice work. Now if I could work out a way to stay alive for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Einstein could move over.
Where is he? How could he get out of here?
When he couldn't, Jerry, look up there. The trap door's open. He's on top of the lift.
Yeah? Now that ain't playing fair. How many floors in this building, Pop?
12? Why?
I've always wanted to run a lift. Let's see how fast we can get to the roof.
Oh, Jerry.
Shut up. Hold on to your hat, Stone.
We were rising a mile a minute, and all I could do was sprawl down and watch the roof of the building coming at me. Faster. Faster, the top pulley swinging round and round, louder, louder. The roof rushing to meet me as though we were lovers from way back. Faster. Faster, almost to the top. Almost. Ah! Now I knew how those goats felt when the bomb went off at Bikini. The shock of the lift smacking against the huge top springs shook me up like a bag of cement in a concrete mixer. But I was alive, which is always encouraging. Jerry stopped off on the 12th floor. Pop started taking the lift down very slowly. I was still sprawled out on top of the roof trying to get the cobwebs out of my brain.
All right, Pop.
Pop stopped it when the roof was level with the open door on the 12th floor.
Ah, you must be the original India rubber man, Stone. You'd make a fortune in the circus.
Nothing at all. I owe it all to my heavy underwear.
Come on. Climb out here.
How can I refuse such a nice invitation, especially when you're holding a gun?
Come on back up, Pop.
Lift! Will you wait just a minute, please?
Who's that?
It's one of the cleaning women. You better put that gun away.
Well, is this sure a break? I thought you'd be taking a snooze.
All right. Come on. Get in.
Yes. It's hard to get a lift this time of night. We rode down, the four of us. No one said anything. The cleaning woman was half dead on her feet, her head bobbing, half asleep. That lovely, innocent, tired old gal was saving my life. So long as she was with us.
I'll get out on the 3rd floor, Pop. I'm going to the dressing room.
All right, 3 it is. Here, number 3.
Thank you. Good night, Pop.
Cheers, Pop. I get off here, too.
Stone! Come back here, Stone!
I raced down the dark hall past the cleaning woman who stared at me with mouth wide open. In the distance, I saw what I was looking for, a little red sign that said stairway. My pal was right after me. I got to the stairs, started down, 4 at a time. He was right on my tail.
You're not getting away, Stone.
I had to get out of here fast. The party was getting rough. I reached the main floor, but instead of going through the lobby and into the street, I ducked behind the tobacco counter. Jerry raced by. He went through the front door, looking for me on the street outside. I looked at the indicator over the night lift door. The old guy was still parked on the 3rd floor. I went to the stairs again and down into the basement. I needed a lift in the worst way. There were several parked for the night. I took one and started up. The 11th floor. The building tapered off up here. Around the small square hallway were 6 office doors. Bailey was behind one of those doors. I tried the first door, nothing. The second door was locked, too. Then a telephone started ringing inside one of the offices. I hurried over to it. Locked! transom was half open, but no light showed through. Then as I was about to turn away, I heard...
Hello, Jerry. Where the devil are you? The lobby. You crazy fool, he's up here. Yes, he's in the hall just outside this door. Now get up here right away and don't take any chances. As soon as your lift door opens, kill him. All right, move.
The indicator above the night lift door was blinking fast. It was on its way up and Jerry was in it. The instant the door opened, he'd kill me. Right then, I started thinking of Joan.
You'll end up like Ted, with 5 bullet holes in your back.
Yes, it was beginning to look that way. The lift had passed the 7th floor, 8th, 9th. The little lights were dancing like a string of shooting stars. Jerry was coming up fast. I was beginning to feel those bullets staring into my back.
You'll end up like Ted, with 5 bullet holes in your back.
With 5 bullet holes in my back. His back. I'd fought my way 11 stories to reach Bailey, and now I wasn't thinking about Bailey.
You'll end up like Ted, with 5 bullet holes in your back.
As Jerry's lift passed the 10th floor, I started running for the lift I'd brought up. I jumped into it and started down. I didn't want to kill Bailey anymore. I only wanted to get to Joan. On my way, I made a phone call. Joan was waiting for me when I got to her apartment. She wanted the whole story, everything that happened. When I finished, I watched her relax a little.
And you didn't kill Bailey?
No, Joan, I didn't kill Bailey.
Police siren. Sounds as if it's stopping in front of the house.
Yes, they came here sooner than I expected.
Sooner than you... You've been lying to me. You did kill Bailey. They've come to arrest you. You lied.
I haven't lied, Joan. And they haven't come to arrest me.
Huh?
They've come to arrest you.
Me?
For the murder of Ted Carter.
What are you talking about? I didn't...
Oh, yes, you did. You said the wrong thing tonight when I went out to get Bailey.
What do you mean?
You said I'd end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in my back. How did you know about that? It wasn't in any of the newspaper stories, and you never went to the morgue. There was no way on earth you could have known unless you killed him. Be right with you. That's the police. Joan, any more questions?
Yes. And I know what it's like to be in love. I was willing to do anything for him. Scrub his floor, wash his clothes, give him a good home, anything. And always he kept going back to Laverne. The way I loved him, do you think I could let any other woman...
Okay, boys, I'll let you in. I just want you to know one thing, Joan. No matter what you thought, Ted really loved you. You see, Laverne represented his old world. But with you, he was going to have his new life. You remember that, will you? Okay, boy, she's all yours. Yes, that's the story of Ted Carter, murdered in the name of love. Okay, if that's what love does to you, I'll string along with Canasta. I'm just feeling low tonight. Because murder is only a symptom of what we're suffering from. The disease is selfishness and jealousy and greed. Too many of us have decided that the golden rule may have been all right for Grandpa, but nowadays the fashionable thing is dog eat dog. Relax, Randy, boy, relax. It's always a tough world at 5 in the morning with a stale cup of coffee and a second-hand ham sandwich at your elbow. But cheer up, kid. Look what's coming up over the loop. The sun. Thank you, Smiling Sol. And coffee, boy.
Ninth beat. Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents Ninth Beat.
And And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a glass of milk and ended with a pool of blood. It was a long, beautiful, sparkling bar with gay, exquisitely gowned women, smoothly dressed men about town, and naturally quantities of swell-looking, swell-smelling alcoholic drinks. But was I supping any of the lovely nectar? A glass of milk sat up prim and untouched before me, which, again, naturally wasn't my idea, but when you've got a blind date with a girl, you've got to have a sign, a means of recognition, which was why the milk. Signs and blind dates go together like dimples and a snub nose. Through the chest-high, barroom-style swinging doors, a long-legged blonde came swishing. She paused, looked the length of the bar, saw the glass of milk, came towards me, smiling.
You must be Randy Stone.
I wouldn't be sitting here drinking milk if I wasn't. So you're Rita Spranger?
Yes. I thought that this way I couldn't possibly miss you. You didn't mind?
Oh, no, I love sipping milk in a bar. So you're the last that's going to give me the necessary information to blow Benny the Ringer's gambling syndicate sky high, eh?
Mm-hmm. Shall we go?
Go?
Home.
Home?
My apartment. You don't mind? I don't feel disposed to talk here. Okay, Randy?
Okay, sure, okay. We grabbed a cab, went home. And home was lush tapestry and silver candlesticks and lots of ivory. Home was like visiting a Fifth Avenue story that catered for no one but millionaires. I waded through the dark green carpet, spread out luxuriously in the chair she indicated. We sipped highballs, smiled at one another. Finally, Rita Spranger said,
You're as you described yourself. Maybe a lot better looking, but the essential details were included.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Another drink, Randy?
Sure. After that milk, I'm right in the mood. She walked across the room, rang room service, and we went back to smiling at one another politely. After an age, a little old guy appeared, dressed in shabby black, bearing the highballs like they were the national flags.
Over here, please, in front of Mr. Stone, waiter. Thanks.
Yes, madam. Anything else, madam?
Not just now, thanks.
Yes, madam.
How old is that waiter?
He's been with the hotel over 40 years. They look upon him as their good luck charm.
Now, about Benny the Ringer. You have a lot of information, stuff that you can prove?
Well, I've decided no about that.
Yeah, but you told me that...
Well, to be frank, you haven't come up to my expectations. Well, this story is so big, I just can't afford to take a chance on it. I'm sorry. I have to feel sure of the reporter that handles it.
Okay, so I didn't fit the bill. Anyway, thanks for the drinks, Miss Spranger.
I really am sorry to have inconvenienced you, Randy.
Forget it. See you around. Well, that's the way it happens sometimes. Somebody who wants to give you information changes their mind. I got out of there, went over to the office, worked on some kind of a story, then went home to bed. Sleep swirled in on me, soft and black and pleasant. And then sound suddenly crystallized into a hideous persistency. Someone had dug his finger into the hole around my doorbell, letting it bleat endlessly like an all-night disc jockey session. All right, I'm coming. I worked my eyes open, groped my way downstairs. Took a fast look at the hall clock. It lacked but 5 minutes to make it 6 a.m. Oh, no. Cops at this hour. It shouldn't happen to a dog.
Hello, Randy. Wake you up, fella?
What do you think? I thought we were buddies. Lieutenant Pete Bowman, the newspaper man's friend.
Let us in, huh? This isn't the sort of conversation I want your neighbors to get an earful of. Well, by the way, this is Sergeant Kelly, Randy Stone.
How do you do?
Hi.
Well, my guess is, Lieutenant, that you want to see me about something, or am I being psychic?
You better forget the wisecracks, Randy. The subject is murder.
Eh?
A little matter of a murdered blonde, one Rita Spranger. You knew her, I believe.
Well, yeah, sure. Briefly, that is.
Saw her only last night, we're told, Randy.
Early evening. She asked me to meet her at a bar.
The Flamingo Bar?
That's right, Sergeant.
Who got there first? You or Rita Spranger?
Well, I did. I drank a couple of glasses of milk while I waited.
Milk?
Yes, milk.
More funny jokes, huh? Okay, so then what? She take you up to her apartment?
Yeah, she wanted to tell me something.
Couldn't she have told you at the Flamingo?
No, she couldn't, Sergeant. It was about Benny the Ringer, boss man of the East Side and one of the biggest racketeers in the business. She had information on him.
Spread that, fella.
Okay, Lieutenant. You see, as I told you, we met at the bar. The glass of milk was the sign for her to know who I was. We left the bar and went to an apartment. I gave the lieutenant as much as I knew, how Rita Spranger had made the appointment by phone, suggested the milk as a mark of identification, taken me home, then changed her mind. I emphasized that it wasn't so unusual an arrangement that people wanting to squeal for reasons of revenge, especially regarding a big shot like Benny the Ringer, would take steps to stay as far away from publicity as possible. The lieutenant and the sergeant looked at one another, then across at me.
Then Miss Spranger let you out of her apartment. You went back to work, huh?
Check, Lieutenant.
You realize, Randy, that you were the last person to see Rita Spranger alive.
Early this morning, she was found dead. Shot through the head. Beaten up, too. Face badly disfigured. The desk clerk described you to us, and so did the waiter, the guy that brought you drinks. In fact, he mentioned you by name.
Her diary was full of a wonderful newspaper man she'd been running around with.
You checked around and I fitted the description, huh?
Right. Nothing concrete, of course. No accusation, just routine checking.
Oh, sure.
You got no alibi for the time in question, Randy?
Yeah, but she's dead. Look, Lieutenant, this is fantastic. A diary mentions a newsman. Well, there's hundreds of newsmen in New York.
The descriptions fit you like a glove, Mr. Stone.
Okay, Sergeant, but it could be they're mistaken. Look, a glass of milk in a bar. What better alibi could I have than that? The barman that told you I'd be there, well, he'll remember the milk. Look, nobody drinks milk in a bar, ever. Incidentally, how did you know I was at the Flamingo?
Rita Spranger had a book of matches from the Flamingo in her bag. The good Sergeant Kelly was straining his luck when he suggested you were there with her, but it happened he was right.
Yeah, wonderful coincidence.
Okay, let's look up the Flamingo barman.
Give me 5 minutes, huh, Lieutenant?
Sure.
I clambered into some tweeds, ran the electric shaver over my bristles, and then the lieutenant and I went checking my milk-drinking activities. As was to be expected, the Flamingo was shut up tighter than a Scotchman's purse. After a lot of hammering, we raised the janitor, got out of him the address of the barman that had served me. He lived way over town on Lexington Avenue and 23rd Street, a walk-up apartment. And he didn't look pleased to see us when he finally opened up to the insistent pounding of my knuckles.
All right, for Pete's sake, ease off with the knuckles, will you? I've been working all night.
You Bernie Weinberg, the barman at the Flamingo Bar?
Yes, so what?
Police homicide. You know this guy here? Ever seen him in your bar, maybe?
Now think hard, Bernie. It might be important. He squinted at me, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, pulled the lobe of his ear.
No, I can't say I have. Should I have, fella?
Early in the evening, yesterday evening, I was drinking milk.
Milk? Milk in my bar? Never you did.
Please think hard. I met a girl there, a blonde.
What is this, officer? Some kind of a reb? Drinking milk? Milk?
You're certain about this, Weinberg? Certain this man was never there?
Not drinking milk he wasn't, believe me.
But you must remember, not one customer in 10,000 would order milk. What's the matter with you, fella? You got a bad memory?
My memory's okay. I tell you, no one came into my bar drinking milk. What sort of a crazy routine is this, anyway? Oh, please, officer, I got sleep to catch up on.
Okay, Weinberg, go on back to bed. Let's go, Randy.
But, Lieutenant...
Night, folks. Sorry I couldn't help you.
Come on, Randy. You and me have some talking to do.
It was crazy, fantastic as a Dolly canvas. We went down to the car, drove slowly across town while I tried to convince the lieutenant that Bernie Weinberg was the barman that had served me milk. That in some way I was being caught up in a diabolical frame-up, being fitted with a murder rap that strained all of one's credibility. Finally, he saw it my way, agreed to play along a little further with me, probably figuring that the department owed me a couple of breaks anyway. We went visiting David Spranger, the dead woman's husband, from whom she'd been separated, and who, incidentally, was due to collect a lot of money that his wife had recently inherited from an uncle. Only trouble was that the guy had alibis. 6 alibis for last night. He'd been playing poker with the boys. He was in to our insistent knocking.
Yeah. Police, Homicide Division. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Again? Look, you guys are here a couple of hours back.
Double check, routine. Okay to come in?
Oh, okay, I guess so.
Thanks, Mr. Spranger. Nice place you got.
Yeah. Now, what was it you wanted to know?
About your wife. How long was the...
Darling, are you ready to... Oh.
Lieutenant! My mouth dropped open and stayed that way. The hairs on the back of my neck quivered. The blonde who had just come through the door of a bedroom was a blonde I knew. A blonde I knew extremely well. So well that I was suspected of murdering her. Rita Spranger. I gaped foolishly at the hard-used blonde who should be in a city morgue, and she gaped at me. The atmosphere in the room became charged with an electric tension. Finally, I managed to swallow hello, and it broke up the tension. She licked her lips nervously, half smiled.
Sorry, David, I didn't realize you had company.
Well, speaking for myself, Spranger, don't worry about your lady friend interrupting. We've met before. Haven't we, lady?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
Now, see here, copper. What's going on around here?
Yes, who do you think you're talking to?
Oh, please, save me the corny theatricals, lady. I know you, and sure as shooting, you know me. You should, anyway. You're trying your level best to put me in the hot seat.
Hey, what gives around here? Randy?
Well, that's kind of a ticklish question, Lieutenant. This is about the craziest setup ever.
Say, who is this lieutenant?
He looks like an escapee from an asylum. That the best you can do as policeman lately, Lieutenant?
Save it, lady. You too, mister. Okay. Spread it out, Randy.
Simple. Rita Spranger, at least the Rita Spranger I know as Rita Spranger, isn't dead.
What? Say that again.
She's right here in this room with us.
You mean this was the woman you met at the Flamingo Bar, huh, Randy? The one that took you up to her apartment?
I don't know this character from a bar of soap, Lieutenant, and will you please get him out of here?
That's her, Lieutenant. This is one great big act she's putting on for your benefit. Just who are you, anyway, mystery woman?
She's a very dear friend of mine, Joan Parker. We've been friends ever since... Well, ever since Rita and I split up. I hope to marry her now that Rita's gone.
Can't you see how poor David is? What are you, anyway? Callous brutes without a spark of human decency?
Look, do me a favor, will you, Lieutenant? Take this woman out of the apartment for a minute. I want to talk to David Spranger.
Me out of the apartment? Me? I like your nerve, mister.
Will you please do that for me, Lieutenant? Things are beginning to drop into place. A little sanity is peeking through the crazy mix-up. Just let me talk to this guy alone.
You shut your mouth, mister. David, get him out of the way from me. I don't care who they are. Get them out of here.
The lieutenant looked at Joan Parker, alias Rita Spranger, looked good and hard. And what he saw made him nod me an okay, take her firmly by the arm, propel her to the door. All of a sudden, she looked exactly what she was. A scheming, hard-used female with about as much mercy in her makeup as a cornered rattlesnake.
Don't you dare touch me. You let go of me. Let go of me, I say.
David Spranger was a big, dark, sullen guy in his mid-30s. Blue, bright eyes challenged me from beneath sardonic eyebrows. High up in his temple, a nerve twitched away busily like a jackhammer. He could be in a lot of trouble, but then again, some of these big guys crack surprisingly easily. He moved to an armchair, lit up a cigarette.
You're no copper, fella.
That's right, Spranger.
And you got your nerve having your copper friend take Joan out of here.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we're alone just like you wanted, so... Come on, what's the beef?
Well, that's one heck of a question, Spranger. What's the beef in you trying to frame me into a murder rap?
Look, mister, I don't know who you are, what your angle is, or why the heck I'm listening to you in the first place. You talk a line of insulting double talk, seem to have an in with the law, and all in all make about as much sense as a moronic drunk.
Just sit there and listen a minute, Spranger. Save the witty dialogue for the girls. Me, I can do without it. They tell me your wife was coming into a big inheritance. That right?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, no, of course you wouldn't know. But they also tell me that you would become the beneficiary, naturally, in the event of your wife's death.
Look, fella, you implying
Am I implying that you worked towards that end? That you murdered your wife because of the money she was due to inherit? You bet your sweet life I am, Spranger.
Did you ever hear of the law of slander? I don't have to sit here and listen to that sort of talk from anyone.
You'll listen and you'll like it. Nobody would have stayed with it this long if they had any alternative. Anybody as innocent as you claim to be would have thrown me out of the place a half hour back. You want to see just how much I know, Spranger. You want to know whether or not I've got this thing sewn up tight enough to pin it back where it belongs.
All right. All right, I'll play along. You want to play games, okay?
Okay. You wanted the money? You wanted it fast. For you and the blonde to share, I guess.
Go on, I'm still listening.
You found out your wife was running around with a newspaper man. Then you looked around for another newspaper man you could frame. I fitted the bill.
You? I don't even know who you are.
No, not much you don't, Spranger. Not much you don't. Okay. So you figured, as I'm always on the hunt for a story, I'd be willing to meet a mysterious lady in a bar, particularly willing if you dangled a bait in front of me like the inside dope on Benny the Ringer.
Go on. Go on, keep going. You're killing me. Go on, keep talking, keep talking.
I intend to, Spranger, believe me. You arranged the phony setup at the Flamingo, with me ordering the milk, and that was a beautiful touch, too, having Weinberg, the barman, swear that no one had ordered milk at his bar within his memory. That made me out to be just that much of a liar to the police. Then your girlfriend, posing as your wife, met me, took me up to your wife's apartment. Probably your wife was already dead by that time. You were waiting to get me into the trap, make sure that I was seen by the desk clerk.
Ah, that's where your little fairy story trips up, fella. The desk clerk knew my wife. How could Joan get away with...
I'll tell you how. I remember she kept her head away from the desk clerk. The guy was told later that it was Mrs. Spranger, and he naturally assumed he had seen her with me.
And the drink waiter, the old guy who served you both drinks? What about...
Spranger stopped speaking. His face went ash-white, and the tiny nerve in his forehead hammered away. I had him, and he knew that I had him. He licked his lips, attempted to grin. There came out a sickly leer. I got you, Spranger. I got you.
Got me? Why, look, fellow, what do you mean? You got me.
How would you have known about the waiter? Specifically, how would you have known about the waiter being an old guy? Huh, Spranger? How would you know that?
Why, well, the police during their questioning. Don't you see it came out during the general talk?
Not if I know anything about police methods of questioning. It didn't. However, Mr. Spranger, we can easily check Lieutenant Bowman on that point. I turned to the door, stepped towards it.
Why, you dirty little...
I heard Spranger's yell, and I swung around. He was coming in low, both arms swinging ape-like. I let go with a right that scraped his jaw. Spranger shoved a right to my middle, followed with a left swing that bounced off my right ear like a projectile from his bazooka. I grunted. I weaved away towards the center of the room. I slammed a couple into his middle. I felt him waver, so I gave him a pile driver that came all the way from the carpet to the point of his chin. Spranger teetered backwards, slammed against the wall. He sank downwards gracefully. His interest in general proceedings cut down to absolute zero. I made it to the window, leaned well out, breathing the good, clean air. Bowman saw me from the sidewalk, and I signaled him up. It was all over but the shouting. I was out from under. I wasn't the fall guy for a coldly calculated murder. I loved the taste of the good free air. Later, much later, after Lieutenant Bowman and Sergeant Kelly had obtained signed statements from David Spranger and Joan Parker, after they had them locked away nice and cozy in their respective cells, together with Bernie Weinberg, the barman at the Flamingo, for his part in the murder scheme, after, in fact, the whole crazy case was sewn up, the lieutenant and I tied up the ends for our own personal satisfaction.
So, the department owes you an apology, huh, Randy? For suspecting you of murder.
Well, we'll forget it, eh? Let's just chalk it up to experience. I got one swell story out of it, so we'll call it quits.
Hey. You know, one thing threw me. How the old waiter that served you drinks failed to recognize the fact that the woman in the apartment wasn't Rita Spranger.
Oh, brother, but he was really old, practically blind to all intents and purposes. You see, to him, almost any blonde would have looked like Rita Spranger.
Yeah, the whole thing was well planned, even down to the matches in the bag. Why, if you hadn't told us which bar you were at, it would have provided the clue.
Check. The newsman angle, too.
And the guy in the diary?
Yeah. Turned out to be a rewrite man for the Globe, one of Rita's many boyfriends. Oh, and brother, does he hate the publicity he's been getting.
And the price to pay for running around with a married woman.
Ah, but he didn't know that, poor guy. Well, I guess occasionally innocent people get hurt in the jungle of a big city.
Nearly happened to you, Randy boy.
Would have if I'd been assigned a cop with less imagination than you. You know, to question me as to whereabouts and alibis.
I'll tell Kelly that one. He'll love it.
You just run along and do that, Lieutenant. I've got a column to write. All about justice in a big city and the need to caution before accepting evidence. Especially for murder.
Ooh, some mouthful. Okay. See you, Randy.
Yeah. So long, Lieutenant. I wrote it all up. Wrote it up big. About the lengths people will go to obtain money and the good that it does them in the end. About a barman with a bad memory, a crazy story about going into a bar to drink milk, and a cold-killing blonde and her equally vicious boyfriend. What a concoctions. Small wonder the guys that study social trends and conditions inform us that we're all in a rat race to Bedlam. You know, maybe they've got something. But you know something else? On this night beat assignment, I meet some awfully nice people, too. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents...
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in a swimming pool, and it's my firm belief that it will end there. I just walked in off the street, leaving my footprints forever seared in the concrete. The city room was a full degree cooler and 20% darker. By the time my eyes adjusted, I could see Gil Lovett, the sports editor, reading the final edition at his desk. No one else was around. Well, it figured. It was 6 in the evening. The day side of the staff had gone home to a cool drink.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi, Gil.
You didn't happen to read my column today, did you?
You read mine?
Well, no, but...
It's a standoff. Why, what's with your column?
Crazy story I got mixed up in. Wait a minute, I'll read it to you. It's down here at the bottom. Maybe you can figure an angle on it. It beats me. Well, that's funny. The last item of the column, it isn't here.
Well, it's been hot, Gil. Maybe you imagined it.
No, wait a minute. I saw the proof on it about noon today. It was in then. Something's goofy.
Yeah, sounds like. Oh, hiya, Dutch. Through for the day, huh?
All true, Mr. Stone. Good night.
Good night, Dutch.
Hey, wait a minute, Dutch. You haven't anything to do with this.
Good night, Mr. Lovett.
I said to hold it.
Don't bark your orders at me.
I'll bark plenty. You yanked that story out of my column, didn't you? After I saw the proof, you pulled that item out, didn't you?
I told you not to print it, Mr. Lovett.
And I told you it was none of your business. You stick to your composing room job. I'll handle the sports side.
Then watch how you handle it. What you print.
Why, you crazy old fool, I'll break your neck.
Take it easy, Gil.
I warned you. You wouldn't listen. So I did the only thing I could, and I'll do it again if I have to.
Oh, no, you won't. Not after I finish with you. You won't.
Don't frighten me, you brave young man.
Dutch, put that paperweight down.
I'll put it down on his head.
Dutch!
Mr. Stone, you caught my arm.
Stay out of this, Randy. I'll handle him.
Let him alone. Now, come on, both of you. Break it up. I don't know what the beef is, but this won't settle it.
What he prints, it is very wrong.
Ah, you're cockeyed.
Innocent people can be hurt by it. You will do no good and very much harm.
Okay. You better go on home, Dutch.
I'll go home, Mr. Stone. But you should not interfere. Sometimes it is very dangerous to interfere.
Yeah. Good night, Dutch.
Don't do it again, Mr. Stone.
Okay, Gil, what's it all about?
That guy would have killed me. You know that?
Yeah, he was pretty sore. I'd never seen him like that.
Yeah. The devil of it is, I like old Dutch. But he's way off base pulling a story out of my column.
What is this story?
Well, there's this kid, you see. I still don't figure Dutch in it anywhere, but...
Point killer. Whose phone is that?
Mine. Wait, will you? I want you in on this. Sports desk. Love it. Oh, yeah, Denny. He's there now. Alone? Yeah, you bet I will. Thanks. I'll be right over. I'll be darned.
Okay, so there's this kid. Now, what about him?
That call. I'll do better than tell you about it. I'll show you about it. Come on.
It was Gil's story. I figured I'd let him tell it in his own way. But I kept thinking about old Dutch Hilbrand. He'd been a mainstay in the composing room for years. A lovable old guy. Now, what made him heave the paperweight at Gil? How could an item in a sports column drive him to it? 10 minutes later, we'd parked the car and entered a swimming stadium where the regional Olympic trials had been held. The stadium itself was empty, and the pool was empty, too, except for a kid in blue trunks up by the diving board. He looked to be maybe 15 years old, and he was going through some limbering up exercises. Gil motioned me into a first-row seat, shoved a stopwatch into my hand.
Here, you'll want this.
Will I?
When that kid down there starts his swim, start your watch. I'll keep one on him, too.
Sure, why not? If it proves something.
It will.
Who tipped you he was here?
Denny Carnes, a swimming coach at the stadium. Hey, the kid's about ready now. Watch it.
Is this the story?
This is part of it.
I don't know much about championship swimming. I didn't have to. See that this kid was cutting that water fast with a powerful stroke. I kept my eyes on him, except to notice that Gil watched only the stopwatch he held in his hand.
That's it. Clock it. I got 56 seconds flat. How about you, Randy?
56 flat. What distance was that?
100 meters. And that 56 flat is a full second and 3/10 off the Olympic record. He's better at that once, too. He had 54 and a half a few weeks back.
Well, who is the kid? And if he's so good, why hasn't he hit the headlines?
His name's Pete. But that's all I know. No last name. He's never with any kids his age or anyone.
How'd he do in the Olympic trials?
He wouldn't even enter them. He could have beat out the best of them. He was a cinch for the team, but he wouldn't try out.
Well, maybe he doesn't like competition. Maybe he just likes to swim.
He's competed in some pickup competitions here. That's how Denny got a line on him in the first place. He showed up for the Olympic trials, too. But all he'd do was sit here in the stadium and watch. No, Randy. Something else kept him from entering the trials. I'm convinced he wanted a spot on the Olympic team more than anything.
This is the story that you printed, the one Dutch pulled from the column?
This is it.
Well, I don't get it. What's Dutch's connection with this Pete kid?
I don't know. He won't talk about the kid even. All he'll say is that printing the story will hurt innocent people.
You ever asked the kid about Dutch?
No, but I've asked him a lot of things. He won't talk either.
Well, let's ask him about Dutch. See what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, he is. I always have the feeling that he'd like to make friends. But something keeps him from that, too.
You think he'll stop swimming long enough to talk?
Don't plan on anything. Hey, Pete!
Huh? Oh, Mr. Lovett. Hello.
Hi. Like to have you meet a friend of mine, Pete. This is Randy Stone.
Hello.
Hiya, Pete. I just watched you swim. You look great.
Oh, thanks. How was the time, or did you notice?
56 flat.
Oh, that's not bad, I guess.
Oh, a lot of guys at the Olympic team didn't do so well.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Stone.
Pete, I wonder if you happen to know a friend of mine who works in the Daily, Dutch Hilbrand.
I don't know anybody.
You sure you don't know Dutch? He's a fine old guy.
No, I don't know him. Look, leave me alone, will you? Just please leave me alone.
Hey, wait a minute, Pete. We want to help you.
Well, you going to leave him alone or swim after him?
Ah, the devil with him.
Gil and I headed back to the Daily. He was doing a real slow burn act. We were both doing a lot of thinking. I'd never heard of an American kid, or any other kind of kid for that matter, who would pass up a chance to go to the Olympics. There had to be a good reason. And whatever the reason was, it had something to do with old Dutch Hilbrand. Why would the old man care? What was it to him?
I think I'll go up to the office with you. Call Farley.
What can Farley do about it?
He can fire him.
Oh, now, hold it a minute. You don't want to get Dutch fired. He's a sweet guy, and he's old.
Sure, he's great. But he can't go pulling stuff out of my column and get by with it, that's all. You let a thing like that get out of hand, he'll start yanking out any story he decides to. That's not his job.
Look, Gil, you burned up, and I don't blame you. And you're right. Old Dutch hasn't got any business doing what he did. It isn't also like him to do that. That was a pretty desperate thing to do. It'd have to be. Dutch is too good a newspaper man to pull a stunt like that unless he was desperate.
What do you want me to do? Forget it?
No, of course not. But why don't I go to Dutch right now and talk to him about it? Maybe he'll talk to me.
He told you to stay out of it.
I know, but I don't believe him.
Suppose he won't talk to you.
You can go to Farley or do whatever you want to do about it. I'll call you at home as soon as I know anything. As far as I knew, Dutch Hilbrand had lived at the same address ever since he'd come to the Daily. I'd played poker out there a couple of times when Mama Dutch was living. I didn't see him often now, but I knew what kind of a guy Dutch was. He wasn't a violent guy by nature, and if he risked his job and the chance of ever getting another newspaper job, there was something pretty big behind it. I knocked a long time before anyone answered.
Yes? What is it?
I'm looking for Dutch Hilbrand. Is he home?
What? Who are you, may I ask?
Randy Stone. I'm a friend of his. Who are you?
It doesn't matter. Dutch is not here.
Oh, he isn't, huh? You know, you look a lot like a youngster I saw a while ago, a boy about 15. His name was Pete.
Dutch is not here. I don't know where he is or when to expect him.
Oh. Well, he'll probably come home sometime. I think I'll wait for him, if you don't mind.
Well, but he may be quite late. I don't know any reason for you to wait for him.
It's a pretty important reason. Important to Dutch, or I wouldn't wait.
You say you are a friend of his?
I wouldn't be here if I weren't.
This important reason you have for seeing him, you wouldn't tell me this.
I could tell Dutch, that's all.
I see. Well, I don't know...
Let him in, Abby.
Papa.
It's all right, Abby. I'll talk to Mr. Stone.
You're sure, Papa?
Don't worry, Abby. Come in, Mr. Stone.
Thanks, Dutch.
You will sit down. Make yourself at home. I will be with you in a moment.
Sure, swell, Dutch.
Come along, Abby.
Dutch and Abby disappeared through the far door. I could hear low tones of conversation at the back of the house. I couldn't understand any of the words, just the urgency in them. I looked around Dutch's living room. It was ordinary, neat, in the Grand Rapids tradition. The only key to Dutch's character were the books in the shelves. Row after row of the great books of the world. And Dutch had read them, too, I know that. There were other books there, too. Just a few of them that didn't seem to belong. Books on swimming. Championship swimming. I reached for the nearest one on training and techniques. As I opened it, something metallic fell to the floor. I reached down, picked it up. It was a gold medal. The inscription on it read, 11th Olympiad, Berlin, Germany, first place, special sprint swim, women's division.
You have found something interesting, have you, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes, Dutch, I guess I have. I had to turn around to see Dutch. His face was white and tense. He himself was trembling. But the gun he held on me was steady.
I would not like to, Mr. Stone. But if I have to, I will kill you.
I've looked down the wrong end of an automatic a few times in my life, but I've never made a complete adjustment to it. Dutch's voice was quiet, but everything choked up behind it in a kind of controlled desperation. At that moment, if I'd made any kind of a move, I was a cinch for a chest full of lead.
You should not have found that medal, Mr. Stone. You should not have come here in the first place. I warned you not to interfere.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yours is a very serious one. You must see that.
I don't see anything except that automatic in my face. I came here for one reason, to tell you that you'd better make your peace with Gill about pulling that story from his column. If he goes to Farley about it, it'll probably cost you your job.
And coming here, Mr. Stone, stumbling into the middle of this, will probably cost you your life.
Why, Dutch? Why do you have to kill me? Why did you want to kill Gill?
It's gone too far. I can't be responsible for what happens now.
But, Dutch, this is crazy. What's wrong with me knowing about the Olympic medal? Who is this kid, Pete? What's he to you? And what's wrong with Gill printing a story about a kid who refused to try out for the Olympic Games?
The story can do no good, only great harm.
You said that. That's all you've said.
That's all I have to say, Mr. Stone.
You don't care about losing your job? That isn't important.
It's worth it.
But this kind of a thing spreads in the newspaper business, Dutch. No other paper would hire you if Farley sacks you.
That also is not important, Mr.
Well, how about
Stone.
me? I'm not important either?
Don't you see I can't help what happens to you now? I don't want to. I would not wish to have it this way. You, a friend. But some things are bigger than friends.
And sometimes, when you're in trouble, friends can help, Dutch.
There is nothing you can do.
Okay. So I can't help you. I can't help, so you've got to kill me. Oh, Dutch, it doesn't make sense. Whatever's wrong, no matter what the trouble is, killing me isn't going to lighten your load.
I don't want to kill you, Mr. Stone.
I don't want you to.
But Gil, Mr. Lovett...
Well, let me think a while, Dutch. Let me talk to Gil. Maybe somehow he'll forget the whole thing.
If I could be sure he would...
I can't promise anything, Dutch. Just let me think and let me talk to him.
Just you go now. Just go, Mr. Stone. And forget all you can.
I called Gil, told him to meet me at the Daily. I couldn't forget much about old Dutch Hildebrand. I didn't know much. But I couldn't forget that something desperate drove him to threaten to kill me. The woman, Abby, and Pete, the kid who looked like her, were still unknown quantities. I told Gil about the Olympic gold medal.
You're sure it was the Berlin Olympics, Randy?
Yeah, the medal was for first place in the special sprint swim women's division.
Well, we can check that, all right. Yeah. Here's the Olympic section. Track and field, men's. Track and field, women. Here's swimming. Men's division. Women's divisions. 100 meter, 400 meters. Here it is. Special sprint swim. First place, Abby Hildebrand, Holland.
That's it. Dutch called her Abby. She must be his daughter.
How about Pete, then?
Abby's son, maybe. They look a lot alike. Now, come on, let's check the files. There ought to be something on her if she won an Olympic title.
It's worth a try.
Hilburn, Hillard, Hilbrand. Yeah, Hilbrand Abbey, here it is. Won gold medal in Berlin Olympics, age of 19. Gave up brilliant swimming career to marry Karl Kopek, a Czechoslovakian official at that time attached to the Czech embassy in Amsterdam. A year later, gave birth to a son, Peter Kopek. Resides in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
So, Pete's her son. No wonder he's a swimming fool. He probably cut his teeth on her Olympic medal. Still, you'd think he'd want one of his own.
He probably does, only he can't. It must have something to do with Abby. Or her husband. Karl Kopek. Kopek, I've heard that name.
He's probably in the file, too.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, here it is. Kopek, Karl, official in the Ministry of Information, Prague, Czechoslovakia. Winner of Stalin Medal for promoting Soviet friendship throughout Czechoslovakia.
Nice fella.
Yeah.
So Pete couldn't compete for the American Olympic team because he isn't an American.
I wish that's all there was to the story.
What do you mean?
Well, Dutch didn't threaten to kill me because Pete's just an alien. He's the son of a Red official. The good chance is that Pete and Abby are in the country illegally. Now, if it isn't that or something close to it, why all the secrecy and why the panic at being discovered?
Hey, you're right. What do we do now?
Yeah, we got a great choice. We can sit in the information if our insides will stand it, or we can call Reynolds at the FBI and let him take it from there.
What about Dutch?
That's the part that hurts. That's what I don't know. We kicked it around, Gil and I, the pros and the cons, such facts we knew as against our friendship for Dutch. I guess there aren't any easy decisions in a deal like that. But there is something called duty that's got to go ahead of personal sympathy. Reynolds was a good guy and a smart one. I had to know more than I did. Had to be sure.
Sure, we know about her. Abby Hildebrand Kopek. She and her son Peter made an illegal entry into the country several years ago. Probably through Mexico. We're not certain on that. She works in bakeries in various places under various names. When we move in, she moves out.
Well, how does she travel?
The last time she rented a car and abandoned it.
If you caught up with her, have you got any beef with her except the illegal entry?
We don't need a lot more than that. No, we'd like to talk to her. She's Carl Kopech's wife.
Yeah, I know. You'd probably deport her, huh? Her and the kid?
Well, that'd depend. The immigration authorities would have to hear her case. Now, she'd be given a chance to talk. We don't railroad them. Depends on the merit of each individual case.
Uh-huh. Well, look, Reynolds, I can give you a line on her, but first I want to fill you in on some things. I filled Reynolds in on the whole story, everything I knew about it, that is. Gil checked out of it, went home. Not long after that, I met Reynolds in front of Dutch's house. I didn't want to be a part of it, and I didn't want not to be.
I've been here a while now. There's not a light in the place. I think they beat it. Even from the outside, you can tell when a house is empty.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Dutch doesn't have a car. And if they're really running, I doubt if they'd trust friends or public transportation. I wonder, you don't suppose she'd try that car rental deal again?
Well, it worked for her last time.
There's a car rental agency a few blocks away from here.
Let's go.
Reynolds, running away like this, it doesn't look good for them, does it?
No, Stone. No, it doesn't look good.
Well, there were three of them, an old guy, a younger kid, and a dame. A name they gave me wasn't Hildebrand, though.
No, it wouldn't be.
No, it's, let's see, here it is, Harris. That's what the old man signed. He talked different, though, a little accent or something.
Yeah, that's Dutch. How long have they been gone?
Well, I left the office maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes ago. The garage is in the back. I can check them. Hasn't been long, though.
Long enough to get lost, Reynolds.
They didn't say where they were going by any chance, huh?
Well, no, they just wanted to rent a car for the weekend, they said. Yeah, let me check in the back of the garage. Hey, say, they're still here in the car. Len's changing a tire for them.
Let's go, Reynolds. Okay, Dutch, this is it.
Mr. Stone, you...
This is Mr. Reynolds, Dutch. He's with the FBI.
No, not now. Abby, Peter, you must go. Quickly, you run.
No one's going to run this time, Dutch. You all right, Mrs. Kopech?
He is right, Papa. We don't run this time.
It was a beaten little crew that trooped into Reynolds' office 10 minutes later. A scared kid, a broken old man, a young woman who'd been running too long, and a reporter who didn't feel much like a hero.
What will happen to my son?
Well, that depends on you, Mrs. Kopech.
I want to tell you the truth. I will tell you the truth.
That's all I'm asking for. Do you deny that you made an illegal entry into this country?
I do not deny it.
Uh-huh. You're Carl Kopech's wife, are you not?
I am his wife. You know of Carl.
We know he's a communist official in Czechoslovakia.
Ah, but before that, do you know Carl Kopech? Because before he became devoted to the cause of Stalin, he was as devoted to the cause of Hitler. If you know those things of Carl, you know more than I knew when I married him, more than I dreamed when our son was born.
But you are his wife. You're still married to him?
Legally, I suppose. When I discovered that I had married a Nazi, I took my son, a baby then, and fled. Oh, many times I fled. But each time my Carl and his friends would find me, bring me back. It was not pleasant, the punishment for running away.
So you stayed, huh?
For fear of reprisal against my son, I stayed. The underground began to consider me a very bad risk. Then the war was over, and the fear was gone. For a time. But my Carl was not such a dedicated man as he was an opportunist. He became a communist.
And you started running again?
Running, walking, crawling. It took time. A very long time. But finally, Peter and I reached America. To identify myself at your ports meant certain recognition and certain reprisals against my son. For Carl or someone would find us. And I knew because of Carl that once your authorities discovered us, we would be deported back to him. For myself, I am willing to go back.
You want to go back to him?
I said I am willing. I can handle fear and torture. If only I know my son will never have to know it. Send me back if you must. But Peter, will you deport him back to fear and torture? Perhaps death? Can he not know your freedoms? Must he be lost?
And what's the end of the story? Well, Reynolds has assured Abby that her story and Pete's will be given a fair hearing. And once the immigration people have heard it and investigated, Abby has the right of petition. And if their case has the merit it seems to have, she and Pete can one day become citizens, without fear of reprisal. Pete's young. He may make the Olympic swimming team yet. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents Night Beat.
And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in the neon glare of a milk bar and ended in the shadow of the gallows. The night may be full of laughter, but it's also full of tears. Only you can't hear the tears. Not when they're deep in the hearts of a boy and girl searching for enchantment on the steps of a squalid tenement. Not when they're stilled forever in the breast of a pretty girl lying dead in an alleyway. These are my stories. Perhaps you wouldn't like to walk the streets of the darkened city looking for them as I do. But you like to read about them. Maybe for the sense of relief they give you because they didn't happen to you. It didn't take me long to find my story tonight. I walked that part of town where the milk bars are crowded with crew-cut youngsters in blue jeans and white T-shirts, and their sallies and sweaters. Ahead of me was Louie's milk bar, the capital of Bodgy land. The jukebox blared and the garish neon gave a gaudy false cheer. I could hear one voice raised over the others, a boy, 16, maybe 17. He was almost crying with anger as he offered to take on 6-7 taunting bodgies surrounding him.
Come on. Put him up and fight, you mugs. I'll take on a lot of you. Play again, just like an old man.
Yeah, properly shed us in the back like he did.
Lousy tramps. Cop this!
The kid lit into the mob surrounding him. He was 1 against 7. But he knocked 2 of the toughs flat before one tackled and downed him from the rear. The other started kicking. Fat Louie, the milk bar proprietor, waddled from behind the bar.
Call it the cops! Somebody call it the cops! Stop it, the police! Oh, my eye! You broke my eye! Oh, my jukebox! Police!
The boy was down again, taking terrific punishment from 3 bodgies on top of him.
Hey, beat it, the cops!
Come on, let's get out of here!
All right. Drag it up.
Officer, come here, Mr. Officer.
Stand back. Drag it up. Well, Randy, don't tell me you're going in for street fighting.
Hello, Murphy. No, it's a kid here.
I want you to arrest this boy. He hit my eye and Just look at my beautiful jitterbox. She's the best.
Here, give me a hand with the kid, Randy.
Okay.
Come on, son. Up you get.
Leave me alone. I can get up.
Let's not have any more trouble. What's your name?
I ain't talking. Flatfoot.
What's his name, Louis?
All I know is he's a curly. But you take him to jail quick. This is bad for the business.
The kid just stood there, bleeding, sullen.
Here is the letter. It fell out of his pocket in the fight. His name is Brown. Brown something.
Brownell.
Give me that, you greasy wop.
The kid snatched the letter from Louis and ducked.
Here, come back here.
Wait, Murphy.
Did you see the name on that letter? Robert Brownell, Jr.
Huh? You mean he's...
I think he's Robert Brownell's son. They were tormenting him about his father. You can't blame him for blowing his top.
What is it, huh?
Poor little beggar. They're hanging his old man tonight.
Leaving the milk bar with a promise to Louis to take care of the damage, I went looking for Curly. I crossed the street, headed towards a section of cheap rooming houses and dimly lit alleys. Slumped against a brick wall, his face buried in both his hands, misery in every line of his bruised body, was Curly. I went up the dark alley towards her. Curly.
Yeah?
How you feeling, son?
Beat.
You live around here?
Yeah. My dump's just up the street.
How about this? We stop at a chemist's, go up to your place, and I'll fix up your face.
Look, don't do me any more favours. Just beat it. I've got to be alone tonight.
You want to be alone, but maybe I don't. You see, I knew your father, Curly, when he wrote sports for the Old Daily. Come midnight, I'm going to feel pretty bad, too.
You're a reporter?
Yes, but I'm not looking for a story that will do your father harm. He was a great guy. All except once in his life.
Great guy. He was a drunk and a no-hoper. And he shot a guy just like they said. I hate him. I ain't going to cry at midnight. I'm going to laugh and laugh because he'll be dead.
Somehow I felt those words didn't ring true. Maybe he did hate his father. And maybe this was just his way of crying. We picked up some collodion at the chemist's, then, just down the street, Curly led me up the steps of a dreary-looking house.
We got to keep quiet. I don't want to see the landlady.
Curly shut the door noiselessly, and we slipped along the threadbare carpet. Suddenly, a door burst open.
Curly! Curly, that's you, Curly?
Yes, Mrs. Cole?
Well, you got my rent?
No, I get paid tomorrow. I'll have it for you at tea time.
Oh, and who's going to pay you, may I ask?
The milk bar where I work.
Listen, young man, I checked up on you. You was fired out of that job as soon as they found out who you were. They don't want no murderer's son selling ice cream to customers. It makes them nervy.
Shut up, you!
I warned you. If you didn't have the rent, out you'd go. I meant it. If you aren't out of here first thing in the morning, I'll have the police throw you out.
Charming little woman.
Yeah.
We climbed the creaking stairs. A gas ring, an ice box, 2 beds in a dingy room. One was fresh and undisturbed. The other bed looked like it hadn't been made for weeks. Curly sank down on the unmade bed. Thrown across it was a purple dressing gown trimmed in yellow, a prize fighter's robe. Do you do some fighting?
I do, and I can get the bouts.
The kid could make a fighter, all right. He was compact, hard, with movements like a dancer's. You doing any fighting now?
That chance I'd have with all that stuff in the papers about my old man. You heard Mrs. Cole say how they booted me out of my job at the milk bar.
People forget. But I knew the kid was right. People don't forget about murder. While the kid went out to take a shower, I looked around the room. On a table in the corner was a stack of letters addressed to Robert Brownell, Sr., care of the prison. They had all been returned to Curly, unopened. The kid came back, got into fresh clothes. I started work on the lacerations on his square, rugged face. An idea began to form in the back of my head.
What time is it?
Just after 10.
2 more hours.
2 hours. How does your eye feel now?
Fine. Look, you go now if you want to. I'm okay. I've got to get out of here and get some money.
How?
There are ways.
Like sticking up a milk bar, like bashing and rolling somebody in the park?
That's 2 ways. Maybe I'll lock the radio. I've done it before. But I got to hear the news tonight.
Look, Curly, do you mind talking about your father? How does he seem?
I ain't seen him.
You haven't gone to see him?
I went. Every day for weeks and weeks. He wouldn't see me. He even sent back my letters unopened. Even the cigarettes I bought and mailed came back.
That hurt, didn't it, Curly?
No! He don't care nothing about me. Well, I don't care anything about him. I used to think he liked me. He'd go with me to train. Sometimes get in the ring with me. He was that proud the first time I licked him. Oh, I just imagined he was proud of me. He didn't really care a hang. He didn't care a darn.
He sat motionless, his eyes blank. I knew where his mind was. Out there in that cell where his father waited. Why do you think your father wouldn't see you, Curly?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I did something or said something or what. I just wanted to help him, be with him as much as I could before... Now tonight they're going to hang him. And I never even got to say goodbye.
All at once he was crying. He rolled over on his face on the bed. Look, Curly, if I could arrange it, would you like to see your father? He sat bolt up on the bed.
If I could just have a minute with him to say goodbye.
Right. You stay here. I'll be right back. Now keep your mind off your father as much as you can. Here, I'll turn on the radio. I'll beat it down the street and call Warden Thomas. I'll make this short and snappy, Warden Thomas. I know you're busy out there tonight. It's about Brownell. He's got a son, 16 or 17. He's never seen his son since he gave himself up, even returns his letters unopened.
I know all that, Randy.
Well, I've been with the kid all evening. He's more than just cut up, believe me. He's at the crossroads of his life. Brownell can save his son, or condemn him to a life that may end like his own. I've got to talk to him.
Randy, I can't let you talk to Brownell tonight. Why, according to the law, his execution must take place as soon after midnight as it can be done.
If you need an okay from the governor, my editor can get it. After all, the Daily just about put him in office.
No, I've got the authority to do it. It's just that... Oh, all right, Stone. If you give me your word that it may keep the kid from ending up here, I'll let you see Brown. But get out here fast.
Thanks, Warden. We'll be right out. There's no chance of the execution being earlier.
Not a chance in the world.
Back at the house, blousy Mrs. Cole came to answer my ring.
Yeah? What do you want? Oh, it's you. I hear they just hung him.
What?
Curly's father. They just hung him. Come over the radio.
It's not true. I just talked to the warden.
Well, the radio said...
The radio said... The kid, I've got to get to him, quick.
Well, there's no need to knock me down.
The door to Curly's room was locked. I knocked hard. Curly! Curly, open the door! There was no sound. Suddenly, I became aware of a smell. I knelt, sniffed under the crack of the door. Gas! Curly! Curly, can you hear? I drew back, threw all my weight against the door. There on the floor lay Curly. The gas ring hissed like a snake. I turned it off, kicked out a window. I picked the kid up in my arms and carried him into the hall. A note flooded from his chest. I called to Mrs. Cole to get a doctor, then I began working on the kid, slapping his face, calling him. Curly! Curly! Curly, can you hear me? He's not dead. The radio report was wrong. I know he's not dead. I just talked to the warden. And Curly, there's every chance in the world now that you'll get to see your father. To say goodbye. Before the doctor arrived, the kid came to. Mrs. Cole and I got him downstairs and out into the open air. He was dazed, had a terrific headache, but he was all right. His first question, after I'd explained that the radio report was an error, was about the time. 10:30. An hour and a half, and Curly's father would hang by the neck until dead. We didn't wait for the doctor. There wasn't a second to lose. I hailed a cab, and we went to the prison. I talked to the warden and asked to see his father alone.
The other press boys are going to be pretty sore about this, Randy. You've got to be careful about what you write. I try to get everybody an equal chance on news breaks.
The news angle is secondary, Warden. It's the kid. What did Brownell say?
He doesn't want to see the boy. But I convinced him, and it took some talking, that he ought to hear what you have to say about the kid. I'm having Brownell brought in here.
Still won't say who the man was he killed or why he killed him?
Not a word. And he doesn't intend to either.
Well, the police have certainly had no luck identifying the man he killed.
Well, there's nothing to go on. Brownell confessed he just walked into a hotel room and shot a man with no luggage, registered under the name of Smith. When Brownell was good and certain he was dead, he called the police and pleaded guilty to murder in the first degree.
There was no chance he wasn't guilty, that he was protecting someone else?
He has confessed that he's guilty, that he killed a man. Well, you might as well go in and see him and get it over.
Warden Thomas pressed a button on his desk, sat back in his chair, reflectively smoking a long, thin cigar. The jailer came in. Thomas gave instructions for Brownell to be brought to him. Without talking, we waited 3-4 minutes. Brownell came into the room. If he was worried about what was to happen to him in less than an hour, he surely gave no sign. Thomas offered him a cigarette, told him to sit down. Then the warden walked over to the window and stared out through the bars at the rain, which had begun to fall. He managed to give the impression he was not there without leaving the room. You know why I've come, Brownell?
The warden said it was about Curly.
I found him tonight knocking the tar out of 7 bodgies who made a crack about you.
Huh?
They about killed him. I took him home, fixed him up.
Thanks, Stone.
He's broke, Brownell. Been fired because they found out he's your son. Now he's being kicked out of your room for not paying the rent. What's to become of your son, Mr. Brownell?
17. Strong and he's smart. You can't starve to death in this country.
You can if they won't give you a job because your father's a murderer.
Is that the way it is?
That's the way it is. Oh, he'll get money, all right. He'll go hungry for a few days, sleep in the park. Then he'll develop a good, healthy hatred for society. He'll hold up a petrol station or bash an old lady and steal a purse, and he'll end up here. A second-generation graduate from Warden Thomas's school for naughty boys.
I don't want that.
You could have fooled me. You've acted like that was exactly what you wanted.
Well, what is it you have to suggest?
I suggest you leave your son a packet of dough.
I haven't a cracker, Stone. Even my insurance doesn't cover death from a necktie.
The Daily will pay Curly plenty. For your story of the man you killed.
No.
You've got an hour. I'll take your story down in shorthand, print it exactly as you want it.
No, Stone.
Listen to me, Brownell. Your son can fight, I've seen. But he can never fight in this country. Not in the shadow of his father swinging from a gallows.
Shut up, Stone.
With the money you can leave him, he can get out of the country, go abroad, change his name, and he can train there. By the time he's old enough for the big time, nobody will ever associate him with the embryonic little tough who disappeared the day after his father was hanged.
You think Curly can fight?
You're one of the best sportsmen in the country. What do you think?
I know he can fight.
Well, then, send him to fight in a country where he won't have your name to live down.
Stone, I will not tell you or anyone else why I killed that man. But this I will say. He deserved to be killed. He wasn't fit to live. It was my duty to kill him, and I did it. Deliberately, intentionally, carefully. I knew what I was doing, and I haven't any excuse. At least I haven't any excuse that satisfies the law. Well, I'm going to pay for it. That's all there is to it. And I will not write about it for your newspaper, even to save my son.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Hardly the way I want it. It's the way it has to be.
Well, at least see him. Let him say goodbye. Maybe you know some words that will straighten him out. I don't.
I didn't think about how he'd have to suffer merely for bearing my name. There is perhaps something I can do about that.
You'll see, Curly? Brownell nodded without speaking. Warden Thomas had already gone to the door and was speaking to the guard outside.
Has the boy been searched?
Yes, sir.
Well, you can bring him in.
Brownell sat in silence, staring at the floor.
Hello, son.
Hello, Pop.
Here, Curly, take my chair.
I'll just stand, thanks.
I moved over to the window and stood beside the warden. The kid couldn't look at his father. He just stood before him, clenching and unclenching his fists with their scarred knuckles. When Brownell spoke, there was a new huskiness to his voice. Suddenly I realized how deeply moved he was, and just how much control and guts he had.
Go on. Sit down, Curly. I see you've been in a fight.
Yeah.
Did you win?
Well, they ran away.
I hear you were fighting about me. What did they say?
Nothing much. Just something, something I didn't like.
They said you were a murderer's son. Didn't they, Curly? Didn't they?
Yeah.
Going to beat up everybody who ever says that?
I'm going to kill anybody who ever says anything bad about you. Oh, Pop, why wouldn't you see me? Why'd you send my letters back?
Curly, I wanted to be dead to you the minute I gave myself up. I wanted you to hate me. Better that than think me a martyr and want to copy me.
I could never hate you. I'm your son, and I ain't ashamed. I ain't ashamed.
But you're not my son, Curly.
Hey?
Now listen to me carefully, and don't interrupt, Curly. There isn't much more time. You're not my son. Your mother, that is your stepmother, I took you when you were 8 weeks old. Your real mother died when you were born, and your father, he went away. In fact, he's dead too now. He died in New Guinea during the war. It's one of those funny coincidences. I ran into him up there the very day he died. I saw it happen. We were at an advance post, and all of a sudden the Japs broke loose with everything they had in the way of long-range artillery. Well, we dived for a jeep, see? And only one man got hit. Your father went back to get him, picked him up and carried him 10 yards through bursting shells. And just before they reached cover, the biggest of the lot exploded square in front of them. There was nothing left of either of them, not even an identification tag. If an officer had seen it, there'd have been a decoration for you to keep. Like so much, it went unnoticed.
My real father died in New Guinea?
If you don't believe me, why, just write to the War Department. They'll tell you your father was missing in action in New Guinea. So now, you see, Curly, there's no need for you to fight anybody for what they say about me. Your father didn't die a murderer. He died a hero, defending our country.
I can't think. I can't understand. You're the only Pop I know. You're the only father I want.
Oh, look, I think that in view of what's going to happen in just about half an hour, that it'd be better for you to take your real name. It's a good one.
What is it?
Richard Bradford, Jr. Only you don't need the junior now that your father's dead. I don't have any birth certificate for you, or even any adoption papers, for it was never done legally. But Randy can use this story in his column, and then everybody will know. You keep the paper and you show it to anyone who says you're a murderer's son. It'll be right there in the newspaper. And you know how people believe what they read. You'll do that, won't you, Randy?
I'll have to verify your story with the War Department.
You'll find that a man named Richard Bradford really was missing in action in New Guinea.
And how do I know he was Curly's father?
You don't. You print my statement. Make it my story, not yours.
I'll do it.
And you'll help Curly get some fights?
I'm sure I can do that. And I think when I talk to the editor, I can get Curly a job in the stockroom at the paper, starting even tonight.
Now I think you'd better go. Only a few more minutes. I kind of think I'd like to spend them alone.
All right, Pop.
Not Pop. No, never as long as you live, think of me as Pop. Just
Just call me Bob.
Goodbye, Bob.
Goodbye, Richard.
"2 a.m., deadline time. I've got to finish my piece and pop it into the slot. Robert Brownell paid the price for murder at 7 minutes past 12 tonight. He paid it, and he wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid because he figured when he faced God, that fellow he killed would be there too. And when God heard the whole story and both sides of it, which we never heard and never will, well, I guess Brownell was willing to take his chances along with the other fellow. We were in the back of the cab at 7 minutes past 12. Curly, or Richard, huddled in his corner and cried. Cried for the last time like a little boy. You can't live through what he has tonight and not become a man. Right now, he's at work downstairs in the stockroom. His heart is aching and so is his back, but by morning he'll be so sick and tired he'll sleep. What of the man named Richard Bradford Sr.? Was he really Curly's father? Or was Brownell lying to give his son a new name? I don't know. According to the War Department, a man by that name was missing in action in New Guinea. And according to human nature, dying men don't lie. Without very good reason. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began as a 9-day wonder and ended with a 2-minute silence. The times are hard on prophets. Why is it they don't have prophets anymore? Is it because living securely in our cement anthills we've become skeptical? Or is it just because we are too afraid of knowing the future? I just had cause to wonder. For a reason unknown to millions of our readers, I was in my office supposed to be working. Only I was busy at something those same readers would like to see me doing more of. Snoring. Through a haze of sleep, I heard someone knocking. Heard the door open, and looked up to see a big dog collar with a little guy inside it. I remembered my manners and hauled myself to my feet.
Excuse me, I was looking for Mr. Randy Stone.
Well, you found what's left of him. Come on in, Reverend.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Lehman.
How do you do? Take a seat.
Mr. Stone, I believe you write a column.
That's right. And this time I began to believe it myself.
My friends at Morriston seem to think that you may be able to help us. And there's someone who needs that help very desperately. I haven't seen your column myself. The Daily isn't the sort of newspaper I generally read, but I believe it has a great following.
What is it you want me to do, Doctor?
Can you come with me now back to Morriston?
Well, where is it?
About 100 miles out of New York.
Never heard of it.
Well, it's only a tiny place. But, Mr. Stone, I believe that the name of Morriston will soon be ringing across the world. It may become another Mecca, another Lourdes.
You mean that some sort of a miracle has happened there?
It's very difficult for me, Mr. Stone, particularly as I represent the church in Morriston, but... Well, yes, I believe we have seen a miracle.
And you want me to give out with the publicity?
Oh, no, that's the last thing I want at the moment. We must be very sure first. But we would all be very grateful if you'd assist us with an investigation.
But what kind of a miracle was it?
Well, if you come to my house, you can hear the events exactly as they happened. I have a tape recording of the whole incident.
You mean that you were expecting this thing to happen then?
Oh, far from it. You see, Mr. Stone, it wasn't, if I can use the word, an ordinary miracle. There was no vision, no wondrous cure.
Then what was it?
A man was murdered.
After that, Dr. Lehman had me eating out of his hand. But he quietly refused to tell me any more about it until we reached Morriston. I've often said that to be a good parson, you need a very keen sense of the dramatic. He was also a good driver. And in 2.5 hours, I was sitting in the doctor's chintzy little sitting room.
I'm sorry to be so mysterious, Mr. Stone.
Well, I'll admit you've got me curious.
I thought it'd be far better to let you hear the recording with an open mind. That's why I wanted you to come tonight, before you read the stories in the morning papers. Tell me, Mr. Stone, have you ever heard of a man who calls himself Phineas Brigand Elliot?
The crazy author? Didn't he write The Voice of the Serpent?
Yes, that's the one. But it's as a lecturer he interests us at the moment. I expect you know his line of fire. Commercial atheism. Titillating the appetite of the public by encouraging sin and explaining, most logically it would seem, the futility of virtue. Whether or not the man believed in what he preached, I don't know. But it was a brilliant commercial venture. Elliot came to the town this afternoon with a little presentation called In Praise of Sin. I need hardly tell you that the hall was packed to the doors. If I could get half that number into church on Sunday, I'd be more than pleased. Mostly women, of course. They looked rather sheepish when they saw me arrive, and put on their sternest, most disapproving expressions, positively glaring at Elliot when he came on the stage.
Wasn't it rather rash of you to attend such a meeting?
Not at all. I intended to answer his arguments in church tomorrow. I'd heard the man speak before, Mr. Stone, and I knew just how compelling he could be. And on top of that, I remembered Elliot as being good-looking in a dark, rather evil sort of way, so I knew what I was up against.
So you took along your portable recorder?
Exactly. I wanted to study his arguments quietly here at home so I could prepare my sermon. I must say I never dreamt of what would happen. I just play you the end of the lecture.
Don't you trust me hearing the whole lot?
Well, the end is the only part of any consequence, Mr. Stone.
Encouraging sin. That is ridiculous. You might as well say I was encouraging the tides, or the waxing and the waning of the moon, or the explosion of a volcano. Sin is with us. It is a function, an integral part of life and nature. And to try and damn that force is the height of futility. I say to you that it is not sin that is wicked or dangerous, but excess.
Mr. Stone, I regret to tell you that by this time the
Real
looks of
evil is
disapproval
more
had
likely to stem
quite
from
vanished
excessive
from the faces of
virtue.
the audience and were replaced by ones of
healthy,
delicious anticipation.
Moderate sinfulness. Now, just try to imagine a world without sin of any sort. Can you picture anything more dreary than a world of unblemished virtue? What would you good ladies have to talk about at your bridge afternoons and your club luncheons? What would we have to remember and chuckle over in our old age if it were not for the delightful indiscretions of our youth? Now, according to the good little men who talk to you on Sundays, what I have been saying are sheer blasphemies. On the basis of what I've said to you this afternoon, the powers above should have no hesitation in destroying me, striking me down with a bolt of thunder. Let's see what we can do. Come on, you powers of light. I invite you to strike. Show your hand if you dare. I am willing to be sacrificed. Well, come on, don't keep these good people waiting. Strike now if you can.
There, Mr. Stone. Elliot was shot dead.
Incredible. But someone must have fired the shot.
Of course.
But I don't see there's much of a miracle.
You will in a minute. After Elliot's body fell to the floor, everyone jumped to their feet and there was chaos. But I did catch a glimpse of someone standing at the door at the back of the hall with a rifle in her hands.
Her hands?
Yes. A young girl who looked no more than 16 or 17, dressed in white.
But who is she?
Well, that's it. We don't know. We call her Angela. She's lost her memory.
I bet.
Mr. Stone, this story is so extraordinary, so far from the run of everyday things that to tell it like this, just in cold blood, well, it would be far better if you came down to the hospital and heard it in her own words.
Okay, Doc. But don't forget the heavenly choir. I was skeptical. Sure I was, until I saw her. I'd expected some hatchet-faced little paranoiac who'd killed a guy because he wouldn't carry her books home from school. But when the door closed in that hospital room, and I saw that face in the pillow, I gasped. My heart skipped and my stomach turned like a pancake. Serene. That was the word for it. The fragile skin, white as a lily. The pale, misty blue eyes that were watching something in another world.
Dr. Lehman?
Angela, I've brought someone to see you. This is Mr. Randy Stone.
Hello.
Hi.
Angela, I want you to tell us again the story of what happened this afternoon. I'm sorry to have to ask you to go through it all again.
That's all right. I don't mind.
Sit down, Mr. Stone.
The first thing I saw was the tree. I looked up and I could see the sunlight coming through the branches. Then I sat up and I saw I was by a road. A red, dusty road.
The police have established the spot about half a mile out of town.
Then I noticed a rifle on the grass beside me. I picked it up, and it felt as if I was used to handling it. That was when I found out I didn't know my name, or who I was, or anything. But I didn't think about it long, because I heard the voices. They were whispering all about me. I looked round, and there was no one there. Then I heard them speak again. It seemed like even the wind and the trees were talking to me.
And what did these voices say?
They told me to stand up and walk along the road.
Taking the rifle with you?
I didn't even think about it. I just walked and walked. And they kept whispering to me. You have been chosen. You have been chosen. When I came to the open door of the hall, the voices said, a wicked people looks for a sign. And I knew what I had to do.
You'd never seen or heard of this man, Elliot, before?
No.
And yet you shot him in cold blood?
I had to.
Do you regret it now?
I don't know. I couldn't help it.
Mr. Stone, I think we'd better let Angela get some sleep.
Right.
Good night, Angela. I'll come and see you in the morning.
Good night.
Well, what do you make of it?
Nothing. Just, well, nothing. It's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of.
I tell you, Mr. Stone, that girl might well have stepped out of nowhere.
The next day, the news broke with a vengeance. The editors knew a good story when they heard one, and the headlines screamed, "Blasphemer struck down by divine wrath." Dr. Lehman headed a public investigation committee which decided, with a single exception, that the girl known as Angela was of sane mind, but that the law should take into consideration the fact that she believed herself divinely inspired when she killed Phineas Brigand Elliot. The single exception was the local schoolmistress. Photographs circulated throughout the country by the police and the press brought no identification. Only a flood of letters from lonely bachelors who wanted to marry her. I knew just what they meant.
Looks like we'll have to get a secretary to handle all these.
I'm sorry to put you to all this trouble.
Oh, nonsense. I'm only too pleased to help. So is Mr. Stone here. After all, his paper was the first to publish the story.
Yes. I read them this morning.
Hey, have you seen this one, Doc? From a television company. They want to know if they can have an interview with Angela after the trial.
Well, how would you feel about it?
I don't know. Whatever you say, Dr. Lehman.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps if it were handled delicately. You know, Angela, you've become a symbol of faith and hope for thousands of people.
I'm glad. The world needs faith. The voices told me that last night.
The voices?
They spoke to me again.
Who's in for it this time?
Randy, be quiet. Tell me, Angelo, what did the voices say?
They said that I would bring hope to the hearts of the people, that through me the world will know peace again, that all men will be as brothers.
I pray with all my heart that that is so. Randy, I think that's a message you might do well to print.
I certainly will, don't worry. Hey, Doc, this is a strange letter. What do you make of it?
On just the 2 words. That's pathetic, isn't it? I wonder what heartache and torment lay behind the writing of that.
Can I see?
Sure, here's the envelope, Angela. You ever heard of the place in the postmarked?
No. No, never.
And I knew she was lying. For the first time, I had seen those beautiful, innocent eyes filled with any sort of expression. And it was not what I expected. Had she looked wistful, pleased, or even frightened, I shouldn't have been surprised. But what I saw was a sudden flash of anger. The 2 words in the letter were, "Help me." I knew that if my hunch was right, I didn't have much time. The inquiry into Elliot's death was to take place the next day. I knew that with a feeling that was mounting every hour in the town, Angela would never be committed to trial. The postmark on the letter had read Stewart's Hill. It was about an hour's drive, and times must have changed since Mr. Stewart had been around. There were about a dozen houses sitting in a swamp, no hill. I made for the local store, a ramshackle building groaning on stilts that threatened to drop it in the swamp at any moment. Anyone alive?
All right. What you want, mister?
You got any sandwiches?
I reckon so.
Give me 2 ham and pickle.
Going to Morriston?
What?
I said you're going to Morriston. Had a lot of people going through today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Making a lot of fuss over a little gal, if you're asking me. Ham's none too fresh, but maybe you won't notice with a pickle.
What do you make of this Angela business, Pop?
I reckon it's too early to say, son, one way or t'other.
You don't think she comes from Stewart's Hill by any chance?
I haven't seen no visions around these parts myself.
None of the girls around here disappeared suddenly?
Why you being so nosy, mister?
Oh, just curious. Wouldn't want to waste gas going all the way to Morriston just for a fake.
Guess you're right there. 2 ham and pickle. Want 'em wrapped?
Do you mind?
No trouble at all. Got a bit of brown paper here somewhere. Let me think now. Only one I haven't seen lately is little Emmy McGrath.
What does she look like?
Oh, pretty little thing. Short black hair, all done over in little curls. Dark skin. Out in the sun too much, I used to say.
And glasses.
Yeah, but used to be cross-eyed as a girl, she told me.
Where does she live?
T'other side of the swamp. Lives with her old ma. Haven't been here long, but they seem mighty nice folk.
How do I get there?
Hire my boat. Got it tied up on the back steps.
How much?
$1.50 an hour.
Come on, you're giving it away. I was nosedived by mosquitoes the size of helicopters and got to the other side of the swamp less 2 pints of blood. Emmy McGrath's cottage was modest, to say the least. I crept up to a window and saw her dear old ma was hard at work. She was busy putting a bottle of gin inside of her. I didn't know whether she'd hear or not, but I knocked.
Go away.
I've got to see you, Mrs. McGrath. It's urgent.
Piece of one. Oh. Who are you?
The name's Randy Stone, ma'am. Mind if I come in?
Nice-looking fella.
I've got a message from Angela.
Oh, who's Angela?
Oh, you must have seen it in the papers. The girl who hears the voices.
Oh, what's she sending me messages for? She joined the Temperance League or something?
I've got $50 for you, in answer to your letter.
You'd better give it to me.
I thought we might be able to talk.
Who said anything about talking? You just give me the money. Come on, get up.
Hey, not so fast. I'm in on this deal.
What do you mean?
Well, Emmy said you'd give me the dough. I'm a newspaper man. I can give her plenty of publicity after the trial, and that's what she'll need if we're going to make any money out of this.
We?
Sure, I told you I was in on it.
What'll happen at this trial?
Oh, don't you worry about that. I doubt if there'll even be one.
She shouldn't ever have killed him. I told her just to wound him.
He was a heel anyway.
Cost us plenty. Cost us plenty back in New York. You want a drink?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Get yourself a cup.
Emmy said you'd tell me the whole story. We could hardly get a word together. Always somebody with her.
It was all her idea. It looks as if it'll come off, too. She read about that guy Elliot in the paper. She's an actress, you know. She was good, but the breaks just weren't coming. And then she figured out this plan. She even had her face altered by one of those plastic surgeons. That cost plenty. She said if it was worth doing, it was worth doing properly. Then we came down here and she let her hair grow.
The old boy at the shop said she had short, dark hair.
That was a wig. She used to tie around here up under and wear makeup and glasses. And we got the rifle, stripped all the numbers and thing off it. And the other night I drove her up and left her on the road. You know the rest.
Yeah.
She promised to send me some money right away, she said. But I waited and waited. Nothing came.
Well, Mrs. McGrath, I'd better be going. Thanks for the drink.
Yeah, you forgot the money.
Oh, yeah. Here.
I think you'd better make it 100, Mr. Stone.
Why?
Because I don't think I'll be seeing you again somehow. You got a good story, Mr. Stone. Just let's call the other $50 entertainment tax.
Hey, what is this?
I don't know whether you're on the level or not. Since you said you'd been asking questions over at the store, I doubt it. But let me tell you one thing, Mr. Stone. If you're planning on using what I've told you at Angela's trial, you got another thing coming. I'll deny everything.
And what made you think I'd turn stool pigeon?
I'm just warning you. This thing's been too well planned for anything to go wrong now. I need hardly tell you that Emmy McGrath's not a real name. And anyway, the real Emmy will be down here tonight. My other daughter, the one with the real dark hair and glasses.
You certainly planned it well.
We had to. One slip would have been fatal. Well, another thing, Mr. Stone. Angela's become a national heroine. You try to discredit her, you'll be finished. No paper in town touch you. Now, what about that other $50?
What about the moon? And she's right, Doc. That's the terrible thing. There is nothing we can do about it.
I just can't believe it. That child.
That child that thousands have put their faith in is just about the most evil thing I've ever come across.
Have you been to the police?
Of course. They sent a man down to question the old girl.
What happened?
Just like I said, she denied everything. There was the other Emmy there and her short, dark curls and her glasses just to prove it. They'd even told the cops I'd given her the $50 to keep her quiet because I was making up the story.
I must have been out of my mind, Randy. I tell you, I shan't rest until that girl is brought to justice. Oh, dear heaven, I should have known better. I should have known that there could be no such thing as a divinely inspired murder, no matter what the provocation.
Well, they had us all fooled, Doc. There's only one possible way we might be able to catch her.
How?
You haven't seen her yet, and she doesn't know that I've been down to see her mother?
No, I don't think so.
Then let's get down there quick, and bring your tape recorder. There was just the faintest chance that if Angela didn't know I'd been to Stewart's Hill, that I might be able to trip her up. And one trip on the tape machine was all we needed. We set the recording unit going outside her room at the prison hospital. And with the microphone held behind his back, Dr. Lehman went in and stood at the foot of the bed. I followed.
Oh, Doctor. I was wondering when you were coming to see me. Neither you nor Mr. Stone has been in all day.
Mr. Stone has been out on a job.
I read what you said about me in your column this morning. It was beautiful.
I hope you enjoy the next one just as well.
Tell me what you've been doing today.
I took a ride down to Stewart's Hill to see your mother.
Oh, Mr. Stone. You mean you found my mother? Then that means you know who I am.
We sure do.
Oh, thank heaven. At last I can know what my real name is. I'll be able to see my folks.
Your mother was in no fit condition to see anybody when I left. She was blind drunk.
You mean my mother drinks?
She looked like she invented it. Now listen, honey, let's stop the funny games. We know this whole thing is a fake. I know you used to be a bit actress in New York, probably doing before and after commercials on TV. I know you've had your face altered, and I know you killed Phineas Elliott in cold blood as a publicity stunt.
Oh, stop. You're not to say those terrible things. You know they're not true. Oh, doctor, make him stop.
They're true right enough, and you know it. And by this time tomorrow, the whole country will know that you're no more an angel of mercy than I am. I'm going to expose you for what you really are. A cheap, peroxided little tramp.
Mr. Stone, I don't understand why you're saying these things. I don't know what they mean. But I do know you're telling lies. And that's wrong. And I hope heaven will forgive you for it.
Okay. Okay, you win. We're just wasting our time and tape. Let's go, Doc. It looked like that little devil with the faraway blue eyes and the golden hair had us good and licked. I was beginning to think I'd seen the perfect murder. With public feeling riding as high as it was and every paper in the country behind her, I couldn't see how she could fail but be acquitted. But I was reckoning without one thing: fate. Dame Destiny put her best foot forward. I've got the evening edition here. The headlines are edged in black. They say, Angela is dead. Tragic accident on courtroom steps. The nation will be shocked and horrified to hear that when Angela reached the top of the great marble stairs of the courtroom, she suddenly faltered, fell backwards, rolling the entire length of the staircase. Her neck was broken. She died shortly afterwards in the Morriston hospital without regaining consciousness. Well, I saw what really happened. It was a case of publicity killed the cat. Angela saw a barrage of press photographers being moved back on one side of the steps. She screwed around, shaking off the policeman's grip so they could get a good shot of her. She lost her balance. Zingo. There's a lot of talk in the paper about the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Some readers are going to be mad at me in the morning because I will have cheated them out of a miracle. But maybe there'll be some who will believe the story and see that I've given them another miracle instead. I've just seen a little headline here. Will Angela be made a saint? That's where I come in. Copy, boy.
Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Daily. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with an open door and ended with a door that was closed. I was late and I didn't feel like work. You get that way sometimes. I think most guys go a bit sour for different reasons. Maybe it's a girl, a hangover, or even a wife. It could be any reason, but there are times when everything seems cockeyed. I had a story of sorts. It was just a matter of pounding it out on the typewriter. I was on my way to the city room to do just that when the receptionist told me there was someone waiting to see me. A lady. It's funny how it always gives you a jolt when you know there's a lady waiting to see you. It could be news, or it could be... Well, that's how my mind was working when I walked into the waiting room. There was only one person in there, a little old lady, all in black. She stood up as I went in.
Oh,
It's Mr. Stone, isn't it?
I'm Randy Stone.
I've been waiting quite a long time.
Well, I'm sorry. I was detained.
I know how busy you must be, but I'm sure you'll help me, Mr. Stone.
When people say that, it usually means a bite coming. I had a good look at her. No, she didn't look the type. One of those apple-cheeked old ladies, a sort of magazine cover type for someone's mother. She'd been wearing black gloves. Now one of them was off, and she was twisting and turning it like it was a dish rag she was wringing out. She was nervous, all right, and there were tears in her eyes.
I always read your column, Mr. Stone, and I know you're interested in people, little people without influence and powerful friends, people like me.
Maybe I am at that.
You are. I know you are. That's why I've come to you.
Well, suppose you tell me what's on your mind.
It's about my son, Pete. He was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but, lady, you've come to the wrong place. You want the police.
No. The police have finished with the case. They say it was an accident. The coroner said so, too. But they're wrong, and I know it.
Mrs. Collins, if the police and the coroner are satisfied, it was an accident. There's nothing more anyone can do. Why should you think he was murdered anyway?
Call it a mother's intuition. Oh, Mr. Stone, I know you think I'm foolish and that I'm wasting your time.
Look, Mrs. Collins, I'm wasting yours. Even if there was anything in your story, I couldn't help. I'm not a detective. I'm not a crime reporter.
Peter was my only boy. Straight, tall, clean, like his father. He was all I had. Pete in my memories. Now he's gone. Pushed or thrown down an elevator shaft.
Down an elevator shaft?
It was an automatic elevator. They said the door was out of order. That he opened it and stepped through, thinking the elevator was there.
Oh, that's tough.
He didn't. Pete was always so careful, so particular. Do you think he'd step through that doorway in broad daylight?
The police think so.
That's what they want to think. That's what Mr. Schultz wanted them to think.
Mr. Schultz?
He's a lawyer. Pete worked for him. He hated working there. But it was a job, and he needed it.
Why did he hate working there?
He told me he was going to leave as soon as he could. He suspected that Mr. Schultz was blackmailing some of his clients.
Did you tell that to the police?
Yes, but they didn't take it seriously. Mr. Schultz is a pretty important man.
A big shot?
Yes, I would think so.
Do you think Schultz pushed your son down that elevator shaft?
I do. He's evil, that man. I know he killed Pete.
Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know why I'm asking you these questions. There's nothing I can do for you. You better try the police again.
You could write something in your column.
Such as?
Insisting that the police reopen the case. Say that it was murder.
And have my paper sued for damages? Then I'd be one of the unemployed.
Oh. Then you can't do anything.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
Oh, please, Mrs. Collins. If I could help, I would. But honestly, it's right out of my line.
I understand, Mr. Stone. I'm sorry to have wasted your time.
I'll think about it. If I come to see you, maybe it will help you if you can talk about Pete.
He never harmed anyone in his life. He was a good boy. Never gambled or drank. Didn't even smoke. Now he's gone.
Tell me where you live.
202A West 75th Street.
Well, I'll think it over, and then maybe I'll come to see you.
Then you will help?
Well, I didn't say that, but I will talk to some of the police that I know.
Oh, Mr. Stone, how can I thank you?
Don't. I haven't promised anything.
Oh, I won't keep you anymore. But I know I'll see you soon, Mr. Stone.
That's what she thought. See you soon. I had a story to write, and I wanted to forget all about Mrs. Collins and her troubles. A mother's intuition. How do you like that? I went into the city room and pounded out my story, and then decided to go home and sleep and sleep. That's what I said to myself. That's what I meant to do. But somehow my feet wouldn't behave. They carried me into our morgue. That's what we call the room where we keep the files of old editions. Old Hank Bennett was drowsing over his files as usual.
Hi, Randy. What's on your mind?
Sorry to break in on your beauty sleep, Hank. I want to do some digging.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, dig me out the story of an inquest on a kid called Pete Collins. I want all details on the whole thing.
When was it?
I wouldn't know. Quite recently, I guess.
You guys are all the same. One file's maybe 20 years back and can't give me a clue.
This is not 20 years back, maybe not even 20 days. Look, don't you keep an index?
Sure, we're efficient here.
Then give me what I want and dry your eyes.
Take it easy, Randy. I won't keep you long.
I was a bit edgy, but then I was sore with myself. I could have been home pounding that pillow. There I was, sitting in a newspaper morgue reading about a case that didn't even interest me. Or did it? Maybe it did at that, because next morning found me on the 15th floor of the Century Building, walking into the offices of Lionel Schultz, attorney at law. And a swell suite of offices it was, too. And the babe who came to inquire my business, among other things, she wore a sweater. And her face, it had a certain hardness in those blue eyes, but you only noticed that later on. She was civil enough.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz is pretty busy this morning. Have you an appointment?
No, but I think Mr. Schultz will see me all the same.
What name is it?
Stone, Randy Stone of the Daily.
Oh, the newspaper man.
You get top marks for a deduction, baby.
Right. Could you tell me why you want to see Mr. Schultz? If it's important, he may be able to fit you in.
Tell him it's about Pete Collins. As soon as I said that, there seemed to be a dead silence. That was because the other girl there suddenly stopped typing. I looked across. She wasn't in the beauty contest class, quite the reverse. Just a plain, dumpy youngster with big, frightened eyes. The sweater girl broke the silence.
Get on with your work, Doreen.
Suppose you take my message in to Mr. Schultz.
Yes, Mr. Stone. Please take a seat. I won't keep you a moment.
Hi. Doreen,
Yes, sir.
what scared you when I mentioned Pete Collins' name?
He used to work here. He was killed.
Keep on pounding that typewriter. Was it an accident, Doreen?
I don't know. I can't talk now. She'll be back.
There's a coffee shop on the corner, just on the left, you know it?
Kaufman's?
Yeah. What time do you lunch?
1 o'clock.
That's when I'll meet you at Kaufman's.
Mr. Schultz will spare you a few minutes now, Mr. Stone, between appointments.
This must be my lucky day.
Will you come in?
Thanks. She closed the door behind me, and I found myself facing Lionel Schultz. He was a big guy in every way, broad and long, and he smoked big cigars. He smiled with his mouth, but his eyes bored into me. There was no welcome stranger sign about those eyes. I let Schultz speak first.
Will you sit down, Mr. Stone, and tell me what I can do for you?
Thanks.
I'm a very busy man, but when I heard you wanted to talk about poor Collins, I made time for you.
That was good of you, Mr. Schultz.
We thought the world of him here. That tragic accident was a great shock to all of us.
Sure, I suppose it was. According to your evidence in the coroner's court, you complained to the janitor the day before that the elevator door was out of order?
It had been out of order for some days. I had complained several times.
It's an automatic elevator. The door is not supposed to open unless the elevator is up at this floor.
That is so, and that was the fault in it. The door could be opened at this floor without the elevator being there.
So the fault lies with the carelessness of the janitor, who didn't have the necessary repairs made.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. He informed the elevator company, but they didn't send a mechanic. That was all stated at the inquest.
The door's all right now. I tried it myself this morning.
I should hope so. What is the purpose of these questions, Mr. Stone?
That was the $64 question. What was I aiming at? I wasn't sure myself. Still, I had to answer. Well, as you say, Mr. Schultz, it was a tragic accident. A promising young man like Collins crashing to his death. I'm interested in the human side of it. A story about the boy himself, his hopes, aspirations, what sort of work he did. I thought you could help me.
Oh, why, sure. Only too pleased to tell you all I can, Mr. Stone. And he was a fine lad, Pete, a fine lad. I treated him more as a friend than an employee.
You were buddies?
Sure, buddies. That's what we were. Pete used to come to me for advice. On the very day that he died, he was sitting in that chair, Mr. Stone, smoking one of my cigars. He was telling me some personal problem, and I gave him a cigar just to put him at his ease. Oh, by the way, I have a cigar, Mr. Stone, of my own brand. I have them imported from the Argentine.
Oh, thanks, I will.
I'd like your opinion of them. Well, now, where was I? Oh, yes, about your Pete. The youngster was like a son to me.
And so it went on. The more the guy drooled, the more certain I felt there was something screwy about the whole setup. I got away eventually. I didn't go back through the general office. Mr. Schultz had a private exit into the passage right opposite the elevator. He came out to see me off, showed me the fatal door, and by the time we parted, we were buddies, too. At 1 o'clock, I grabbed myself a table at Kaufman's coffee shop. A few minutes later, Doreen came in. The kid seemed scared. She looked around the shop, saw me, and came straight over.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
Oh, take it easy, kid. Now, what'll it be? Coffee? A hamburger?
No, I don't want anything. I want to tell you about Pete Collins.
Sure, you can tell me about that, too.
He was murdered, Mr. Stone. They killed him.
That kid's words were blazing with intensity. I could see she'd been bottling up emotion for a long time, and I could also see that I'd blundered into something that was strictly off my usual beat. I was reaching the stage where I didn't care. I realized that a mother's intuition was paying off. Still, I didn't want to let all Kaufman's customers into the secret. Doreen was really letting herself go.
I know they did, Mr. Stone, and they'll kill me, too, if they get the chance. Poor Pete. He wasn't scared of them.
Why didn't you talk to the police about this?
I didn't dare. Ruth, Miss Marshall, that's Mr. Schultz's secretary.
The sweater girl?
Yes, I once took some money out of the petty cash, $20. They found out. Ruth Marshall said if I told the police anything about Pete Collins, they'd send me to jail for being a thief.
So you let them get away with murder?
Yes, but I didn't really know much.
Now tell me about it, and then maybe we'll go to the police.
On the day it happened, Pete had a big row with Mr. Schultz over a letter.
A letter?
It was out of the secret file. Ruth Marshall always handles that. But the letter got into Pete's lot by mistake. He read it, then he looked over at Ruth and said, "This is sheer blackmail."
Well, they seem to make a specialty of it, inside and outside the firm. Now, go on.
Ruth rushed over to Pete's desk and tried to snatch the letter away, but Pete hung onto it. He said, "I've suspected something like this for a long time." Then he went into Mr. Schultz's office with the letter, and Ruth followed him.
Then I take it Schultz and Pete weren't exactly buddies.
Pete hated him. He needed the job to further his law studies. That was the only reason he stayed there.
I'd like a peek at that private file. Tell me more, Doreen.
A few minutes later, Pete came out of Schultz's office. He was very pale. He began to gather his things off his desk. Then he came over and told me he was leaving right away. He said something about a letter to Mr. John Bullivant. Just then, Ruth came out of Mr. Schultz's office and told Pete to go back there as Mr. Schultz wanted to pay him a week's salary. Pete went back, and that's the last time I ever saw him.
Did Ruth go back into the office with him?
No. She stood by her desk for a while. Then she moved over to see what I was doing. Just then we heard the scream. It was Pete as he was falling.
Oh, take it easy, kid.
I can still hear that scream.
What did you do?
For a moment, I stood not knowing what to do. Then I rushed out into the passage with Ruth. We saw the elevator door was open.
And where was Schultz?
He came out of his office a few seconds later while we were standing there.
Would he have had time to push Pete down that elevator shaft and get back to his office before you got there?
Oh, yes, quite easily. His door is right opposite the elevator. Our entrance is round the corner of the passage.
Well, I don't want to disappoint you, kid. What you've told me might be mighty suspicious, but there's no evidence of murder.
What about Ruth and Mr. Schultz threatening me not to tell the police about the quarrel?
Well, that's suspicious, too. Huh. Can you detect the fragrant odor of an Argentine cigar?
Mr. Schultz!
Sit down, Schultz. Join us in a cup of coffee?
Thank you, Mr. Stone. I've had lunch. I'd no idea you were friendly with Miss Lawson.
Miss Lawson? Oh, you mean Doreen. Well, she's been confiding in me. She's just like a daughter to me.
What do you mean by that, Crack?
Can I help it if I feel paternal? You've often felt the same way yourself. You told me.
I glanced in here as I was passing. I noticed Miss Lawson, and it occurred to me that I want a certain document typed in a hurry. I wondered if she'd be good enough to come back with me now.
Can't Ruth type the document?
She won't be back until later this afternoon.
Well, that's just too bad, because Doreen won't be back this afternoon.
Stone, you're crazy. This girl has her job to think about, her future. And as for you, Stone, your editor will hear about this, encouraging this girl to throw away her living.
I'm not encouraging her to throw away her life. Come on, Doreen.
You'll regret this, Stone.
We got into my car and drove away. On the way, I asked a few more questions. I was interested in this Bullivant who was mentioned in the letter. I found out he was an ex-senator who'd made a fortune in the stock exchange. Finally, we got to the precinct where I asked for Lieutenant Blomberg, a cop I knew quite well. I left Doreen in the waiting room while I talked to Blomberg.
I've just had a look through the file on Pete Collins. Our people were quite satisfied it was an accident.
Are you, after hearing everything I've told you?
Have you told me one single thing that'll make a murder charge stick? Against Schultz or the Marshall girl?
Their behavior is suspicious, to say the least.
Randy Stone. So what? If we would arrest every person who acts suspiciously, we wouldn't fit them all in the Empire State Building.
They're not going to do anything? What about John Bullivant?
If they were blackmailing Bullivant, he's not likely to talk. He's paying for silence.
Can't you give this girl, Doreen Lawson, protection?
I'll hold that kid for 24 hours on suspected theft. That's all I can do. 24 hours.
That's all I want. That's the deadline. I'll be seeing you, Lieutenant.
Hey, wait a minute, Randy.
What now?
Don't go butting into police matters. You're a columnist, not a dick.
That's something to be thankful for. I know my job.
Wise guy, huh?
I left the lieutenant feeling that relations were somewhat strained. I didn't see Doreen. I thought I'd leave the police to do the explaining. 24 hours. To do what? To find out whether Pete Collins was murdered. But there was something puzzling me. I knew I held the key to the mystery, but I couldn't figure what it was. It was all very well to talk about 24 hours deadline, but how was I to use that 24 hours? I was out of my depth, and I knew it. My car took me to the home of John Bullivant. Maybe he'd throw me a lifeline.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Bullivant, but it's important.
I'm just going out. Please be as brief as possible.
I will. Why is Lionel Schultz blackmailing you?
Schultz? Blackmail? What's the game, Stone?
That's what I want to know.
Now listen, Stone. I can be pushed so far and no further. Schultz swore he'd give nothing to the papers.
Did he now?
How much did he tell you? He's bled me dry already.
Now we're getting places.
I suppose you want your share. You're in on the racket. How much you asking not to publish?
Life's full of little surprises, Mr. Bullivant. I don't want to publish your guilty secret.
What do you want?
I want to save you from paying any more blackmail. And I want to put Schultz where he belongs.
And Sing Sing?
On the hot seat if he has his due.
You mean he's committed a murder?
Well, I have suspicion, but no proof.
Did he tell you about me?
Mr. Bullivant, I don't know anything at all about you beyond that he was blackmailing you.
You've got your nerve coming here and trying to bluff me. Get out.
Now, take it easy. I'm trying to help you.
I can look after myself.
I doubt it. Now, just listen to me. I don't care what dirty racket you've been mixed up in or what hold Schultz has over you. A decent young guy was murdered by Schultz, and he's got away with it. I want to make him convict himself.
A modern knight-errant, huh?
No, just a plain guy who believes in justice.
What do you want me to do?
Call up Schultz. Tell him you're through. Say the police are making inquiries about a murder charge concerning a young man called Pete Collins.
And how will that help me?
Schultz will lose his nerve. He'll either clear out or try to beat the rap. Either way, you'll be free of him.
Maybe it's worth trying.
What have you got to lose?
Suppose he talks about my affairs.
Why should he? If he gets off, you're always good for a future touch.
He mustn't get off. I'll do it, Stone. I'll call him at his office tomorrow morning. If he talks himself into the death house, all the better.
Bullivant's motives weren't exactly altruistic, but they suited my purpose. I left him rubbing his hands and visualizing freedom from blackmail. So far, so good. But I felt it was high time I paid a visit to Pete's mother. I found her in her neat, spotlessly clean little apartment. She didn't seem in the least surprised to see me, and all of a sudden, I felt glad about what I was doing. Glad, and in some strange way, sort of proud.
I knew you'd come, Mr. Stone. Have you found out anything about my boy?
I found out a lot, Mrs. Collins.
It wasn't an accident, was it?
No. No, I don't think it was.
I'm not looking for revenge, Mr. Stone, but if they've killed once, they may kill again. Some other mother may suffer as I have.
I know just how you feel, Mrs. Collins. Mind if I smoke?
That's all right, Mr. Stone. The place is so quiet, so empty. I can't believe that he's never coming back. Those were his law books. He used to study here. He had such faith in his future. Now they've ended it all.
That's tough, but they'll get theirs all right.
That won't bring him back. But it may save someone else from this.
It sure will. Do you have an ashtray?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Pete never smoked.
He never smoked? Are you sure of that?
Never in his life. I think I told you.
He didn't smoke. Sure you told me that, Mrs. Collins. That's what's been on my mind all day, but I didn't know it. Look, I've got to go now, but you'll hear from me again very soon. He didn't smoke. And yet Schultz had gone to a lot of trouble to tell me about that last cigar he gave Pete Collins. Why? That's what I wanted to know. But I couldn't locate Lieutenant Blomberg that night. It was 10 o'clock next morning before I got him.
Hello, Randy. I think Doreen Lawson wants to see you, and she's not exactly friendly.
Never mind about her, Lieutenant. I want some action from you.
You've had some, Randy. I've been making a few inquiries.
Any results?
I think the boy was murdered. We can't make it stick.
Schultz told me he gave the kid a cigar just before he was killed.
So what?
That kid had never smoked in his life. Why did Schultz go out of his way to tell me that lie?
So, Pete Collins was a non-smoker. Maybe that's the answer.
Oh, quit playing Sherlock Holmes. What are you driving at?
There's a burn on the boy's hand and a cigar crushed underneath him.
One of Schultz's special cigars?
Could be. I'll have it checked. Schultz told our people the cigar story, too.
I get it. There was a struggle when he pushed the kid through the elevator door. The kid grabbed the cigar that Schultz was smoking.
Yeah. And Schultz told us the smoking story to cover the burn on the cigar.
Well, what are you waiting for? Make the arrest.
It's supposition, Randy. How will that evidence stand up against the clever defense counsel?
Hold your horses, Blomberg. I've taken certain action. I think Schultz will convict himself. He'll try to clear out. You better put a tail on him.
I'll do that, Randy. Maybe we'll make this stick after all.
I'll be at the office. Phone me if anything happens.
Okay.
It was a long wait, but I never moved from that phone. The call I was waiting for came a little after 9. Hello?
Randy?
That you, Lieutenant?
Yeah. I've got news for you.
Spill it.
Schultz beat us to it. Took off from LaGuardia this morning with the Marshal dame.
So they got away.
Had his own private plane. Seems he left after he had a phone call from Boulevard.
Yeah, I thought that would happen. Can you pick him up?
They're already picked up. What's left of them.
What?
Maybe Schultz's nerves affected his skill as a pilot. I wouldn't know. Plane crashed at Champlain near the Canadian border this afternoon.
Both killed?
Instantly. I just got the news.
Oh, poetic justice.
What that?
I said poetic justice. They fell further than Pete Collins.
Maybe they did at that. Okay, Stone. That closes the case. As far as we're concerned, 2 people killed in a plane crash. Bye now.
I went at once to see Mrs. Collins. I told her what had happened. Told her that a mother's intuition was right. She cried again. And maybe there was a tear for the 2 who crashed as well as Pete Collins. I wouldn't know. Mothers are strange and wonderful people. Copy, boy.
Night. Beat.
the greatest name in rubber, presents
Night Beat. And now, Goodyear Theatre brings you Night Beat, and we hand over to Randy Stone.
They tell me in my job I meet the most interesting people. But all too often, out there in the sprawling darkness, it shakes itself down into bewilderment and fear and gullibility and violence. And it all adds up to a personality, an incident, a night's work. Last night began with a phone call from the place most stories end, the city morgue. I kept my coat on against the chill that never seems to leak out of the morgue building. A gray coldness that takes its color from the floors and the walls and the large, dank filing cabinets where incoming business is stored away. Everything was gray except the pepper-red hair of Bert Larkin, the night morgue attendant.
Three suicides. 3 in one day. I thought you'd be interested, Randy.
Oh, what a shame.
Some commentary on contemporary affairs, ain't it? 2 men and 1 woman.
Well, at least they're not young. It makes you feel worse when they're young.
I know. It gets my wife like that.
I wonder what makes them do it. It must take a twisted kind of reasoning to hold on to life all those years and then lose by default in one crazy instant.
Who knows with suicide? Interested?
I'm depressed.
I'm looking for the attendant.
That's me.
Oh, fine. We talk?
Who am I talking to?
My name's Brill. Private investigator.
Where's the badge?
Here. Darned fall, head cold. It's chilly in here.
Yeah. Hang around, Randy. Maybe we play a little cards after.
If you don't mind, we talk alone?
Sure. See you later, Larkin. The investigator was a beefy individual, wearing a suit one size too small with a damp, wadded handkerchief sticking out from under one sleeve. He leaned toward Larkin, and I turned and started away. I'd gone about 5 paces, working the word suicide around in my mind. And then suddenly I realized I wasn't just thinking. I was hearing it, and Brill was saying it.
Something we can do for you?
Yeah, just a question. What about the suicides?
Private business.
The public morgue.
Your relation to the deceased?
I'm a reporter, Randy Stone.
Oh, I feel awful. Chest.
You ought to do something about it. But these dead people, why the interest?
Business.
Whose business?
You know better than to ask a private investigator about his client. Yeah. Have a cough drop before you go?
Yeah, before I go. I'll let you know when.
I hate to be the one to say it, but let's not argue in front of the dead.
Larkin ran a hand through his red hair. He grinned at me and winked. Brill was trying to pierce me with a watery eye, and I felt my fingers start to curl up into the palms of my hands. Then I winked back at Larkin and went out for a cup of coffee. The harsh light of the beanery, the clatter of dishes, the hot mug in my hand, the spicy smell of the coffee. All indications that I'm alive. I wondered how much it would take to make me give it all up. I wondered how much it took to make those 3 people in the morgue give it up. 3 middle-aged people who must have added up the total worth of all the things they could see and hear and taste and feel, and then decided it wasn't worth it. And I wondered about Brill, the private investigator, wheezing over their bodies, tying them together. I measured it all against a column of newsprint and decided it might fit. After half an hour, I went back to the morgue and Bert Larkin.
All he wanted was their names.
What else did he say?
What are you making a big thing? I told you.
What about the families? They check in yet?
Nobody.
Then how did Brill know the bodies were here?
Ah, talk sense. Want to play some pinochle?
Not tonight.
Gin rummy.
Didn't anybody phone?
Look, if somebody phoned, no, wait a minute. One call.
Give.
Yeah, a woman phoned, a lawyer. Sometimes they do that, trying to pick up a little business, wills and executors and things like that.
What did you tell her?
I described the customers.
That all?
She promised me a case of something wet if I'd keep her informed. Gave me a phone number.
Funny request, isn't it?
Everything's funny around here.
Let's all laugh together. Give me the phone number. The city directory identified the phone number as belonging to one Iris Ingleby, attorney at law. The office was located in a 2-story frame house with part of the front wall knocked out and replaced with a large plate glass window. A semicircle of dirty gold letters advised the passers-by that this was the place to take their legal problems. I opened the door and stepped into a 3-piece waiting room. 1 chair, 1 couch, and 1 woman, all of them middle-aged. She sat huddled at the end of the couch with a handkerchief pressed up against her nose, and her shoulders were shaking. Pardon me.
Pardon? There is no pardon.
Are you waiting for Miss Ingleby?
We all wait for the infinite.
Oh, look, is there anything I can do?
Oh, we're past doing. Destruction is the daughter of evil.
Somebody famous must have said that.
Shrilaludratna.
Who?
Shrilaludratna. Do you know the word?
I don't think so. No, ma'am.
Then learn it. Learn it. It's not too late.
Well, thanks. I'm a little busy now, but...
Oh, a little busy. Too busy to grasp the hand of fate. What are you doing here?
A talk with a lawyer.
Then sign the papers. Please ask for the papers. Death is so close. Some are dying by their own hand.
Some are... You mean suicide?
No, it makes so little difference now. The fluid of the infinite saturates our bodies. Soon we shall sink.
Look, Mrs.
Miss Macpherson.
Miss Macpherson, my name's Randy Stone. I'm a reporter for the Daily. I don't know what kind of trouble has upset you like this, but I might be able to help.
They told us it would be like this. Not until now would man help man. And now it's too late.
These suicides, you know something about them?
Suicide is merely a word. We all face a common destiny. Shrilaludratna would have...
This now, Dratna, who is he?
Mr. Stone, when they're free in there, in the office, you may go first. I'll wait. It's important. So important that you learn. You're very ignorant.
I felt the hair begin to prickle on the back of my neck as I looked into the woman's clouded, terrified eyes. Whatever it was she feared, she was as much concerned for me as for herself. Then the door opened and a voice said,
Mr. Stone, I'll see you now.
I should have been concerned about how she knew my name, but I was too interested in that rich, soothing voice. It came out of an oval ivory face glowing against the dim light of the room behind her. Her hair was the color of the black suit she wore. She had the kind of figure that tailors like to make things for. We were already in her office before I took my eyes off her.
Now, your business, Mr. Stone?
What's the penalty in this state for aiding and abetting a suicide?
Is this a hypothetical question?
I wouldn't say so. They weren't hypothetical suicides.
Please be specific.
2 men and a woman laid out in the city morgue. You and that private eye are interested. So is Miss Macpherson. So am I.
I see. Mr. Stone, suppose I were to take you into my confidence.
That'd be nice.
It might be dangerous for me to do so.
Yeah?
I'll have to ask you to do me the courtesy of waiting a short time before I give you my information.
That sounds fair.
This is a particularly busy night for me. Perhaps the busiest in our lives. You'll understand later.
I'm sure.
The door on your right, please.
Thanks.
I'll call you, Mr. Stone.
The door swung shut of its own weight. The lock clicked. I turned the knob, put my shoulder against the varnished oak boards. Nothing gave. I turned around to see a white plaster room with another door on the far end. Running along the base of the wall were bookcases, and one book lay open on a black onyx desk. A man was reading it. A pale, thin, bald man wearing a black suit. He looked up, moistened his lips, wiped his hand in front of his eyes a couple of times as if he were brushing something away.
Yes?
Miss Ingleby asked me to wait in here.
She shouldn't have done that. But I suppose she didn't know I was meditating.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please. I'll leave. Oh, but perhaps you need my help. Do you wish to prepare yourself?
Be prepared. That's what Shri Lalu Dratna always says.
Shri Lalu Dratna has been dead for 3,000 years.
Yeah.
Obviously, you are not an initiate of our order.
Well, I'd like to learn.
It isn't accomplished in a single eye. Shri Lalu Dratna was one of the few men who allied his consciousness with the eternal whilst he still lived. His writings have been preserved for us in this book. I myself translated them from the Sanskrit.
Where did you get the book?
I discovered it in India while pursuing my studies.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Why did they kill themselves?
Kill? Why is there always this obscene emphasis on the word?
3 people committed suicide. 3 people connected to Mr. Brill and Miss Ingleby. Why?
Suicide? Our people?
I'd say so.
I didn't know. I should have been told. Who were they?
I can get the names.
No. It's not important now. I wonder if they tried to come to me.
And why should they do that?
Oh, to bring their money, of course. To rid themselves of the evil as others have.
Oh, that dirty old green evil stuff. But you kind of like it, don't you?
I abominate it. Our people must divest themselves of it before tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
You don't know.
Tell me.
Tomorrow is the end of the world. Indeed, Mr. Stone. At 4:20 a.m., the end of the world. You must meditate. Alone.
He threw the lines away like an offhand actor and disappeared through the far door. I went after him, tried the handle. That one wouldn't open either. I spent about 3 minutes trying to figure out how he'd gotten through the door. Then I gave myself to thoughts of the world's end at 4:20 a.m. Whatever my mystic friend was selling, he'd sold well enough for his followers to hand over their money. And 3 of them had already checked in their lives. I took a turn around the room and flipped through half a dozen of the books to pass the time. They all dealt with Eastern philosophy, and they all sounded like Shri Lalu Dratna. It must have taken about an hour and a half.
Stone, come in.
Oh, Brill. Just when I was coming to the exciting part.
Sit down.
I'll go with what I've got. Or you might want to clear up a few things.
Like what?
Well, what's with the leader? How many people are buying this end-of-the-world line?
Stone, you just don't understand. The process of understanding is a long one. The road is crooked.
Yeah, you go by way of your elbow with overtones of double talk.
Go on.
Well, let me cop a guess. You and the leader and Iris Ingleby have quite a good thing going. You sell the customers a hodgepodge of philosophy and mumbo-jumbo, all building up to the end of the world at 4:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then advise them to turn over their money so they can go to Shri Lalu Dratna all clean and innocent. Only you sold a little bit too well. You actually frightened some of the believers into committing suicide. But I've got a hunch the leader is really sincere about this stuff. And he didn't like not being told about the suicides. I wonder if he's been told what's going to happen to the money.
Why not go to the police?
With what? Oh, you're a real cutie, Brill. I'll try the leader.
No, Stone. I think you'll leave now. I think you will.
I found myself looking down the barrel of Brill's argument, so I left. Brill blew his nose. 2 doors down the street, I found a bar with a telephone booth. I called Barney Goss, who held down the night desk at the Daily. Gave him what I had in case I was coming late into the office. Asked him to pass it on to Lieutenant Peterson, the police headquarters. Barney had a message for me, to call Bert Larkin at the morgue.
I got new business.
What brand of business?
Suicide. herself in front of an automobile.
Any identification?
Yeah. A middle-aged woman named MacPherson.
Miss MacPherson, the woman in Iris Ingleby's waiting room. I hung up, opened the booth door. I guess my face didn't look very good. Iris Ingleby was disappointed.
Mr. Stone, I thought you'd want to see me.
How'd you find me?
I waited outside the office. I've ordered 2 drinks. Let's sit down.
Yeah, let's.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
A woman named MacPherson killed herself.
Oh, no.
Maybe there'll be a few more.
Oh, Mr. Stone, I'm afraid. I didn't know this would happen. I didn't.
Now, what did you know?
Well, the leader, he's my brother.
Huh?
He's always been, strange, dedicated. I guess otherworldly is the word. I didn't know whether I believed in his Dratna talk or not. But Brule came to one of the meetings. He told me he was a private detective and knew that we could get away with inside the law. Said we could make a lot of money. And then my brother told us the world was coming to an end and these suicides began.
Oh, stop it, lady. You're the one who pulled the switch.
We didn't plan anything like this. All we wanted was the money. Well, Mr. Stone, I know I've been wrong. Have you ever been in a situation you knew was bad, where you wanted to get out, and then you couldn't? You couldn't. You were caught.
How caught are you? You can tell the police, tell the members of your group.
Not now. It's Brill. He threatened to kill me tonight. Mr. Stone, you've got to tell me what to do. I need you.
She leaned toward me, her hair falling loose against the side of her forehead. Her lips trembled a bit. A frightened girl riding a steamroller she didn't know how to stop. I considered how long I ought to let her hold onto my hand. Then one of the nails dug into the back of my wrist. I winced.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Drink your drink.
I wish you'd wash the nasty taste out of my mouth. God have mercy on me. Shall we drink to mercy?
I'll drink to justice. She was great. She was sensational. And so was the stuff in the drink. No taste, no odor, just a small bomb going off in the back of my brain. At first, I thought it was the alcohol, that I was getting drunk too fast.
Hey, I'm drunk. Quite very drunk. How'd I do it?
It's all right. He's just a little tight. I'll take him home. Come with me, Mr. Stone. Come with me.
I couldn't make up my mind whether I was floating over a tea garden in Ceylon or lying on a couch in an office. Brill's face bending over me helped me make up my mind.
He's gone. He's floating. He's flying.
Give him another 5 minutes.
How do you know that truth serum stuff will work? We never had to use it before.
It'll work.
Suppose all he does is start babbling.
It doesn't work like that. It just creates a condition of extreme suggestibility. For a few hours after this, he'll believe anything, if it's put to him straight enough. My brother will take care of that.
You better go talk to him. Ask him if he wants to go out to Rhine Woods with us. Look at this guy. He's stupid. Wake up, friend. Aren't you stupid?
I don't want to go to Ryan Woods. I want to run in the woods.
You'll run all right.
Something warm was caressing my brain, swimming up the back of my neck and making a pretty little pink haze. I didn't care much what was going on. Ryan Woods. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a little voice was whispering a condition of extreme suggestibility. And another little voice translated it for me. It meant in a little while I was going to be somebody else. Somebody who would believe what he was told, who would do what he was told. I tried to get up off the couch and fell onto the floor. Then the phrase came swimming back. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. Now is the time. Now say it, Stones. Keep saying it. Maybe when the bottom drops out, maybe when you start to think and think like you're not supposed to think, maybe then the words will still be in your mind. Then you can hold on to them and push yourself back. Say it.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of all good men. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid.
Mr. Stone, you must listen to me.
I don't know. You're trying to fool me.
The evil has run its course.
Yeah?
In a matter of hours, there will be a total cataclysm, annihilation, destruction. Before that occurs, you must believe.
Well, I don't want it. I don't want that.
Think of it.
A final punishment. The instant, the last terrible instant that will bring the cycle to completion. Wipe out the evil in the final agony that brings us to the threshold of Dratna's spirit.
I'm afraid
Have no fear of fate. She is like a mother, watching over us, comforting us with her infallibility. Do you believe, Mr. Stone?
Why do I have to die? Why? Street, Night Street, nobody. Automobile coming. So easy to die under the wheels, to throw myself. I want to die now. Now is the time to die. Now is the time for all good men to die. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. The lights of the car whipped by, and the crazy words spun inside the tight little circle that gripped my brain like a vice. My knees buckled, the street tilted. I tried to walk, but Randy Stone's world came to a temporary end, folded up in a gutter.
Randy, wake up.
Huh? Hey, you, Peterson. Well, how'd you get here?
Barney Goss at the Daily phoned me.
Oh.
Said you had a story about some con men plotting the end of the world. I should have figured you were drunk.
I'm not drunk, sick.
Yeah?
Hey, Peterson, time. What time is it?
Read your own watch. 3:30 a.m. I'll take you home to bed.
Ryan Woods.
Huh?
Ryan Woods. They said going to Ryan Woods. So we're going. It's the end of the world, 4:20.
Now cut it out. Now let's...
Now, you listen to me. I'm not drunk. I'm drugged.
Drugged?
The end of the world at Ryan Woods. Have to go. We have to go. The rain splashing through the open window of the car helped to clear my head. I made enough sense to explain the setup to Peterson. It was after 4 o'clock when he hit the woods. We cruised around until we found what we were looking for. The leader stood before a bunch of people with one arm raised in the air. He had a paper bag clamped under his other arm.
The time is almost here. Have no fear. We are about to know man's most spiritual experience. You go with clean hands washed of evil.
Then Brill and Iris Ingleby were walking from the cars toward the leader. I pulled my coat up around my face and inched forward.
No! You can't have it! I'll destroy the money! Give it here!
We'll destroy it. Give it to us.
No, it's bad! Bad!
Then Iris had the paper bag in her hand, snatched from the leader's arm. And she and Brill were running toward the cars. I saw Lieutenant Peterson step out, taking a gun from his pocket. Brill stopped, slowly raising his arms. And I wanted to laugh when I saw the white handkerchief fall from his sleeve. But Iris had turned around, still running towards me now. I stepped out into the open. She was about 100 feet away. For one instant, she was a terrified woman, running. Then the lightning reached out for her. The flash grabbed her like a vicious hand. She sprawled lifeless in the dirt. I added one more fact to tell Peterson for his report. The time of Iris Ingleby's death, 4:20 a.m. Same old office, same old desk. Same old dawn coming up outside the same old window. The people who waited in the rain at Ryan's Woods, well, they're home now, shaking their heads and wondering at it all. Well, I wonder, too, how will it really end? A cataclysm from outside? Or will we do a good job of blowing ourselves up? Or maybe people like Brill and Iris with enough guns and words will do it for us. Another day. A wet, dreary, wonderful day. But you still can't help wondering, how will it end? With a bang or a whimper? Copy, boy!